From the diary of a violent-tempered man. I am a serious person, and my mind is of a philosophically bent. My vocation is the study of finance. I am a student of financial law, and I have chosen as the subject of my dissertation the past and future of the dog license. I need hardly point out that young ladies, songs, moonlight, and all that sort of silliness are entirely out of my line. Morning, 10 o'clock. My mammon pours me out a cup of coffee. I drink it and go out on the little balcony to set to work on my dissertation. I take a clean sheet of paper, dip the pen into the ink, and write out the title, The Past and Future of the Dog License. After thinking a little, I write, Historical Survey. We may deduce from some allusions in Herodotus and Xenophon that the origin of the tax on dogs goes back to. But at that point, I hear footsteps that strike me as highly suspicious. I look down from the balcony and see below a young lady with a long face and a long waist. Her name, I believe, is Nadinka or Varenka. It really does not matter which. She is looking for something, pretends not to have noticed me, and is humming to herself. Dost thou remember that song full of tenderness? I read through what I have written and want to continue, but the young lady pretends to have just caught sight of me and says in a mournful voice, Good morning, Nikolay Andreich. Only fancy what a misfortune I have had. I went for a walk yesterday and lost the little ball off my bracelet. I read through once more the opening of my dissertation. I trim up the tail of the letter G and mean to go on, but the young lady persists. Nikolay Andreich, she says, won't you see me home? The Karolins have such a huge dog that I simply daren't pass it alone. There is no getting out of it. I lay down my pen and go down to her. Nadinka, or Varenka, takes my arm, and we set off in the direction of her villa. When the duty of walking arm in arm with a lady falls to my lot, for some reason or other I always feel like a peg with a heavy cloak hanging on it. Nadinka, or Varenka, between ourselves, of an ardent temperament, her grandfather was an Armenian, has a peculiar art of throwing her whole weight on one's arm and clinging to one's side like a leech. And so we walk along. As we pass the Karolins, I see a huge dog who reminds me of the dog license. I think with despair of the work I have begun and sigh. What are you sighing for? Asks Nadinka or Varenka, and heaves a sigh herself. Here I must digress for a moment to explain that Nadinka or Varenka. Now I come to think of it. I believe I have heard her called Mashinka imagines, I can't guess why, that I am in love with her, and therefore thinks it her duty as a humane person always to look at me with compassion and to soothe my wound with words. Listen, said she, stopping. I know why you are sighing. You are in love, yes, but I beg you for the sake of our friendship to believe that the girl you love has the deepest respect for you. She cannot return your love, but is it her fault that her heart has long been another's? Mashinka's nose begins to swell and turn red. Her eyes fill with tears. She evidently expects some answer from me, but fortunately, at this moment we arrive. Mashinka's mama, a good-natured woman but full of conventional ideas, is sitting on the terrace. Glancing at her daughter's agitated face, she looks intently at me and sighs, as though saying to herself, Ah, these young people, they don't even know how to keep their secrets to themselves. On the terrace with her are several young ladies of various colors and a retired officer who is staying in the villa next to ours. He was wounded during the last war in the left temple and the right hip. This unfortunate man is, like myself, proposing to devote the summer to literary work. He is writing the memoirs of a military man. Like me, he begins his honorable labors every morning, but before he has written more than I was born in. Some Varenka or Mashinka is sure to appear under his balcony, and the wounded hero is borne off under guard. All the party sitting on the terrace are engaged in preparing some miserable fruit for jam. I make my bows and am about to beat a retreat, but the young ladies of various colors seize my hat with a squeal and insist on my staying. I sit down. They give me a plate of fruit and a hairpin. I begin taking the seeds out. The young ladies of various colors talk about men. They say that so-and-so is nice-looking, that so-and-so is handsome but not nice, that somebody else is nice but ugly, and that a fourth would not have been bad-looking if his nose were not like a thimble, and so on. And you, Monsieur Nicolas, says Varenka's mamma, turning to me, are not handsome, but you are attractive. There is something about your face. In men, though, it's not beauty but intelligence that matters, she adds, sighing. The young ladies sigh, too, and drop their eyes. They agree that the great thing in men is not beauty but intelligence. I steal a glance sideways at a looking-glass to ascertain whether I really am attractive. I see a shaggy head, a bushy beard, mustaches, eyebrows, hair on my cheeks, hair up to my eyes, a perfect thicket with a solid nose sticking up out of it like a watchtower. Attractive. But it's by the qualities of your soul, after all, that you will make your way, Nicholas, sighs Nadinka's mama, as though affirming some secret and original idea of her own. And Nadinka is sympathetically distressed on my account. But the conviction that a man passionately in love with her is sitting opposite is obviously a source of the greatest enjoyment to her. When they have done with men, the young ladies begin talking about love. After a long conversation about love, one of the young ladies gets up and goes away. Those that remain begin to pick her to pieces. Everyone agrees that she is stupid, unbearable, ugly, and that one of her shoulder blades sticks out in a shocking way. But at last, thank goodness, I see our maid. My mammon has sent her to call me in to dinner. Now I can make my escape from this uncongenial company and go back to my work. I get up and make my bows. Varenka's mammon, Varenka herself, and the variegated young ladies surround me and declare that I cannot possibly go, because I promised yesterday to dine with them and go to the woods to look for mushrooms. I bow and sit down again. My soul is boiling with rage, and I feel that in another moment I may not be able to answer for myself, that there may be an explosion, but gentlemanly feeling and the fear of committing a breach of good manners compels me to obey the ladies. And I obey them. We sit down to dinner. The wounded officer, whose wound in the temple has affected the muscles of the left cheek, eats as though he had a bit in his mouth. I roll up little balls of bread, think about the dog license, and, knowing the ungovernable violence of my temper, try to avoid speaking. Nadinka looks at me sympathetically. Soup, tongue and peas, roast fowl and compote. I have no appetite but eat from politeness. After dinner, while I am standing alone on the terrace, smoking, Nadinka's mama comes up to me, presses my hand, and says breathlessly, "Don't despair, Nicholas. She has such a heart, such a heart." We go towards the wood to gather mushrooms. Varenka hangs on my arm and clings to my side. My sufferings are indescribable, but I bear them in patience. We enter the wood. "Listen, Monsieur Nicholas," says Nadinka, sighing. "Why are you so melancholy, and why are you so silent?" Extraordinary girl she is, really. What can I talk to her about? What have we in common? "Oh, do say something," she begs me. I begin trying to think of something popular, something within the range of her understanding. After a moment's thought, I say, "The cutting down of forests has been greatly detrimental to the prosperity of Russia." "Nicholas," sighs Nadinka, and her nose begins to turn red. "Nicholas, I see you are trying to avoid being open with me. You seem to wish to punish me by your silence. Your feeling is not returned, and you wish to suffer in silence, in solitude. It is too awful, Nicholas," she cries impulsively, seizing my hand, and I see her nose beginning to swell. "What would you say if the girl you love were to offer you her eternal friendship?" I mutter something incoherent, for I really can't think what to say to her. In the first place, I'm not in love with any girl at all. In the second, what could I possibly want her eternal friendship for? And thirdly, I have a violent temper. Mashenka, or Varenka, hides her face in her hands and murmurs, as though to herself, "He will not speak. It is clear that he will have me make the sacrifice. I cannot love him if my heart is still another's. But I will think of it. Very good, I will think of it. I will prove the strength of my soul, and perhaps, at the cost of my own happiness, I will save this man from suffering." I can make nothing out of all this. It seems some special sort of puzzle. We go farther into the wood and begin picking mushrooms. We're perfectly silent the whole time. Nadinka's face shows signs of inward struggle. I hear the bark of dogs. It reminds me of my dissertation, and I sigh heavily. Between the trees, I catch sight of the wounded officer limping painfully along. The poor fellow's right leg is lame from his wound, and on his left arm he has one of the variegated young ladies. His face expresses resignation to destiny. We go back to the house to drink tea, after which we play croquet and listen to one of the variegated young ladies singing a song. "No, no, thou lovest not, no, no." At the word no, she twists her mouth till it almost touches one ear. Charmant, wail the other young ladies, charmant. The evening comes on. A detestable moon creeps up behind the bushes. There is perfect stillness in the air and an unpleasant smell of freshly cut hay. I take up my hat and try to get away. I have something I must say to you. Mashenka whispers to me significantly, don't go away. I have a foreboding of evil, but politeness obliges me to remain. Mashenka takes my arm and leads me away to a garden walk. By this time, her whole figure expresses conflict. She is pale and gasping for breath, and she seems absolutely set on pulling my right arm out of the socket. What can be the matter with her? Listen, she mutters. No, I cannot, no. She tries to say something, but hesitates. Now I see from her face that she has come to some decision. With gleaming eyes and swollen nose, she snatches my hand and says hurriedly, Nicholas, I am yours. Love you I cannot, but I promise to be true to you. Then she squeezes herself to my breast, and at once springs away. Someone is coming, she whispers. Farewell, tomorrow at 11 o'clock I will be in the arbor. Farewell. And she vanishes. Completely at a loss for an explanation of her conduct and suffering from a painful palpitation of the heart, I make my way home. There the past and future of the dog license is awaiting me, but I am quite unable to work. I am furious. I may say my anger is terrible. Damn it all. I allow no one to treat me like a boy. I am a man of violent temper, and it is not safe to trifle with me. When the maid comes in to call me to supper, I shout to her, Go out of the room. Such hastiness augurs nothing good. Next morning, typical holiday weather. Temperature below freezing, a cutting wind, rain, mud, and a smell of naphthalene because my mammon has taken all her wraps out of her trunks. A devilish morning. It is the 7th of August, 1887, the date of the solar eclipse. I may here remark that at the time of an eclipse every one of us may, without special astronomical knowledge, be of the greatest service. Thus, for example, any one of us can 1. Take the measurement of the diameters of the sun and the moon, 2. Sketch the corona of the sun, 3. Take the temperature, 4. Take observations of plants and animals during the eclipse, 5. Note down his own impressions, and so on. It is a matter of such exceptional importance that I lay aside the past and future of the dog license and make up my mind to observe the eclipse. We all get up very early, and I divide the work as follows. I am to measure the diameter of the sun and moon. The wounded officer is to sketch the corona, and the other observations are undertaken by Mashenka and the variegated young ladies. We all meet together and wait. What is the cause of the eclipse? Asks Mashenka. I reply, a solar eclipse occurs when the moon, moving in the plane of the ecliptic, crosses the line joining the centers of the sun and the earth. And what does the ecliptic mean? I explain. Mashenka listens attentively. Can one see through the smoked glass the line joining the centers of the sun and the earth? She inquires. I reply that this is only an imaginary line, drawn theoretically. If it is only an imaginary line, how can the moon cross it? Varenka says, wondering. I make no reply. I feel my spleen rising at this naive question. It's all nonsense, says Mashenka's mammon. Impossible to tell what's going to happen. You've never been in the sky, so what can you know of what is to happen with the sun and moon? It's all fancy. At that moment, a black patch begins to move over the sun. General confusion follows. The sheep and horses and cows run bellowing about the fields with their tails in the air. The dogs howl. The bugs, thinking night has come on, creep out of the cracks in the walls and bite the people who are still in bed. The deacon, who was engaged in bringing some cucumbers from the market garden, jumped out of his cart and hid under the bridge, while his horse walked off into somebody else's yard, where the pigs ate up all the cucumbers. The excise officer, who had not slept at home that night, but at a lady friend's, dashed out with nothing on but his nightshirt, and running into the crowd shouted frantically, "Save yourself, if you can." Numbers of the lady visitors, even young and pretty ones, run out of their villas without even putting their slippers on. Scenes occur which I hesitate to describe. "Oh, how dreadful," shriek the variegated young ladies. "It's really too awful." "Mesdames, watch," I cry, "time is precious." And I hasten to measure the diameters. I remember the corona and look towards the wounded officer. He stands doing nothing. "What's the matter?" I shout. How about the corona? He shrugs his shoulders and looks helplessly towards his arms. The poor fellow has variegated young ladies on both sides of him, clinging to him in terror and preventing him from working. I seize a pencil and note down the time to a second. That is of great importance. I note down the geographical position of the point of observation. That, too, is of importance. I am just about to measure the diameter when Mashenka seizes my hand and says, "Do not forget today, 11 o'clock." I withdraw my hand, feeling every second precious, try to continue my observations, but Varenka clutches my arm and clings to me. Pencil, pieces of glass, drawings all are scattered on the grass. Hang it! It's high time the girl realized that I am a man of violent temper, and when I am roused my fury knows no bounds, I cannot answer for myself. I try to continue, but the eclipse is over. "Look at me," she whispers tenderly. Oh, that is the last straw. Trying a man's patience like that can but have a fatal ending. I am not to blame if something terrible happens. I allow no one to make a laughing stock of me, and, God knows, when I am furious, I advise nobody to come near me, damn it all. There's nothing I might not do. One of the young ladies, probably noticing from my face what a rage I am in, and anxious to propitiate me, says, "I did exactly what you told me, Nikolay Andreich. I watched the animals. I saw the gray dog chasing the cat just before the eclipse and wagging his tail for a long while afterwards. So nothing came of the eclipse after all. I go home. Thanks to the rain, I work indoors instead of on the balcony. The wounded officer has risked it and has again got as far as I was born in. When I see one of the variegated young ladies pounce down on him and bear him off to her villa. I cannot work, for I am still in a fury and suffering from palpitation of the heart. I do not go to the arbor. It is impolite not to, but, after all, I can't be expected to go in the rain. At 12 o'clock I receive a letter from Mashenka, a letter full of reproaches and entreaties to go to the arbor, addressing me as thou. At 1 o'clock I get a second letter, and at 2, a third. I must go. But before going I must consider what I am to say to her. I will behave like a gentleman. To begin with, I will tell her that she is mistaken in supposing that I am in love with her. That's a thing one does not say to a lady as a rule, though. To tell a lady that one's not in love with her is almost as rude as to tell an author he can't write. The best thing will be to explain my views of marriage. I put on my winter overcoat, take an umbrella, and walk to the arbor. Knowing the hastiness of my temper, I am afraid I may be led into speaking too strongly. I will try to restrain myself. I find Nadenka still waiting for me. She is pale and in tears. On seeing me, she utters a cry of joy, flings herself on my neck, and says, "At last, you are trying my patience. Listen, I have not slept all night. I have been thinking and thinking. I believe that when I come to know you better, I shall learn to love you." I sit down and begin to unfold my views of marriage. To begin with, to clear the ground of digressions and to be as brief as possible, I open with a short historical survey. I speak of marriage in ancient Egypt and India, then pass to more recent times, a few ideas from Schopenhauer. Mashenka listens attentively, but all of a sudden, through some strange incoherence of ideas, thinks fit to interrupt me. "Nicholas, kiss me," she says. I am embarrassed and don't know what to say to her. She repeats her request. There seems no avoiding it. I get up and bend over her long face, feeling as I do so just as I did in my childhood when I was lifted up to kiss my grandmother in her coffin. Not content with the kiss, Mashenka leaps up and impulsively embraces me. At that instant, Mashenka's mammon appears in the doorway of the arbor. She makes a face as though in alarm, and saying SHSH to someone with her, vanishes like Mephistopheles through the trapdoor. Confused and enraged, I return to our villa. At home, I find Varenka's mammon embracing my mammon with tears in her eyes, and my mammon weeps and says, "I always hoped for it." And then, if you please, Nadenka's mammon comes up to me, embraces me, and says, "May God bless you, mind you love her well. Remember the sacrifice she is making for your sake." And here I am at my wedding. At the moment I write these last words, my best man is at my side, urging me to make haste. These people have no idea of my character. I have a violent temper, I cannot always answer for myself. Hang it all, God knows what will come of it. To lead a violent, desperate man to the altar is as unwise as to thrust one's hand into the cage of a ferocious tiger. We shall see, we shall see. And so, I am married. Everybody congratulates me and Varenka keeps clinging to me and saying, "Now you are mine, mine, do you understand that? Tell me that you love me." And her nose swells as she says it. I learn from my best man that the wounded officer has very cleverly escaped the snares of Hymen. He showed the variegated young lady a medical certificate that owing to the wound in his temple, he was at times mentally deranged and incapable of contracting a valid marriage and inspiration. I might have got a certificate too. An uncle of mine drank himself to death. Another uncle was extremely absent-minded. On one occasion, he put a lady's muff on his head in mistake for his hat. An aunt of mine played a great deal on the piano and used to put out her tongue at gentlemen she did not like. And my ungovernable temper is a very suspicious symptom. But why do these great ideas always come too late? Why? In the dark, a fly of medium size made its way into the nose of the assistant procurator, Gadgen. It may have been impelled by curiosity, or have got there through frivolity or accident in the dark. Anyway, the nose resented the presence of a foreign body and gave the signal for a sneeze. Gadgen sneezed impressively and so shrilly and loudly that the bed shook and the springs creaked. Gadgen's wife, Marya Mihailovna, a full, plump, fair woman, started, too, and woke up. She gazed into the darkness, sighed, and turned over on the other side. 5 minutes afterwards she turned over again and shut her eyes more firmly, but she could not get to sleep again. After sighing and tossing from side to side for a time, she got up, crept over her husband, and putting on her slippers, went to the window. It was dark outside. She could see nothing but the outlines of the trees and the roof of the stables. There was a faint pallor in the east, but this pallor was beginning to be clouded over. There was perfect stillness in the air, wrapped in slumber and darkness. Even the watchman, paid to disturb the stillness of night, was silent. Even the corncrake, the only wild creature of the feathered tribe that does not shun the proximity of summer visitors, was silent. The stillness was broken by Marya Mihailovna herself. Standing at the window and gazing into the yard, she suddenly uttered a cry. She fancied that from the flower garden with the gaunt, clipped poplar, a dark figure was creeping towards the house. For the first minute she thought it was a cow or a horse, then, rubbing her eyes, she distinguished clearly the outlines of a man. Then she fancied the dark figure approach the window of the kitchen, and, standing still a moment, apparently undecided, put one foot on the window ledge and disappeared into the darkness of the window. A burglar flashed into her mind, and a deathly pallor overspread her face. And in one instant her imagination had drawn the picture so dreaded by lady visitors in country places: a burglar creeps into the kitchen, from the kitchen into the dining room. The silver in the cupboard, next into the bedroom, an axe, the face of a brigand, jewelry. Her knees gave way under her and a shiver ran down her back. "Vasya," she said, shaking her husband, Vasily Prokofitch. "Ah, mercy on us, he might be dead. Wake up, Basil, I beseech you." "WL," grunted the assistant procurator, with a deep inward breath and a munching sound. "For God's sake, wake up. A burglar has got into the kitchen. I was standing at the window looking out and someone got in at the window. He will get into the dining room next. The spoons are in the cupboard, Basil. They broke into Mavra Yegorovna's last year." "What's the matter?" "Heavens, he does not understand. Do listen, you stupid. I tell you I've just seen a man getting in at the kitchen window. Pelagia will be frightened and the silver is in the cupboard." "Stuff and nonsense." "Basil, this is unbearable. I tell you of a real danger and you sleep and grunt. What would you have? Would you have us robbed and murdered?" The assistant procurator slowly got up and sat on the bed, filling the air with loud yawns. "Goodness knows what creatures women are," he muttered. "Can't leave one in peace even at night, to wake a man for such nonsense. But Basil, I swear I saw a man getting in at the window." "Well, what of it? Let him get in. That's pretty sure to be Pelagia's sweetheart, the fireman." What did you say?" "I say it's Pelagia's fireman come to see her." "Worse than ever," shrieked Marya Mihailovna. "That's worse than a burglar. I won't put up with cynicism in my house." "Hoity-toity, we are virtuous. Won't put up with cynicism, as though it were cynicism. What's the use of firing off those foreign words? My dear girl, it's a thing that has happened ever since the world began, sanctified by tradition. What's a fireman for if not to make love to the cook? No, Basil, it seems you don't know me. I cannot face the idea of in my house. You must go this minute into the kitchen and tell him to go away. This very minute. And tomorrow I'll tell Pelagia that she must not dare to demean herself by such proceedings. When I am dead you may allow immorality in your house, but you shan't do it now. Please go. Damn it, grumbled Gadgen, annoyed. Consider with your microscopic female brain, what am I to go for? Basil, I shall faint. Gadgen cursed, put on his slippers, cursed again, and set off to the kitchen. It was as dark as the inside of a barrel, and the assistant procurator had to feel his way. He groped his way to the door of the nursery and waked the nurse. Vasilissa, he said, you took my dressing gown to brush last night, where is it? I gave it to Pelagia to brush, sir. What carelessness! You take it away and don't put it back now I've to go without a dressing gown. On reaching the kitchen, he made his way to the corner in which on a box under a shelf of saucepans, the cook slept. Pelagia, he said, feeling her shoulder and giving it a shake, Pelagia, why are you pretending? You are not asleep. Who was it got in at your window just now? Miss M, good morning, got in at the window. Who could get in? Oh come, it's no use you're trying to keep it up. You'd better tell your scamp to clear out while he can. Do you hear? He's no business to be here. Are you out of your senses, sir, bless you? Do you think I'd be such a fool? Here one's running about all day long, never a minute to sit down and then spoken to like this at night. 4 rubles a month, and to find my own tea and sugar, and this is all the credit I get for it. I used to live in a tradesman's house and never met with such insult there. Come, no need to go over your grievances. This very minute your grenadier must turn out. Do you understand? You ought to be ashamed, sir, said Pelagia, and he could hear the tears in her voice. Gentle folks, educated, and yet not a notion that with our hard lot, in our life of toil, she burst into tears. It's easy to insult us. There's no one to stand up for us. Come, I don't mind. Your mistress sent me. You may let a devil in at the window for all I care. There was nothing left for the assistant procurator, but to acknowledge himself in the wrong and go back to his spouse. I say, Pelagia, he said, you had my dressing gown to brush. Where is it? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. I forgot to put it on your chair. It's hanging on a peg near the stove. Gadgen felt for the dressing gown by the stove, put it on, and went quietly back to his room. When her husband went out, Maria Mihailovna got into bed and waited. For the first 3 minutes her mind was at rest, but after that she began to feel uneasy. What a long time he's gone, she thought. It's all right if he is there, that immoral man, but if it's a burglar. And again her imagination drew a picture of her husband going into the dark kitchen, a blow with an axe, dying without uttering a single sound, a pool of blood. 5 minutes passed, 5.5, at last 6, a cold sweat came out on her forehead. Basil, she shrieked, Basil. What are you shouting for? I am here. She heard her husband's voice and steps. Are you being murdered? The assistant procurator went up to the bedstead and sat down on the edge of it. There's nobody there at all, he said. It was your fancy, you queer creature. You can sleep easy, your fool of a Pelagia is as virtuous as her mistress. What a coward you are, And the deputy procurator began teasing his wife. He was wide awake now and did not want to go to sleep again. You are a coward, he laughed. You'd better go to the doctor tomorrow and tell him about your hallucinations. You are a neurotic. What a smell of tar, said his wife, tar or something. Onion, cabbage soup. Why yes, there is a smell. I am not sleepy. I say, I'll light the candle. Where are the matches? And, by the way, I'll show you the photograph of the procurator of the Palace of Justice. He gave us all a photograph when he said goodbye to us yesterday, with his autograph. Gadgen struck a match against the wall and lighted a candle. But before he had moved a step from the bed to fetch the photographs, he heard behind him a piercing, heart-rending shriek. Looking round, he saw his wife's large eyes fastened upon him, full of amazement, horror, and wrath. You took your dressing gown off in the kitchen, she said, turning pale. Why? Look at yourself. The deputy procurator looked down at himself and gasped. Flung over his shoulders was not his dressing gown, but the fireman's overcoat. How had it come on his shoulders? While he was settling that question, his wife's imagination was drawing another picture, awful and impossible. Darkness, stillness, whispering, and so on, and so on. A play. Pavel Vasilievich, there's a lady here asking for you, Luka announced. She's been waiting a good hour. Pavel Vasilievich had only just finished lunch. Hearing of the lady, he frowned and said, "Oh, damn her, tell her I'm busy." "She has been here 5 times already, Pavel Vasilievich. She says she really must see you. She's almost crying." Very well then, ask her into the study." Without haste, Pavel Vasilievich put on his coat, took a pen in one hand and a book in the other, and trying to look as though he were very busy, he went into the study. There the visitor was awaiting him, a large stout lady with a red, beefy face, in spectacles. She looked very respectable, and her dress was more than fashionable. She had on a crinolet of 4 stories and a high hat with a reddish bird in it. On seeing him, she turned up her eyes and folded her hands in supplication. "You don't remember me, of course," she began in a high masculine tenor, visibly agitated. I have had the pleasure of meeting you at the Hrutskys. I am Mme. Murishkin." Sit down, what can I do for you?" You see, the lady went on, sitting down and becoming still more agitated. "You don't remember me? I'm Mme. Murishkin. You see, I'm a great admirer of your talent and always read your articles with great enjoyment. Don't imagine I'm flattering you, God forbid. I'm only giving honor where honor is due. I am always reading you, always. To some extent I am myself not a stranger to literature, that is, of course. I will not venture to call myself an authoress, but still I have added my little quota. I have published at different times 3 stories for children. You have not read them, of course. I have translated a good deal and my late brother used to write for the cause. To be sure, what can I do for you?" You see, the lady cast down her eyes and turned redder. "I know your talents, your views, Pavel Vasilievich, and I have been longing to learn your opinion, or more exactly, to ask your advice. I must tell you I have perpetrated a play, my firstborn, pardon poor L expression, and before sending it to the censor, I should like above all things to have your opinion on it." Nervously, with the flutter of a captured bird, the lady fumbled in her skirt and drew out a fat manuscript. Pavel Vasilievich liked no articles but his own. When threatened with the necessity of reading other people's, or listening to them, he felt as though he were facing the cannon's mouth. Seeing the manuscript, he took fright and hastened to say, "Very good, leave it, I'll read it." "Pavel Vasilievich," the lady said languishingly, clasping her hands and raising them in supplication, "I know you're busy. Your every minute is precious, and I know you're inwardly cursing me at this moment, but be kind, allow me to read you my play. Do be so very sweet." "I should be delighted," faltered Pavel Vasilievich, "but madam, I'm very busy. I'm obliged to set off this minute." "Pavel Vasilievich," moaned the lady, and her eyes filled with tears, "I'm asking a sacrifice. I am insolent, I am intrusive, but be magnanimous. Tomorrow I'm leaving for Kazan, and I should like to know your opinion today. Grant me half an hour of your attention. Only 1/2 hour, I implore you." Pavel Vasilievich was Cottonwool at core, and could not refuse. When it seemed to him that the lady was about to burst into sobs and fall on her knees, he was overcome with confusion and muttered helplessly, "Very well, certainly, I will listen, I will give you half an hour." The lady uttered a shriek of joy, took off her hat, and settling herself, began to read. At first she read a scene in which a footman and a housemaid, tidying up a sumptuous drawing-room, talked at length about their young lady, Anna Sergeyevna, who was building a school and a hospital in the village. When the footman had left the room, the maidservant pronounced a monologue to the effect that education is light and ignorance is darkness. Then Mme. Murishkin brought the footman back into the drawing-room and set him uttering a long monologue concerning his master, the general, who disliked his daughter's views, intended to marry her to a rich kammerjunker, and held that the salvation of the people lay in unadulterated ignorance. Then, when the servants had left the stage, the young lady herself appeared and informed the audience that she had not slept all night, but had been thinking of Valentin Ivanovich, who was the son of a poor teacher and assisted his sick father gratuitously. Valentin had studied all the sciences, but had no faith in friendship nor in love. He had no object in life and longed for death, and therefore she, the young lady, must save him. Pavel Vassilievich listened and thought with yearning anguish of his sofa. He scanned the lady viciously, felt her masculine tenor thumping on his eardrums, understood nothing, and thought. The devil sent you, as though I wanted to listen to your tosh. It's not my fault you've written a play, is it? My God, what a thick manuscript, what an infliction. Pavel Vassilievich glanced at the wall where the portrait of his wife was hanging, and remembered that his wife had asked him to buy and bring to their summer cottage 5 yards of tape, a pound of cheese, and some tooth powder. I hope I've not lost the pattern of that tape, he thought. Where did I put it? I believe it's in my blue reefer jacket. Those wretched flies have covered her portrait with spots already. I must tell Olga to wash the glass. She's reading the 12th scene, so we must soon be at the end of the first act. As though inspiration were possible in this heat, and with such a mountain of flesh, too. Instead of writing plays, she'd much better eat cold vinegar hash and sleep in a cellar. You don't think that monologue's a little too long? The lady asked suddenly, raising her eyes. Pavel Vassilievich had not heard the monologue, and said in a voice as guilty, as though not the lady, but he had written that monologue. No, not at all, it's very nice. The lady beamed with happiness and continued reading. Anna, you are consumed by analysis. Too early you have ceased to live in the heart and have put your faith in the intellect. Valentin, what do you mean by the heart? That is a concept of anatomy. As a conventional term for what are called the feelings, I do not admit it. Anna, confused, and love. Surely that is not merely a product of the association of ideas. Tell me frankly, have you ever loved? Valentin, bitterly, let us not touch on old wounds not yet healed. A pause, what are you thinking of? Anna, I believe you are unhappy. During the 16th scene, Pavel Vassilievich yawned, and accidentally made with his teeth the sound dogs make when they catch a fly. He was dismayed at this unseemly sound, and to cover it assumed an expression of rapt attention. Scene 17, when will it end? He thought. Oh my God, if this torture is prolonged another 10 minutes I shall shout for the police, it's insufferable. But at last the lady began reading more loudly and more rapidly, and finally raising her voice, she read curtain. Pavel Vassilievich uttered a faint sigh and was about to get up, but the lady promptly turned the page and went on reading. Act 2 scene, a village street. On right, school. On left, hospital, villagers, male and female, sitting on the hospital steps. Excuse me, Pavel Vassilievich broke in, how many acts are there? 5, answered the lady, and at once, as though fearing her audience might escape her, she went on rapidly. Valentin is looking out of the schoolhouse window. In the background, villagers can be seen taking their goods to the inn. Like a man condemned to be executed and convinced of the impossibility of a reprieve, Pavel Vassilievich gave up expecting the end, abandoned all hope, and simply tried to prevent his eyes from closing, and to retain an expression of attention on his face. The future when the lady would finish her play and depart seemed to him so remote that he did not even think of it. Tru-tu-tu-tu, the lady's voice sounded in his ears. Tru-tu-tu, sh-sh-sh-sh-sh. I forgot to take my soda, he thought. What am I thinking about? Oh, my soda. Most likely I shall have a bilious attack. It's extraordinary, Smirnovsky swills vodka all day long, and yet he never has a bilious attack. There's a bird settled on the window, a sparrow. Pavel Vassilievich made an effort to unglue his strained and closing eyelids, yawned without opening his mouth, and stared at Mme. Murishkin. She grew misty and swayed before his eyes, turned into a triangle and her head pressed against the ceiling. Valentin, no, let me depart. Anna in dismay, why? Valentin aside, she has turned pale. To her, do not force me to explain. Sooner would I die than you should know the reason. Anna, after a pause, you cannot go away. The lady began to swelled to an immense size, and melted into the dingy atmosphere of the study. Only her moving mouth was visible. Then she suddenly dwindled to the size of a bottle, swayed from side to side, and with the table retreated to the further end of the room. Valentin, holding Anna in his arms, you have given me new life, you have shown me an object to live for, you have renewed me as the spring rain renews the awakened earth. But it is too late, too late. The ill that gnaws at my heart is beyond cure. Pavel Vassilievich started, and with dim and smarting eyes stared at the reading lady. For a minute he gazed fixedly as though understanding nothing. Scene 11 the same. The Baron and the police inspector with assistants. Valentin, take me. Anna, I am his, take me too. Yes, take me too. I love him more than life. Baron, Anna Sergeyevna, you forget that you are ruining your father. Zero. The lady began swelling again. Looking round him wildly, Pavel Vassilievich got up, yelled in a deep, unnatural voice, snatched from the table a heavy paperweight, and beside himself, brought it down with all his force on the authoress's head. Give me in charge, I've killed her, he said to the maidservant who ran in, a minute later. The jury acquitted him. A mystery. On the evening of Easter Sunday, the actual civil councillor, Navagin, on his return from paying calls, picked up the sheet of paper on which visitors had inscribed their names in the hall, and went with it into his study. After taking off his outer garments and drinking some seltzer water, he settled himself comfortably on a couch and began reading the signatures in the list. When his eyes reached the middle of the long list of signatures, he started, gave an ejaculation of astonishment and snapped his fingers, while his face expressed the utmost perplexity. Again, he said, slapping his knee. It's extraordinary, again. Again there is the signature of that fellow, goodness knows who he is, Fedyukov, again. Among the numerous signatures on the paper was the signature of a certain Fedyukov. Who the devil this Fedyukov was, Navagin had not a notion. He went over in his memory all his acquaintances, relations and subordinates in the service, recalled his remote past, but could recollect no name like Fedyukov. What was so strange was that this incognito, Fedyukov, had signed his name regularly every Christmas and Easter for the last 13 years. Neither Navagin, his wife, nor his house porter knew who he was, where he came from, or what he was like. It's extraordinary, Navagin thought in perplexity as he paced about the study. It's strange and incomprehensible. It's like sorcery. Call the porter here, he shouted. It's devilish queer, but I will find out who he is. I say, Grigory, he said, addressing the porter as he entered, that Fedyukov has signed his name again. Did you see him? No, Your Excellency. Upon my word, but he has signed his name, so he must have been in the hall. Has he been? No, he hasn't, Your Excellency. How could he have signed his name without being there? I can't tell. Who is to tell then? You sit gaping there in the hall. Try and remember, perhaps someone you didn't know came in. Think a minute. No, Your Excellency, there has been no one I didn't know. Our clerks have been, the Baroness came to see Her Excellency, the priests have been with the cross, and there has been no one else. Why, he was invisible when he signed his name, then, was he? I can't say, but there has been no Fedyukov here. That I will swear before the holy image. It's queer, it's incomprehensible, it's extraordinary, mused Navagin. It's positively ludicrous. A man has been signing his name here for 13 years and you can't find out who he is. Perhaps it's a joke, perhaps some clerk writes that name as well as his own for fun. And Navagin began examining Fedyukov's signature. The bold, florid signature in the old-fashioned style with twirls and flourishes was utterly unlike the handwriting of the other signatures. It was next below the signature of S.H. Tuchkin, the provincial secretary, a scared, timorous little man who would certainly have died of fright if he had ventured upon such an impudent joke. The mysterious Fedyukov has signed his name again, said Navagin, going in to see his wife. Again, I fail to find out who he is. Madame Navagin was a spiritualist, and so for all phenomena in nature, comprehensible or incomprehensible, she had a very simple explanation. There's nothing extraordinary about it, she said. You don't believe it, of course, but I have said it already and I say it again. There is a great deal in the world that is supernatural, which our feeble intellect can never grasp. I am convinced that this Fedyukov is a spirit who has a sympathy for you. If I were you, I would call him up and ask him what he wants. Nonsense, nonsense. Navagin was free from superstitions, but the phenomenon which interested him was so mysterious that all sorts of uncanny devilry intruded into his mind against his will. All the evening he was imagining that the incognito Fedyukov was the spirit of some long-dead clerk, who had been discharged from the service by Navagin's ancestors and was now revenging himself on their descendant. Or perhaps it was the kinsman of some petty official dismissed by Navagin himself, or of a girl seduced by him. Zir. All night Navagin dreamed of a gaunt old clerk in a shabby uniform, with a face as yellow as a lemon, hair that stood up like a brush, and pewtery eyes. The clerk said something in a sepulchral voice and shook a bony finger at him. And Navagin almost had an attack of inflammation of the brain. For a fortnight he was silent and gloomy and kept walking up and down and thinking. In the end, he overcame his skeptical vanity, and going into his wife's room he said in a hollow voice, "Zina, call up Fedyukov." The spiritualistic lady was delighted. She sent for a sheet of cardboard and a saucer, made her husband sit down beside her, and began upon the magic rites. Fedyukov did not keep them waiting long. "What do you want?" asked Navagin. "Repent," answered the saucer. "What were you on earth?" "A sinner." "There you see," whispered his wife, "and you did not believe." Navagin conversed for a long time with Fedyukov, and then called up Napoleon, Hannibal, Askachensky, his aunt Klavdia Zaharovna, and they all gave him brief but correct answers full of deep significance. He was busy with the saucer for 4 hours, and fell asleep soothed and happy that he had become acquainted with a mysterious world that was new to him. After that he studied spiritualism every day, and at the office, informed the clerks that there was a great deal in nature that was supernatural and marvelous, to which our men of science ought to have turned their attention long ago. Hypnotism, mediumism, bishopism, spiritualism, the fourth dimension, and other misty notions took complete possession of him, so that for whole days at a time, to the great delight of his wife, he read books on spiritualism or devoted himself to the saucer, table-turning, and discussions of supernatural phenomena. At his instigation, all his clerks took up spiritualism, too, and with such ardor that the old managing clerk went out of his mind and one day sent a telegram. Hell. Government House. I feel that I am turning into an evil spirit. What's to be done? Reply paid, Vasily Krinolinsky. After reading several hundreds of treatises on spiritualism, Navagin had a strong desire to write something himself. For 5 months he sat composing, and in the end had written a huge monograph entitled, My Opinion. When he had finished this essay, he determined to send it to a spiritualist journal. The day on which it was intended to dispatch it to the journal was a very memorable one for him. Navagin remembers that on that never-to-be-forgotten day the secretary, who had made a fair copy of his article, and the sacristan of the parish who had been sent for on business, were in his study. Navagin's face was beaming. He looked lovingly at his creation, felt between his fingers how thick it was, and with a happy smile said to the secretary, "I propose, Philip Sergeyevich, to send it registered. It will be safer." And raising his eyes to the sacristan, he said, "I have sent for you on business, my good man. I am putting my youngest son to the high school, and I must have a certificate of baptism. Only could you let me have it quickly?" "Very good, Your Excellency," said the sacristan, bowing. "Very good, I understand." "Can you let me have it by tomorrow?" "Very well, Your Excellency, set your mind at rest. Tomorrow it shall be ready. Will you send someone to the church tomorrow before evening service? I shall be there. Bid him ask for Fedyukov. I am always there." "What?" cried the general, turning pale. "Fedyukov." You are Fedyukov?" asked Navagin, looking at him with wide-open eyes. "Just so, Fedyukov." You signed your name in my hall." "Yes," the sacristan admitted and was overcome with confusion. "When we come with the cross, Your Excellency, to grand gentlemen's houses I always sign my name. I like doing it. Excuse me, but when I see the list of names in the hall I feel an impulse to sign mine." In dumb stupefaction, understanding nothing, hearing nothing, Navagin paced about his study. He touched the curtain over the door, 3 times waved his hands like a June premiere in a ballet when he sees her, gave a whistle and a meaningless smile, and pointed with his finger into space. "So I will send off the article at once, Your Excellency," said the secretary. These words roused Navagin from his stupor. He looked blankly at the secretary, and the sacristan, remembered and stamping, his foot irritably, screamed in a high, breaking tenor. "Leave me in peace. Leave me in peace, I tell you. What you want of me I don't understand." The secretary and the sacristan went out of the study and reached the street, while he was still stamping and shouting. "Leave me in peace. What you want of me I don't understand. Leave me in peace." Strong impressions. It happened not so long ago in the Moscow Circuit Court. The jurymen, left in the court for the night, before lying down to sleep fell into conversation about strong impressions. They were led to this discussion by recalling a witness who, by his own account, had begun to stammer and had gone gray owing to a terrible moment. The jurymen decided that before going to sleep, each one of them should ransack among his memories and tell something that had happened to him. Man's life is brief, but yet there is no man who cannot boast that there have been terrible moments in his past. One juryman told the story of how he was nearly drowned. Another described how, in a place where there were neither doctors nor chemists, he had one night poisoned his own son through giving him zinc vitriol by mistake for soda. The child did not die, but the father nearly went out of his mind. A third, a man not old but in bad health, told how he had twice attempted to commit suicide, the first time by shooting himself and the second time by throwing himself before a train. The fourth, a foppishly dressed, fat little man, told us the following story. "I was not more than 22 or 23 when I fell head over ears in love with my present wife and made her an offer. Now I could with pleasure thrash myself for my early marriage, but at the time, I don't know what would have become of me if Natasha had refused me. My love was absolutely the real thing, just as it is described in novels, frantic, passionate, and so on. My happiness overwhelmed me, and I did not know how to get away from it, and I bored my father and my friends and the servants, continually talking about the fervor of my passion. Happy people are the most sickening bores. I was a fearful bore. I feel ashamed of it even now." Among my friends, there was in those days a young man who was beginning his career as a lawyer. Now he is a lawyer known all over Russia. In those days, he was only just beginning to gain recognition and was not rich and famous enough to be entitled to cut an old friend when he met him. I used to go and see him once or twice a week. We used to loll on sofas and begin discussing philosophy. One day I was lying on his sofa, arguing that there was no more ungrateful profession than that of a lawyer. I tried to prove that as soon as the examination of witnesses is over, the court can easily dispense with both the counsels for the prosecution and for the defense, because they are neither of them necessary and are only in the way. If a grown-up juryman, morally and mentally sane, is convinced that the ceiling is white or that Ivanov is guilty, to struggle with that conviction and to vanquish it is beyond the power of any Demosthenes. Who can convince me that I have a red mustache when I know that it is black? As I listen to an orator, I may perhaps grow sentimental and weep, but my fundamental conviction, based for the most part on unmistakable evidence and fact, is not changed in the least. My lawyer maintained that I was young and foolish, and that I was talking childish nonsense. In his opinion, for one thing, an obvious fact becomes still more obvious through light being thrown upon it by conscientious, well-informed people. For another, talent is an elemental force, a hurricane capable of turning even stones to dust, let alone such trifles as the convictions of artisans and merchants of the Second Guild. It is as hard for human weakness to struggle against talent as to look at the sun without winking or to stop the wind. One simple mortal, by the power of the word, turns thousands of convinced savages to Christianity. Odysseus was a man of the firmest convictions, but he succumbed to the sirens, and so on. All history consists of similar examples, and in life they are met with at every turn. And so it is bound to be, or the intelligent and talented man would have no superiority over the stupid and incompetent. I stuck to my point, and went on maintaining that convictions are stronger than any talent, though, frankly speaking, I could not have defined exactly what I meant by conviction or what I meant by talent. Most likely, I simply talked for the sake of talking. "Take you, for example," said the lawyer. "You are convinced at this moment that your fiancé is an angel and that there is not a man in the whole town happier than you. But I tell you, 10 or 20 minutes would be enough for me to make you sit down to this table and write to your fiancé, breaking off your engagement." I laughed. "Don't laugh, I am speaking seriously," said my friend. "If I choose, in 20 minutes you will be happy at the thought that you need not get married. Goodness knows what talent I have, but you are not one of the strong sort." Well, try it on, said I. No, what for? I am only telling you this. You are a good boy, and it would be cruel to subject you to such an experiment. And besides, I am not in good form today. We sat down to supper. The wine and the thought of Natasha, my beloved, flooded my whole being with youth and happiness. My happiness was so boundless that the lawyer sitting opposite to me with his green eyes seemed to me an unhappy man, so small, so gray. Do try, I persisted. Come, I entreat you. The lawyer shook his head and frowned. Evidently, I was beginning to bore him. I know, he said. After my experiment you will say, thank you, and will call me your savior. But you see, I must think of your fiancée, too. She loves you, your jilting her would make her suffer. And what a charming creature she is. I envy you. The lawyer sighed, sipped his wine, and began talking of how charming my Natasha was. He had an extraordinary gift of description. He could knock you off a regular string of words about a woman's eyelashes or her little finger. I listened to him with relish. I have seen a great many women in my day, he said, but I give you my word of honor, I speak as a friend, your Natasha Andreevna is a pearl a rare girl. Of course she has her defects, many of them, in fact, if you like, but still she is fascinating. And the lawyer began talking of my fiancé's defects. Now I understand very well that he was talking of women in general, of their weak points in general, but at the time it seemed to me that he was talking only of Natasha. He went into ecstasies over her turn-up nose, her shrieks, her shrill laugh, her airs and graces, precisely all the things I so disliked in her. All that was, to his thinking, infinitely sweet, graceful, and feminine. Without my noticing it, he quickly passed from his enthusiastic tone to one of fatherly admonition, and then to a light and derisive one. There was no presiding judge and no one to check the diffusiveness of the lawyer. I had not time to open my mouth. Besides, what could I say? What my friend said was not new. It was what everyone has known for ages, and the whole venom lay not in what he said, but in the damnable form he put it in. It really was beyond anything. As I listened to him, then I learned that the same word has thousands of shades of meaning according to the tone in which it is pronounced, and the form which is given to the sentence. Of course, I cannot reproduce the tone or the form. I can only say that as I listened to my friend and walked up and down the room, I was moved to resentment, indignation, and contempt together with him. I even believed him when with tears in his eyes he informed me that I was a great man, that I was worthy of a better fate, that I was destined to achieve something in the future which marriage would hinder. My friend, he exclaimed, pressing my hand, I beseech you, I adjure you, stop before it is too late. Stop. May heaven preserve you from this strange, cruel mistake. My friend, do not ruin your youth. Believe me or not, as you choose, but the long and the short of it was that I sat down to the table and wrote to my fiancé, breaking off the engagement. As I wrote, I felt relieved that it was not yet too late to rectify my mistake. Sealing the letter, I hastened out into the street to post it. The lawyer himself came with me. Excellent, capital, he applauded me as my letter to Natasha disappeared into the darkness of the box. I congratulate you with all my heart. I am glad for you. After walking a dozen paces with me, the lawyer went on. Of course, marriage has its good points. I, for instance, belong to the class of people to whom marriage and home life is everything. And he proceeded to describe his life, and lay before me all the hideousness of a solitary bachelor existence. He spoke with enthusiasm of his future wife, of the sweets of ordinary family life, and was so eloquent, so sincere in his ecstasies that by the time we had reached his door, I was in despair. What are you doing to me, you horrible man? I said, gasping. You have ruined me. Why did you make me write that cursed letter? I love her, I love her. And I protested my love. I was horrified at my conduct, which now seemed to me wild and senseless. It is impossible, gentlemen, to imagine a more violent emotion than I experienced at that moment. Oh, what I went through, what I suffered. If some kind person had thrust a revolver into my hand at that moment, I should have put a bullet through my brains with pleasure. Come, come, said the lawyer, slapping me on the shoulder, and he laughed. Give over crying. The letter won't reach your fiancé. It was not you who wrote the address, but I, and I muddled it so they won't be able to make it out at the post office. It will be a lesson to you not to argue about what you don't understand. Now, gentlemen, I leave it to the next to speak. The fifth juryman settled himself more comfortably, and had just opened his mouth to begin his story when we heard the clock strike on Spassky Tower. 12, one of the jurymen counted. And into which class, gentlemen, would you put the emotions that are being experienced now by the man we are trying? He, that murderer, is spending the night in a convict cell here in the court, sitting or lying down and of course not sleeping, and throughout the whole sleepless night listening to that chime. What is he thinking of? What visions are haunting him? And the jurymen all suddenly forgot about strong impressions. What their companion, who had once written a letter to his Natasha, had suffered seemed unimportant, even not amusing. And no one said anything more. They began quietly and in silence lying down to sleep. Drunk, a manufacturer called Frolov, a handsome dark man with a round beard and a soft, velvety expression in his eyes, and Almer, his lawyer, an elderly man with a big rough head, were drinking in one of the public rooms of a restaurant on the outskirts of the town. They had both come to the restaurant straight from a ball, and so were wearing dress coats and white ties. Except them and the waiters at the door, there was not a soul in the room. By Frolov's orders, no one else was admitted. They began by drinking a big wine glass of vodka and eating oysters. Good, said Almer. It was I brought oysters into fashion for the first course, my boy. The vodka burns and stings your throat, and you have a voluptuous sensation in your throat when you swallow an oyster. Don't you? A dignified waiter with a shaven upper lip and gray whiskers put a sauce-boat on the table. What's that you are serving? Asked Frolov. Sauce proving kale for the herring, sir. What, is that the way to serve it? Shouted Frolov, not looking into the sauce-boat. Do you call that sauce? You don't know how to wait, you blockhead. Frolov's velvety eyes flashed. He twisted a corner of the tablecloth round his finger, made a slight movement, and the dishes, the candlesticks, and the bottles, all jingling and clattering, fell with a crash on the floor. The waiters, long accustomed to pothouse catastrophes, ran up to the table and began picking up the fragments with grave and unconcerned faces, like surgeons at an operation. How well you know how to manage them, said Almer, and he laughed. But move a little away from the table or you will step in the caviar. Call the engineer here, cried Frolov. This was the name given to a decrepit, doleful old man who really had once been an engineer and very well off. He had squandered all his property and towards the end of his life had got into a restaurant where he looked after the waiters and singers and carried out various commissions relating to the fair sex. Appearing at the summons, he put his head on one side respectfully. Listen, my good man, Frolov said, addressing him. What's the meaning of this disorder? How queerly you fellows wait. Don't you know that I don't like it? Devil take you, I shall give up coming to you. I beg you graciously to excuse it, Alexei Semyonich, said the engineer, laying his hand on his heart. I will take steps immediately, and your slightest wishes shall be carried out in the best and speediest way. Well, that'll do, you can go. The engineer bowed, staggered back, still doubled up, and disappeared through the doorway with a final flash of the false diamonds on his shirt front and fingers. The table was laid again. Almer drank red wine and ate with relish some sort of bird served with truffles, and ordered a matelote of eelpouts and a sterlet with its tail in its mouth. Frolov only drank vodka and ate nothing but bread. He rubbed his face with his open hands, scowled, and was evidently out of humor. Both were silent. There was a stillness. 2 electric lights in opaque shades flickered and hissed as though they were angry. The gypsy girls passed the door, softly humming. One drinks and is none the merrier, said Frolov. The more I pour into myself, the more sober I become. Other people grow festive with vodka, but I suffer from anger, disgusting thoughts, sleeplessness. Why is it, old man, that people don't invent some other pleasure besides drunkenness and debauchery? It's really horrible. You had better send for the gypsy girls. Confound them. The head of an old gypsy woman appeared in the door from the passage. Alexei Semyonich, the gypsies are asking for tea and brandy, said the old woman. May we order it? Yes, answered Frolov. You know they get a percentage from the restaurant keeper for asking the visitors to treat them. Nowadays you can't even believe a man when he asks for vodka. The people are all mean, vile, spoilt. Take these waiters, for instance. They have countenances like professors and gray heads. They get 200 rubles a month. They live in houses of their own and send their girls to the high school, but you may swear at them and give yourself airs as much as you please. For a ruble, the engineer will gulp down a whole pot of mustard and crow like a cock. On my honor, if one of them would take offense, I would make him a present of 1,000 rubles. What's the matter with you? Said Almer, looking at him with surprise. Whence this melancholy? You are red in the face, you look like a wild animal. What's the matter with you? It's horrid, there's one thing I can't get out of my head. It seems as though it is nailed there, and it won't come out. A round little old man, buried in fat and completely bald, wearing a short reefer jacket and lilac waistcoat and carrying a guitar, walked into the room. He made an idiotic face, drew himself up, and saluted like a soldier. "Ah, the parasite," said Frolov. "Let me introduce him, he has made his fortune by grunting like a pig. Come here." He poured vodka, wine, and brandy into a glass, sprinkled pepper and salt into it, mixed it all up, and gave it to the parasite. The latter tossed it off and smacked his lips with gusto. "He's accustomed to drink a mess so that pure wine makes him sick," said Frolov. "Come, parasite, sit down and sing." The old man sat down, touched the strings with his fat fingers, and began singing. Nitka, Nitka, Margaritka. After drinking champagne, Frolov was drunk. He thumped with his fist on the table and said, "Yes, there's something that sticks in my head. It won't give me a minute's peace." "Why, what is it?" "I can't tell you, it's a secret. It's something so private that I could only speak of it in my prayers, but if you like, as a sign of friendship between ourselves, only mind, to no one, no, I'll tell you, it will ease my heart, but for God's sake, listen and forget it." Frolov bent down to Almer, and for a minute breathed in his ear. "I hate my wife," he brought out. The lawyer looked at him with surprise. Yes, my wife, Maria Mihailovna," Frolov muttered, flushing red. "I hate her, and that's all about it." "What for?" "I don't know myself. I've only been married 2 years. I married, as you know, for love, and now I hate her like a mortal enemy, like this parasite here, saving your presence. And there is no cause, no sort of cause. When she sits by me, eats, or says anything, my whole soul boils. I can scarcely restrain myself from being rude to her. It's something one can't describe. To leave her or tell her the truth is utterly impossible because it would be a scandal, and living with her is worse than hell for me. I can't stay at home. I spend my days at business and in the restaurants and spend my nights in dissipation. Come, how is one to explain this hatred? She is not an ordinary woman, but handsome, clever, quiet." The old man stamped his foot and began singing. "I went a walk with a captain bold, and in his ear my secrets told. I must own I always thought that Maria Mihailovna was not at all the right person for you," said Almer after a brief silence, and he heaved a sigh. "Do you mean she is too well educated? I took the gold medal at the commercial school myself. I have been to Paris 3 times. I am not cleverer than you, of course, but I am no more foolish than my wife. No, brother, education is not the sore point. Let me tell you how all the trouble began. It began with my suddenly fancying that she had married me not from love, but for the sake of my money. This idea took possession of my brain. I have done all I could think of, but the cursed thing sticks. And to make it worse, my wife was overtaken with a passion for luxury. Getting into a sack of gold after poverty, she took to flinging it in all directions. She went quite off her head and was so carried away that she used to get through 20,000 every month, and I am a distrustful man. I don't believe in anyone, I suspect everybody, and the more friendly you are to me, the greater my torment. I keep fancying I am being flattered for my money. I trust no one. I am a difficult man, my boy, very difficult." Frolov emptied his glass at one gulp and went on. "But that's all nonsense," he said. "One never ought to speak of it, it's stupid. I am tipsy and I have been chattering, and now you are looking at me with lawyer's eyes, glad you know someone else's secret. Well, let us drop this conversation. Let us drink. I say," he said, addressing a waiter, "is Mustafa here? Fetch him in." Shortly afterwards, there walked into the room a little Tatar boy, aged about 12, wearing a dress coat and white gloves. "Come here," Frolov said to him. "Explain to us the following fact. There was a time when you Tatars conquered us and took tribute from us, but now you serve us as waiters and sell dressing gowns. How do you explain such a change?" Mustafa raised his eyebrows and said in a shrill voice, with a sing-song intonation, "The mutability of destiny." Almer looked at his grave face, and went off into peals of laughter. "Well, give him a ruble," said Frolov. "He is making his fortune out of the mutability of destiny. He is only kept here for the sake of those 2 words. Drink, Mustafa, you will make a great rascal. I mean, it is awful how many of your sort are toadies hanging about rich men. The number of these peaceful bandits and robbers is beyond all reckoning. Shouldn't we send for the gypsies now? Fetch the gypsies along." The gypsies, who had been hanging about wearily in the corridors for a long time, burst with whoops into the room, and a wild orgy began. "Drink," Frolov shouted to them. "Drink, seed of Pharaoh, sing, ah." In the winter time, oh-ho, the sledge was flying. The gypsies sang, whistled, danced. In the frenzy which sometimes takes possession of spoilt and very wealthy men, broad natures, Frolov began to play the fool. He ordered supper and champagne for the gypsies, broke the shade of the electric light, shied bottles at the pictures and looking-glasses, and did it all apparently without the slightest enjoyment, scowling and shouting irritably, with contempt for the people, with an expression of hatred in his eyes and his manners. He made the engineer sing a solo, made the bass singers drink a mixture of wine, vodka, and oil. At 6 o'clock, they handed him the bill. 925 rubles, 40 kopecks, said Almer, and shrugged his shoulders. "What's it for? No, wait, we must go into it." "Stop," muttered Frolov, pulling out his pocketbook. "Well, let them rob me. That's what I'm rich for, to be robbed. You can't get on without parasites. You are my lawyer. You get 6,000 a year out of me, and what for? But excuse me, I don't know what I am saying." As he was returning home with Almer, Frolov murmured, "Going home is awful to me. Yes, there isn't a human being I can open my soul to. They are all robbers, traitors. Oh, why did I tell you my secret? Yes, why? Tell me why." At the entrance to his house, he craned forward towards Almer and, staggering, kissed him on the lips, having the old Moscow habit of kissing indiscriminately on every occasion. "Goodbyes, I am a difficult, hateful man," he said. "A horrid, drunken, shameless life. You are a well-educated, clever man, but you only laugh and drink with me. There's no help from any of you. But if you were a friend to me, if you were an honest man, in reality you ought to have said to me, 'Ugh, you vile, hateful man, you reptile.'" "Come, come," Almer muttered, "go to bed. There is no help from you. The only hope is that, when I am in the country in the summer, I may go out into the fields and a storm come on and the thunder may strike me dead on the spot. Goodbye." Frolov kissed Almer once more and, muttering and dropping asleep as he walked, began mounting the stairs, supported by 2 footmen. The Marshal's widow. On the 1st of February every year, St. Tryphon's Day, there is an extraordinary commotion on the estate of Madame Zavziatov, the widow of Tryphon Lvovich, the late marshal of the district. On that day, the name day of the deceased marshal, the widow Lyubov Petrovna has a requiem service celebrated in his memory, and after the requiem, a thanksgiving to the Lord. The whole district assembles for the service. There you will see Hrumov, the present marshal, Marfitkin, the president of the Zemstvo, Patrushkov, the permanent member of the rural board, the 2 justices of the peace of the district, the police captain, Krinolinov, 2 police superintendents, the district doctor, Dvornyagin, smelling of iodoform, all the landowners, great and small, and so on. There are about 50 people assembled in all. Precisely at 12 o'clock, the visitors, with long faces, make their way from all the rooms to the big hall. There are carpets on the floor and their steps are noiseless, but the solemnity of the occasion makes them instinctively walk on tiptoe, holding out their hands to balance themselves. In the hall everything is already prepared. Father Yevmeny, a little old man in a high faded cap, puts on his black vestments. Concordive, the deacon, already in his vestments, and as red as a crab, is noiselessly turning over the leaves of his missal and putting slips of paper in it. At the door leading to the vestibule, Luka, the sacristan, puffing out his cheeks and making round eyes, blows up the censer. The hall is gradually filled with bluish transparent smoke and the smell of incense. Jellikonski, the elementary schoolmaster, a young man with big pimples on his frightened face, wearing a new greatcoat like a sack, carries round wax candles on a silver-plated tray. The hostess, Lyubov Petrovna, stands in the front by a little table with a dish of funeral rice on it and holds her handkerchief in readiness to her face. There is a profound stillness, broken from time to time by sighs. Everybody has a long, solemn face. The requiem service begins. The blue smoke curls up from the censer and plays in the slanting sunbeams. The lighted candles faintly splutter. The singing, at first harsh and deafening, soon becomes quiet and musical as the choir gradually adapt themselves to the acoustic conditions of the rooms. The tunes are all mournful and sad. The guests are gradually brought to a melancholy mood and grow pensive. Thoughts of the brevity of human life, of mutability, of worldly vanity stray through their brains. They recall the deceased Zavziatov, a thick-set, red-cheeked man who used to drink off a bottle of champagne at one gulp and smash looking glasses with his forehead. And when they sing, "With thy saints, O Lord," and the sobs of their hostess are audible, the guests shift uneasily from one foot to the other. The more emotional begin to feel a tickling in their throat and about their eyelids. Marfitkin, the president of the Zemstvo, to stifle the unpleasant feeling, bends down to the police captain's ear and whispers, "I was at Ivan Fyodorich's yesterday. Pyotr Petrovich and I took all the tricks, playing no trumps. Yes, indeed. Olga Andreevna was so exasperated that her false tooth fell out of her mouth. But at last the eternal memory is sung. Jellikonski respectfully takes away the candles, and the memorial service is over. Thereupon there follows a momentary commotion. There is a changing of vestments and a thanksgiving service. After the thanksgiving, while Father Yevmeny is disrobing, the visitors rub their hands and cough, while their hostess tells some anecdote of the good-heartedness of the deceased Trifon Lvovich. "Pray come to lunch, friends," she says, concluding her story with a sigh. The visitors, trying not to push or tread on each other's feet, hasten into the dining room. There the luncheon is awaiting them. The repast is so magnificent that the Deacon Concordive thinks it his duty every year to fling up his hands as he looks at it, and, shaking his head in amazement, say, "Supernatural. It's not so much like human fare, Father Yevmeny, as offerings to the gods." The lunch is certainly exceptional. Everything that the flora and fauna of the country can furnish is on the table, but the only thing supernatural about it, perhaps, is that on the table there is everything except alcoholic beverages. Lyubov Petrovna has taken a vow never to have in her house cards or spirituous liquors, the two sources of her husband's ruin. And the only bottles contain oil and vinegar, as though in mockery and chastisement of the guests who are to a man desperately fond of the bottle and given to tippling. "Please help yourselves, gentlemen," the Marshal's widow presses them. "Only you must excuse me, I have no vodka. I have none in the house." The guests approach the table and hesitatingly attack the pie, but the progress with eating is slow. In the plying of forks, in the cutting up and munching, there is a certain sloth and apathy. Evidently something is wanting. "I feel as though I had lost something," one of the justices of the peace whispers to the other. "I feel as I did when my wife ran away with the engineer. I can't eat." Marfitkin, before beginning to eat, fumbles for a long time in his pocket and looks for his handkerchief. "Oh, my handkerchief must be in my greatcoat," he recalls in a loud voice, "and here I am looking for it," and he goes into the vestibule where the fur coats are hanging up. He returns from the vestibule with glistening eyes, and at once attacks the pie with relish. "I say, it's horrid munching away with a dry mouth, isn't it?" he whispers to Father Yevmeny. "Go into the vestibule, Father. There's a bottle there in my fur coat. Only mind you are careful, don't make a clatter with the bottle." Father Yevmeny recollects that he has some direction to give to Luka and trips off to the vestibule. "Father, a couple of words in confidence," says Dvornyagin, overtaking him. "You should see the fur coat I've bought myself, gentlemen," Hrumov boasts. "It's worth 1,000 and I gave, you won't believe it, 250, not a farthing more." At any other time, the guests would have greeted this information with indifference, but now they display surprise and incredulity. In the end, they all troop out into the vestibule to look at the fur coat, and go on looking at it till the doctor's man Mikeshka carries 5 empty bottles out on the sly. When the steamed sturgeon is served, Marfitkin remembers that he has left his cigar case in his sledge and goes to the stable. That he may not be lonely on this expedition, he takes with him the deacon, who appropriately feels it necessary to have a look at his horse. On the evening of the same day, Lyubov Petrovna is sitting in her study, writing a letter to an old friend in Petersburg. "Today, as in past years," she writes among other things, "I had a memorial service for my dear husband. All my neighbors came to the service. They are a simple, rough set, but what hearts? I gave them a splendid lunch, but of course, as in previous years, without a drop of alcoholic liquor. Ever since he died from excessive drinking, I have vowed to establish temperance in this district and thereby to expiate his sins. I have begun the campaign for temperance at my own house. Father Yevmeny is delighted with my efforts and helps me both in word and deed. Oh, Machir, if you knew how fond my bears are of me. The president of the Zemstvo, Marfitkin, kissed my hand after lunch, held it a long while to his lips, and wagging his head in an absurd way, burst into tears. So much feeling but no words. Father Yevmeny, that delightful little old man, sat down by me, and looking tearfully at me kept babbling something like a child. I did not understand what he said, but I know how to understand true feeling. The police captain, the handsome man of whom I wrote to you, went down on his knees to me, tried to read me some verses of his own composition. He is a poet, but his feelings were too much for him. He lurched and fell over. That huge giant went into hysterics. You can imagine my delight. The day did not pass without a hitch, however. Poor Alalikin, the president of the Judges' Assembly, a stout and apoplectic man, was overcome by illness and lay on the sofa in a state of unconsciousness for 2 hours. We had to pour water on him. I am thankful to Dr. Dvornyagin. He had brought a bottle of brandy from his dispensary, and he moistened the patient's temples, which quickly revived him, and he was able to be moved. A bad business. Who goes there? No answer. The watchman sees nothing, but through the roar of the wind and the trees distinctly hears someone walking along the avenue ahead of him. A March night, cloudy and foggy, envelopes the earth, and it seems to the watchman that the earth, the sky, and he himself with his thoughts are all merged together into something vast and impenetrably black. He can only grope his way. Who goes there? The watchman repeats, and he begins to fancy that he hears whispering and smothered laughter. Who's there? It's I, friend, answers an old man's voice. But who are you? I's the traveler. What sort of traveler? The watchman cries angrily, trying to disguise his terror by shouting. What the devil do you want here? You go prowling about the graveyard at night, you ruffian. You don't say it's a graveyard here. Why, what else? Of course it's the graveyard, don't you see it is? Oh, Queen of Heaven, there is a sound of an old man sighing. I see nothing, my good soul, nothing. Oh, the darkness, you can't see your hand before your face, it is dark, friend. Oh, woe. But who are you? I am a pilgrim, friend, a wandering man. The devils, the night birds, nice sort of pilgrims, they are drunkards, mutters the watchman, reassured by the tone and size of the stranger. One's tempted to sin by you. They drink the day away and prowl about at night. But I fancy I heard you were not alone. It sounded like 2 or 3 of you. I am alone, friend, alone, quite alone, oh, our sins. The watchman stumbles up against the man and stops. How did you get here? He asks. I have lost my way, good man. I was walking to the Matrivsky mill, and I lost my way. Hugh, is this the road to Matrivsky mill? You sheep's head. For the Matrivsky mill you must keep much more to the left, straight out of the town along the high road. You have been drinking and have gone a couple of miles out of your way. You must have had a drop in the town. I did, friend, truly I did, I won't hide my sins, but how am I to go now? Go straight on and on along this avenue till you can go no farther, and then turn at once to the left and go till you have crossed the whole graveyard right to the gate. There will be a gate there. Open it and go with God's blessing. Mind you don't fall into the ditch. And when you are out of the graveyard, you go all the way by the fields till you come out on the main road. God give you health, friend. May the Queen of Heaven save you and have mercy on you. You might take me along, good man. Be merciful. Lead me to the gate. As though I had the time to waste. Go by yourself. Be merciful, I'll pray for you. I can't see anything. One can't see one's hand before one's face, friend. It's so dark, show me the way, sir. As though I had the time to take you about. If I were to play the nurse to everyone I should never have done. For Christ's sake, take me. I can't see, and I am afraid to go alone through the graveyard. It's terrifying, friend, it's terrifying. I am afraid, good man. There's no getting rid of you, sighs the watchman. All right then, come along. The watchman and the traveler go on together. They walk shoulder to shoulder in silence. A damp, Cutting wind blows straight into their faces, and the unseen trees murmuring and rustling scatter big drops upon them. The path is almost entirely covered with puddles. "There is one thing passes my understanding," says the watchman after a prolonged silence, "how you got here. The gate's locked. Did you climb over the wall? If you did climb over the wall, that's the last thing you would expect of an old man." "I don't know, friend, I don't know. I can't say myself how I got here. It's a visitation. A chastisement of the Lord. Truly a visitation, the evil one confounded me. So you are a watchman here, friend?" "Yes." "The only one for the whole graveyard?" There is such a violent gust of wind that both stop for a minute. Waiting till the violence of the wind abates, the watchman answers. "There are 3 of us, but one is lying ill in a fever and the other's asleep. He and I take turns about." "Ah, to be sure, friend, what a wind, the dead must hear it. It howls like a wild beast, oh woe." "And where do you come from?" "From a distance, friend. I am from Vologda, a long way off. I go from one holy place to another and pray for people. Save me and have mercy upon me, O Lord." The watchman stops for a minute to light his pipe. He stoops down behind the traveler's back and lights several matches. The gleam of the first match lights up for one instant a bit of the avenue on the right, a white tombstone with an angel and a dark cross. The light of the second match, flaring up brightly and extinguished by the wind, flashes like lightning on the left side, and from the darkness nothing stands out but the angle of some sort of trellis. The third match throws light to right and to left, revealing the white tombstone, the dark cross, and the trellis round a child's grave. "The departed sleep, the dear ones sleep," the stranger mutters, sighing loudly. "They all sleep alike, rich and poor, wise and foolish, good and wicked. They are of the same value now, and they will sleep till the last trump. The kingdom of heaven and peace eternal be theirs. Here we are walking along now, but the time will come when we shall be lying here ourselves," says the watchman. To be sure, we shall all. There is no man who will not die, oh. Our doings are wicked, our thoughts are deceitful. Sins, my soul accursed, ever covetous, my belly greedy and lustful. I have angered the Lord, and there is no salvation for me in this world and the next. I am deep in sins like a worm in the earth. Yes, and you have to die. You are right there. Death is easier for a pilgrim than for fellows like us, says the watchman. There are pilgrims of different sorts. There are the real ones who are God-fearing men and watch over their own souls, and there are such as stray about the graveyard at night and are a delight to the devils. Yees! There's one who is a pilgrim could give you a crack on the pate with an axe if he liked and knock the breath out of you. What are you talking like that for? Oh, nothing. Why, I fancy here's the gate. Yes, it is. Open it, good man. The watchman, feeling his way, opens the gate, leads the pilgrim out by the sleeve, and says, "Here's the end of the graveyard. Now you must keep on through the open fields till you get to the main road. Only close here there will be the boundary ditch, don't fall in. And when you come out onto the road, turn to the right and keep on till you reach the mill." "Oh, whoa," sighs the pilgrim after a pause, "and now I am thinking that I have no cause to go to Mitrivsky Mill. Why the devil should I go there? I had better stay a bit with you here, sir." "What do you want to stay with me for?" "Oh, it's merrier with you." "So you've found a merry companion, have you? You, pilgrim, are fond of a joke, I see." "To be sure I am," says the stranger, with a hoarse chuckle. "Ah, my dear good man, I bet you will remember the pilgrim many a long year." "Why should I remember you?" "Why, I've got round you so smartly. Am I a pilgrim? I am not a pilgrim at all." "What are you then?" "A dead man. I've only just got out of my coffin. Do you remember Gubaryev, the locksmith, who hanged himself in Carnival Week? Well, I am Gubaryev himself." "Tell us something else." The watchman does not believe him, but he feels all over such a cold, oppressive terror that he starts off and begins hurriedly feeling for the gate. "Stop, where are you off to?" says the stranger, clutching him by the arm. Aya, what a fellow you are. How can you leave me all alone?" "Let go," cries the watchman, trying to pull his arm away. "Stow up, I bid you stop, and you stop. Don't struggle, you dirty dog. If you want to stay among the living, stop and hold your tongue till I tell you. It's only that I don't care to spill blood, or you would have been a dead man long ago, you scurvy rascal. Stop." The watchman's knees give way under him. In his terror, he shuts his eyes and, trembling all over, huddles close to the wall. He would like to call out, but he knows his cries would not reach any living thing. The stranger stands beside him and holds him by the arm. 3 minutes pass in silence. One's in a fever, another's asleep, and the third is seeing pilgrims on their way, mutters the stranger. Capital watchmen, they are worth their salary. Yees, brother, thieves have always been cleverer than watchmen. Stand still, don't stir. 5 minutes, 10 minutes pass in silence. All at once the wind brings the sound of a whistle. Well, now you can go, says the stranger, releasing the watchman's arm. Go and thank God you are alive. The stranger gives a whistle too, runs away from the gate, and the watchman hears him leap over the ditch. With a foreboding of something very dreadful in his heart, the watchman, still trembling with terror, opens the gate irresolutely and runs back with his eyes shut. At the turning into the main avenue, he hears hurried footsteps, and someone asks him, in a hissing voice, "Is that you, Timofey? Where is Mitka?" And after running the whole length of the main avenue, he notices a little dim light in the darkness. The nearer he gets to the light, the more frightened he is, and the stronger his foreboding of evil. It looks as though the light were in the church, he thinks. And how can it have come there? Save me and have mercy on me, Queen of Heaven, and that it is. The watchman stands for a minute before the broken window and looks with horror towards the altar. A little wax candle, which the thieves had forgotten to put out, flickers in the wind that bursts in at the window and throws dim red patches of light on the vestments flung about and a cupboard overturned on the floor, on numerous footprints near the high altar and the altar of offerings. A little time passes, and the howling wind sends floating over the churchyard the hurried, uneven clangs of the alarm bell. In the court, at the district town of N, in the cinnamon-colored government house in which the Zemstvo, the sessional meetings of the justices of the peace, the rural board, the liquor board, the military board, and many others sit by turns, the circuit court was in session on one of the dull days of autumn. Of the above-mentioned cinnamon-colored house, a local official had wittily observed, "Here is Justicia, here is Politia, here is Militia regular boarding school of high-born young ladies." But as the saying is, too many cooks spoil the broth. And probably that is why the house strikes, oppresses, and overwhelms a fresh unofficial visitor with its dismal barrack-like appearance, its decrepit condition, and the complete absence of any kind of comfort, external or internal. Even on the brightest spring days it seems wrapped in a dense shade, and on clear moonlight nights, when the trees and the little dwelling houses merged in one blur of shadow seem plunged in quiet slumber, it alone absurdly and inappropriately towers, an oppressive mass of stone, above the modest landscape, spoils the general harmony, and keeps sleepless vigil as though it could not escape from burdensome memories of past unforgiven sins. Inside it is like a barn and extremely unattractive. It is strange to see how readily these elegant lawyers, members of committees, and marshals of nobility, who in their own homes will make a scene over the slightest fume from the stove, or stain on the floor, resign themselves here to whirring ventilation wheels, the disgusting smell of fumigating candles, and the filthy, forever perspiring walls. The sitting of the circuit court began between 9 and 10. The program of the day was promptly entered upon, with noticeable haste. The cases came on one after another and ended quickly, like a church service without a choir, so that no mind could form a complete picture of all this party-colored mass of faces, movements, words, misfortunes, true sayings, and lies, all racing by like a river in flood. By 2 o'clock a great deal had been done. 2 prisoners had been sentenced to service in convict battalions, one of the privileged class had been sentenced to deprivation of rights and imprisonment, one had been acquitted, one case had been adjourned. At precisely 2 o'clock, the presiding judge announced that the case of the peasant Nikolai Harlamov, charged with the murder of his wife, would next be heard. The composition of the court remained the same as it had been for the preceding case, except that the place of the defending counsel was filled by a new personage, a beardless young graduate in a coat with bright buttons. The president gave the order, "Bring in the prisoner." But the prisoner, who had been got ready beforehand, was already walking to his bench. He was a tall, thick-set peasant of about 55, completely bald, with an apathetic, hairy face and a big red beard. He was followed by a frail-looking little soldier with a gun. Just as he was reaching the bench, the escort had a trifling mishap. He stumbled and dropped the gun out of his hands, but caught it at once before it touched the ground, knocking his knee violently against the butt end as he did so. A faint laugh was audible in the audience. Either from the pain or perhaps from shame at his awkwardness, the soldier flushed a dark red. After the customary questions to the prisoner, the shuffling of the jury, the calling over and swearing in of the witnesses, the reading of the charge began. The narrow-chested, pale-faced secretary, far too thin for his uniform, and with sticking plaster on his cheek, read it in a low, thick bass, rapidly like a sacristan, without raising or dropping his voice, as though afraid of exerting his lungs. He was seconded by the ventilation wheel whirring indefatigably behind the judge's table, and the result was a sound that gave a drowsy, narcotic character to the stillness of the hall. The president, a short-sighted man, not old but with an extremely exhausted face, sat in his armchair without stirring and held his open hand near his brow as though screening his eyes from the sun. To the droning of the ventilation wheel and the secretary he meditated. When the secretary paused for an instant to take breath on beginning a new page, he suddenly started and looked round at the court with lusterless eyes, then bent down to the ear of the judge next to him and asked with a sigh, "Are you putting up at Demyanov's, Matvey Petrovitch?" "Yes, at Demyanov's," answered the other, starting too. "Next time I shall probably put up there too. It's really impossible to put up at Tipyakov's. There's noise and uproar all night, knocking, coughing, children crying. It's impossible." The assistant prosecutor, a fat, well-nourished, dark man with gold spectacles, with a handsome, well-groomed beard, sat motionless as a statue, with his cheek propped on his fist, reading Byron's Cain. His eyes were full of eager attention, and his eyebrows rose higher and higher with wonder. From time to time he dropped back in his chair, gazed without interest straight before him for a minute, and then buried himself in his reading again. The counsel for the defense moved the blunt end of his pencil about the table and mused with his head on one side. His youthful face expressed nothing but the frigid immovable boredom which is commonly seen on the face of schoolboys and men on duty who are forced from day to day to sit in the same place, to see the same faces, the same walls. He felt no excitement about the speech he was to make, and indeed what did that speech amount to? On instructions from his superiors in accordance with long-established routine, he would fire it off before the jurymen, without passion or ardor, feeling that it was colorless and boring, and then gallop through the mud and the rain to the station, thence to the town, shortly to receive instructions to go off again to some district to deliver another speech. It was a bore. At first the prisoner turned pale and coughed nervously into his sleeve, but soon the stillness, the general monotony and boredom infected him too. He looked with dull-witted respectfulness at the judges' uniforms, at the weary faces of the jurymen, and blinked calmly. The surroundings and procedure of the court, the expectation of which had so weighed on his soul while he was awaiting them in prison, now had the most soothing effect on him. What he met here was not at all what he could have expected. The charge of murder hung over him, and yet here he met with neither threatening faces, nor indignant looks, nor loud phrases about retribution, nor sympathy for his extraordinary fate. Not one of those who were judging him looked at him with interest or for long. The dingy windows and walls, the voice of the secretary, the attitude of the prosecutor were all saturated with official indifference and produced an atmosphere of frigidity, as though the murderer were simply an official property, or as though he were not being judged by living men, but by some unseen machine, set going, goodness knows how or by whom. The peasant, reassured, did not understand that the men here were as accustomed to the dramas and tragedies of life, and were as blunted by the sight of them as hospital attendants are at the sight of death, and that the whole horror and hopelessness of his position lay just in this mechanical indifference. It seemed that if he were not to sit quietly, but to get up and begin beseeching, appealing with tears for their mercy, bitterly repenting, that if he were to die of despair it would all be shattered against blunted nerves and the callousness of custom, like waves against a rock. When the secretary finished, the president for some reason passed his hands over the table before him, looked for some time with his eyes screwed up towards the prisoner, and then asked, speaking languidly, "Prisoner at the bar, do you plead guilty to having murdered your wife on the evening of the 9th of June?" "No, sir," answered the prisoner, getting up and holding his gown over his chest. After this, the court proceeded hurriedly to the examination of witnesses. 2 peasant women and 5 men and the village policeman who had made the inquiry were questioned. All of them, mud-bespattered, exhausted with their long walk and waiting in the witnesses' room, gloomy and dispirited, gave the same evidence. They testified that Harlamov lived well with his old woman like anyone else, that he never beat her except when he had had a drop. That on the 9th of June, when the sun was setting, the old woman had been found in the porch with her skull broken, that beside her in a pool of blood lay an axe. When they looked for Nikolay to tell him of the calamity, he was not in his hut or in the streets. They ran all over the village, looking for him. They went to all the pothouses and huts, but could not find him. He had disappeared, and 2 days later came of his own accord to the police office, pale, with his clothes torn, trembling all over. He was bound and put in the lockup. "Prisoner," said the president, addressing Harlamov, "cannot you explain to the court where you were during the 3 days following the murder?" "I was wandering about the fields, neither eating nor drinking." "Why did you hide yourself, if it was not you that committed the murder?" "I was frightened. I was afraid I might be judged guilty." "Aha, good, sit down." The last to be examined was the district doctor, who had made a post-mortem on the old woman. He told the court all that he remembered of his report at the post-mortem, and all that he had succeeded in thinking of on his way to the court that morning. The president screwed up his eyes at his new glossy black suit, at his foppish cravat, at his moving lips. He listened, and in his mind the languid thought seemed to spring up of itself. Everyone wears a short jacket nowadays. Why has he had his made long? Why long and not short? The circumspect creak of boots was audible behind the president's back. It was the assistant prosecutor going up to the table to take some papers. "Mihail Vladimirovich," said the assistant prosecutor, bending down to the president's ear, amazingly slovenly the way that Koreysky conducted the investigation. The prisoner's brother was not examined, the village elder was not examined, there's no making anything out of his description of the hut. "It can't be helped, said the president, sinking back in his chair. "He's a wreck, dropping to bits." "By the way," whispered the assistant prosecutor, "look at the audience in the front row, the third from the right. A face like an actor's. That's the local Croesus. He has a fortune of something like 50,000. Really, you wouldn't guess it from his appearance. Well, dear boy, shouldn't we have a break? We will finish the case for the prosecution, and then—" "As you think best." "Well," the president raised his eyes to the doctor, "so you consider that death was instantaneous?" "Yes, in consequence of the extent of the injury to the brain substance." When the doctor had finished, the president gazed into the space between the prosecutor and the counsel for the defense and suggested, "Have you any questions to ask?" The assistant prosecutor shook his head negatively, without lifting his eyes from Cain. The counsel for the defense unexpectedly stirred, and clearing his throat, asked, "Tell me, doctor, can you from the dimensions of the wound form any theory as to the mental condition of the criminal? That is, I mean, does the extent of the injury justify the supposition that the accused was suffering from temporary aberration?" The president raised his drowsy, indifferent eyes to the counsel for the defense. The assistant prosecutor tore himself from Cain and looked at the president. They merely looked, but there was no smile, no surprise, no perplexity. Their faces expressed nothing. "Perhaps," the doctor hesitated, "if one considers the force with which the criminal strikes the blow. However, excuse me, I don't quite understand your question." The counsel for the defense did not get an answer to his question, and indeed he did not feel the necessity of one. It was clear even to himself that that question had strayed into his mind and found utterance simply through the effect of the stillness, the boredom, the whirring ventilator wheels. When they had got rid of the doctor, the court rose to examine the material evidences. The first thing examined was the full-skirted coat, upon the sleeve of which there was a dark brownish stain of blood. Harlamov, on being questioned as to the origin of the stain, stated, 3 days before my old woman's death, Chekhov bled his horse. I was there, I was helping to be sure, and got smeared with it. But Chekhov has just given evidence that he does not remember that you were present at the bleeding." "I can't tell about that." "Sit down." They proceeded to examine the axe with which the old woman had been murdered. "That's not my axe," the prisoner declared. "Whose is it then?" "I can't tell, I hadn't an axe." A peasant can't get on for a day without an axe. And your neighbor Ivan Timofeyich, with whom you mended a sledge, has given evidence that it is your axe. "I can't say about that, but I swear before God Harlamov held out his hand before him and spread out the fingers, before the living God. And I don't remember how long it is since I did have an axe of my own. I did have one like that, only a bit smaller, but my son Proher lost it. 2 years before he went into the army, he drove off to fetch wood, got drinking with the fellows, and lost it." "Good, sit down." This systematic distrust and disinclination to hear him probably irritated and offended Harlamov. He blinked, and red patches came out on his cheekbones. "I swear in the sight of God," he went on, craning his neck forward. "If you don't believe me, be pleased to ask my son Proher. Proshka, what did you do with the axe?" he suddenly asked in a rough voice, turning abruptly to the soldier escorting him. "Where is it?" It was a painful moment. Everyone seemed to wince and, as it were, shrink together. The same fearful, incredible thought flashed like lightning through every head in the court, the thought of possibly fatal coincidence, and not one person in the court dared to look at the soldier's face. Everyone refused to trust his thought and believed that he had heard wrong. "Prisoner, conversation with the guards is forbidden," the president made haste to say. No one saw the escort's face, and horror passed over the hall unseen as in a mask. The usher of the court got up quietly from his place and, tiptoeing with his hand held out to balance himself, went out of the court. Half a minute later, there came the muffled sounds and footsteps that accompany the change of guard. All raised their heads and, trying to look as though nothing had happened, went on with their work. "Boots." A piano tuner called Merkin, a close-shaven man with a yellow face, with a nose stained with snuff and cotton wool in his ears, came out of his hotel room into the passage and in a cracked voice cried, "Semyon, waiter." And looking at his frightened face, one might have supposed that the ceiling had fallen in on him or that he had just seen a ghost in his room. "Upon my word, Semyon," he cried, seeing the attendant running towards him. "What is the meaning of it? I am a rheumatic, delicate man, and you make me go barefoot. Why is it you don't give me my boots all this time? Where are they?" Semyon went into Merkin's room, looked at the place where he was in the habit of putting the boots he had cleaned, and scratched his head. The boots were not there. "Where can they be, the damn things?" Semyon brought out. "I fancy I cleaned them in the evening and put them here. Yesterday I must own I had a drop. I must have put them in another room, I suppose. That must be it, Afanasy Yegorich, they are in another room, there are lots of boots, and how the devil is one to know them apart when one is drunk and does not know what one is doing? I must have taken them into the lady that's next door, the actress. And now, if you please, I am to go into a lady and disturb her all through you. Here, if you please, through this foolishness I am to wake up a respectable woman." Sighing and coughing, Merkin went to the door of the next room and cautiously tapped. "Who's there?" he heard a woman's voice a minute later. "It's I," Merkin began in a plaintive voice, standing in the attitude of a cavalier addressing a lady of the highest society. "Pardon my disturbing you, madam, but I am a man in delicate health, rheumatic. The doctors, madam, have ordered me to keep my feet warm, especially as I have to go at once to tune the piano at Madame la Generale Chevalitsyn's. I can't go to her barefoot." "But what do you want? What piano?" "Not a piano, madam. It is in reference to boots. Semyon, stupid fellow, cleaned my boots and put them by mistake in your room. Be so extremely kind, madam, as to give me my boots." There was a sound of rustling, of jumping off the bed and the flapping of slippers, after which the door opened slightly and a plump feminine hand flung at Merkin's feet a pair of boots. The piano tuner thanked her and went into his own room. "Odd," he muttered, putting on the boots. "It seems as though this is not the right boot. Why, here are 2 left boots. Both are for the left foot. I say, Semyon, these are not my boots. My boots have red tags and no patches on them, and these are in holes and have no tags." Semyon picked up the boots, turned them over several times before his eyes, and frowned. "Those are Pavel Alexandrich's boots," he grumbled, squinting at them. He squinted with the left eye. "What Pavel Alexandrich?" "The actor, he comes here every Tuesday. He must have put on yours instead of his own. So I must have put both pairs in her room, his and yours. Here's a go. Then go and change them. That's all right, sniggered Semyon. Go and change them. Where am I to find him now? He went off an hour ago. Go and look for the wind in the fields. Where does he live then? Who can tell? He comes here every Tuesday, and where he lives I don't know. He comes and stays the night, and then you may wait till next Tuesday. There, do you see, you brute, what you have done? Why, what am I to do now? It is time I was at Madame la General-Chevalitzin's, you anathema. My feet are frozen. You can change the boots before long. Put on these boots, go about in them till the evening, and in the evening go to the theater. Ask there for Blistinov, the actor. If you don't care to go to the theater, you will have to wait till next Tuesday. He only comes here on Tuesdays. But why are there 2 boots for the left foot? Asked the piano tuner, picking up the boots with an air of disgust. What god has sent him that he wears? Through poverty, where is an actor to get boots? I said to him, what boots, Pavel Alexandrich, they are a positive disgrace? And he said, hold your peace, says he, and turn pale. In those very boots, says he, I have played counts and princes. A queer lot. Artists, that's the only word for them. If I were the governor or anyone in command, I would get all these actors together and clap them all in prison. Continually sighing and groaning and knitting his brows, Merkin drew the 2 left boots onto his feet and set off, limping, to Madame la General-Chevalitzin's. He went about the town all day long tuning pianos, and all day long it seemed to him that everyone was looking at his feet and seeing his patched boots with heels worn down at the sides. Apart from his moral agonies, he had to suffer physically also. The boots gave him a corn. In the evening he was at the theater. There was a performance of Bluebeard. It was only just before the last act, and then only thanks to the good offices of a man he knew who played a flute in the orchestra that he gained admittance behind the scenes. Going to the men's dressing room, he found there all the male performers. Some were changing their clothes, others were painting their faces, others were smoking. Bluebeard was standing with King Bobish, showing him a revolver. You had better buy it, said Bluebeard. I bought it at Kursk, a bargain, for 8 rubles, but there, I will let you have it for 6. A wonderfully good one. Steady, it's loaded, you know. Can I see Mr. Blistinov? The piano tuner asked as he went in. I am he, said Bluebeard, turning to him. What do you want? Excuse my troubling you, sir, began the piano tuner in an imploring voice, but, believe me, I am a man in delicate health, rheumatic. The doctors have ordered me to keep my feet warm. But speaking plainly, what do you want? You see, said the piano tuner, addressing Bluebeard. You stayed last night at Budev's furnished apartments, number 64. What's this nonsense? Said King Bobish with a grin. My wife is at No. 64. Your wife, sir, delighted. Merkin smiled. It was she, your good lady, who gave me this gentleman's boots. After this gentleman, the piano tuner indicated Blistinov had gone away, I missed my boots. I called the waiter, you know, and he said, I left your boots in the next room. By mistake, being in a state of intoxication, he left my boots as well as yours at 64, said Merkin, turning to Blistinov, and when you left this gentleman's lady you put on mine. What are you talking about? Said Blistinov, and he scowled. Have you come here to libel me? Not at all, sir, God forbid. You misunderstand me. What am I talking about? About boots. You did stay the night at number 64, didn't you? When? Last night. Why did you see me there? No, sir, I didn't see you, said Merkin in great confusion, sitting down and taking off the boots. I did not see you, but this gentleman's lady threw out your boots here to me, instead of mine. What right have you, sir, to make such assertions? I say nothing about myself, but you are slandering a woman, and in the presence of her husband, too. A fearful hubbub arose behind the scenes. King Bobish, the injured husband, suddenly turned crimson and brought his fist down upon the table with such violence that 2 actresses in the next dressing room felt faint. And you believe it? Cried Bluebeard. You believe this worthless rascal? Oh, would you like me to kill him like a dog? Would you like it? I will turn him into a beefsteak. I'll blow his brains out. And all the persons who were promenading that evening in the town park by the summer theater described to this day how just before the 4th act they saw a man with bare feet, a yellow face, and terror-stricken eyes dart out of the theater and dash along the principal avenue. He was pursued by a man in the costume of Bluebeard, armed with a revolver. What happened later no one saw. All that is known is that Merkin was confined to his bed for a fortnight after his acquaintance with Blistonov, and that to the words, "I am a man in delicate health, rheumatic," he took to adding, "I am a wounded man." Joy. It was 12 o'clock at night. Mitya Koldarov, with excited face and ruffled hair, flew into his parents' flat and hurriedly ran through all the rooms. His parents had already gone to bed. His sister was in bed, finishing the last page of a novel. His schoolboy brothers were asleep. "Where have you come from?" cried his parents in amazement. "What is the matter with you?" "Oh, don't ask. I never expected it. No, I never expected it. It's positively incredible." Mitya laughed and sank into an armchair, so overcome by happiness that he could not stand on his legs. "It's incredible, you can't imagine, look." His sister jumped out of bed and, throwing a quilt round her, went into her brother. The schoolboys woke up. "What's the matter? You don't look like yourself." "It's because I am so delighted, Mama. Do you know, now all Russia knows of me? All Russia. Till now only you knew that there was a registration clerk called Dmitry Koldarov, and now all Russia knows it, Mama. Oh, Lord." Mitya jumped up, ran up and down all the rooms, and then sat down again. "Why, what has happened? Tell us sensibly." "You live like wild beasts, you don't read the newspapers and take no notice of what's published, and there's so much that is interesting in the papers. If anything happens it's all known at once, nothing is hidden. How happy I am. Oh, Lord. You know, it's only celebrated people whose names are published in the papers, and now they have gone and published mine." "What do you mean? Where?" The papa turned pale. The mama glanced at the holy image and crossed herself. The schoolboys jumped out of bed and, just as they were, in short nightshirts, went up to their brother. "Yes, my name has been published. Now all Russia knows of me. Keep the paper, Mama, in memory of it. We will read it sometimes. Look." Mitya pulled out of his pocket a copy of the paper, gave it to his father, and pointed with his finger to a passage marked with blue pencil. "Read it." The father put on his spectacles. "Do read it." The mama glanced at the holy image and crossed herself. The papa cleared his throat and began to read. At 11 o'clock on the evening of the 29th of December, a registration clerk of the name of Dmitry Koldarov. You see, go on." A registration clerk of the name of Dmitry Koldarov, coming from the beer shop in Kazyhin's buildings in Little Branya in an intoxicated condition. "That's me and Semyon Petrovich. It's all described exactly. Go on, listen." Intoxicated condition, slipped and fell under a horse belonging to a sledge driver, a peasant of the village of Durakino in the Yunovsky district, called Ivan Drotov. The frightened horse, stepping over Koldarov and drawing the sledge over him, together with a Moscow merchant of the second guild called Stepan Lukov, who was in it, dashed along the street and was caught by some house boarders. Koldarov, at first in an unconscious condition, was taken to the police station and there examined by the doctor. The blow he had received on the back of his head. It was from the shaft, Papa. Go on, read the rest. He had received on the back of his head turned out not to be serious. The incident was duly reported. Medical aid was given to the injured man. They told me to foment the back of my head with cold water. You have read it now? Ah, so you see, now it's all over Russia. Give it here. Mitya seized the paper, folded it up and put it into his pocket. I'll run round to the Makarovs and show it to them. I must show it to the Ivanitskys too, Nastasia Ivanovna and Anisim Vasilyich. I'll run, goodbye. Mitya put on his cap with its cockade and, joyful and triumphant, ran into the street. Ladies. Fyodor Petrovich, the director of elementary schools in the N district, who considered himself a just and generous man, was one day interviewing in his office a schoolmaster called Vremensky. "No, Mr. Vremensky," he was saying, "your retirement is inevitable. You cannot continue your work as a schoolmaster with a voice like that. How did you come to lose it?" "I drank cold beer when I was in a perspiration," hissed the schoolmaster. What a pity. After a man has served 14 years, such a calamity all at once. The idea of a career being ruined by such a trivial thing. What are you intending to do now? The schoolmaster made no answer. "Are you a family man?" asked the director. "A wife and 2 children, Your Excellency," hissed the schoolmaster. A silence followed. The director got up from the table and walked to and fro in perturbation. "I cannot think what I am going to do with you," he said. "A teacher you cannot be, and you are not yet entitled to a pension. To abandon you to your fate and leave you to do the best you can is rather awkward. We look on you as one of our men, you have served 14 years, so it is our business to help you. But how are we to help you? What can I do for you? Put yourself in my place. What can I do for you?" A silence followed. The director walked up and down, still thinking, and Vremensky, overwhelmed by his trouble, sat on the edge of his chair, and he, too, thought. All at once the director began beaming and even snapped his fingers. "I wonder I did not think of it before," he began rapidly. "Listen, this is what I can offer you. Next week our secretary at the home is retiring. If you like, you can have his place. There you are." Vremensky, not expecting such good fortune, beamed too. "That's capital," said the director. "Write the application today." Dismissing Vremensky, Fyodor Petrovitch felt relieved and even gratified. The bent figure of the hissing schoolmaster was no longer confronting him, and it was agreeable to recognize that in offering a vacant post to Vremensky, he had acted fairly and conscientiously, like a good-hearted and thoroughly decent person. But this agreeable state of mind did not last long. When he went home and sat down to dinner, his wife, Nastasia Ivanovna, said suddenly, "Oh yes, I was almost forgetting. Nina Sergeyevna came to see me yesterday and begged for your interest on behalf of a young man. I am told there is a vacancy in our home." "Yes, but the post has already been promised to someone else," said the director, and he frowned. "And you know my rule, I never give posts through patronage." "I know, but for Nina Sergeyevna, I imagine you might make an exception. She loves us as though we were relations, and we have never done anything for her. And don't think of refusing, Fedya. You will wound both her and me with your whims." "Who is it that she is recommending?" "Palzyuhin." "What Palzyuhin? Is it that fellow who played Tchatsky at the party on New Year's Day? Is it that gentleman? Not on any account." The director left off eating. "Not on any account," he repeated. "Heaven preserve us." "But why not?" "Understand, my dear, that if a young man does not set to work directly, but through women, he must be good for nothing. Why doesn't he come to me himself?" After dinner, the director lay on the sofa in his study and began reading the letters and newspapers he had received. "Dear Fyodor Petrovitch," wrote the wife of the mayor of the town, "you once said that I knew the human heart and understood people. Now you have an opportunity of verifying this in practice. K.N. Palzyuhin, whom I know to be an excellent young man, will call upon you in a day or two to ask you for the post of secretary at our home. He is a very nice youth. If you take an interest in him, you will be convinced of it." And so on. "On no account," was the director's comment. "Heaven preserve me." After that, not a day passed without the directors receiving letters recommending Palzyuhin. One fine morning, Palzyuhin himself, a stout young man with a close-shaven face like a jockey's, in a new black suit, made his appearance. "I see people on business not here but at the office," said the director dryly, on hearing his request. "Forgive me, Your Excellency, but our common acquaintances advised me to come here." Growled the director, looking with hatred at the pointed toes of the young man's shoes. "To the best of my belief, your father is a man of property and you are not in want," he said. "What induces you to ask for this post? The salary is very trifling." "It's not for the sake of the salary. It's a government post anyway." "It strikes me that within a month you will be sick of the job and you will give it up, and meanwhile there are candidates for whom it would be a career for life. There are poor men for whom—" "I shan't get sick of it, Your Excellency," Palzyuhin interposed. "Honor bright, I will do my best." It was too much for the director. "Tell me," he said, smiling contemptuously, "why was it you didn't apply to me direct, but thought fitting instead to trouble ladies as a preliminary?" "I didn't know that it would be disagreeable to you," Palzyuhin answered, and he was embarrassed. "But, Your Excellency, if you attach no significance to letters of recommendation, I can give you a testimonial." He drew from his pocket a letter and handed it to the director. At the bottom of the testimonial, which was written in official language and handwriting, stood the signature of the governor. Everything pointed to the governor's having signed it unread, simply to get rid of some importunate lady. "There's nothing for it, I bow to his authority. I obey," said the director, reading the testimonial, and he heaved a sigh. "Send in your application tomorrow. There's nothing to be done." And when Palsuhin had gone out, the director abandoned himself to a feeling of repulsion. "Sneak," he hissed, pacing from one corner to the other. "He has got what he wanted, one way or the other, the good-for-nothing toady, making up to the ladies. Reptile, creature." The director spat loudly in the direction of the door by which Palsuhin had departed, and was immediately overcome with embarrassment. For at that moment, a lady, the wife of the superintendent of the provincial treasury, walked in at the door. "I've come for a tiny minute," began the lady. "Sit down, friend, and listen to me attentively. Well, I've been told you have a post vacant. Today or tomorrow you will receive a visit from a young man called Palsuhin." The lady chattered on, while the director gazed at her with lusterless, stupefied eyes like a man on the point of fainting, gazed and smiled from politeness. And the next day when Vremensky came to his office, it was a long time before the director could bring himself to tell the truth. He hesitated, was incoherent, and could not think how to begin or what to say. He wanted to apologize to the schoolmaster, to tell him the whole truth, but his tongue halted like a drunkard's, his ears burned, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with vexation and resentment that he should have to play such an absurd part in his own office, before his subordinate. He suddenly brought his fist down on the table, leaped up, and shouted angrily, "I have no post for you. I have not, and that's all about it. Leave me in peace. Don't worry me. Be so good as to leave me alone." And he walked out of the office. A peculiar man. Between 12 and 1 at night, a tall gentleman, wearing a top hat and a coat with a hood, stops before the door of Maria Petrovna Koshkin, a midwife and an old maid. Neither face nor hand can be distinguished in the autumn darkness, but in the very manner of his coughing and the ringing of the bell a certain solidity, positiveness, and even impressiveness can be discerned. After the third ring the door opens and Maria Petrovna herself appears. She has a man's overcoat flung on over her white petticoat. The little lamp with the green shade which she holds in her hand throws a greenish light over her sleepy, freckled face, her scraggy neck, and the lank, reddish hair that strays from under her cap. "Can I see the midwife?" asks the gentleman. "I am the midwife. What do you want?" The gentleman walks into the entry, and Maria Petrovna sees facing her a tall, well-made man, no longer young, but with a handsome, severe face and bushy whiskers. "I am a collegiate assessor. My name is Kuryakov," he says. "I came to fetch you to my wife. Only please make haste." "Very good," the midwife assents. "I'll dress at once, and I must trouble you to wait for me in the parlor." Kuryakov takes off his overcoat and goes into the parlor. The greenish light of the lamp lies sparsely on the cheap furniture in patched white covers, on the pitiful flowers, and the posts on which ivy is trained. There is a smell of geranium and carbolic. The little clock on the wall ticks timidly, as though abashed at the presence of a strange man. "I am ready," says Maria Petrovna, coming into the room 5 minutes later, dressed, washed, and ready for action. "Let us go." "Yes, you must make haste," says Kuryakov. "And, by the way, it is not out of place to inquire what do you ask for your services." "I really don't know," says Maria Petrovna with an embarrassed smile. "As much as you will give." "No, I don't like that," says Kuryakov, looking coldly and steadily at the midwife. "An arrangement beforehand is best. I don't want to take advantage of you, and you don't want to take advantage of me. To avoid misunderstandings, it is more sensible for us to make an arrangement beforehand. I really don't know, there is no fixed price. I work myself and am accustomed to respect the work of others. I don't like injustice. It will be equally unpleasant to me if I pay you too little, or if you demand from me too much, and so I insist on your naming your charge." "Well, there are such different charges." In view of your hesitation, which I fail to understand, I am constrained to fix the sum myself. I can give you 2 rubles. "Good gracious, upon my word," says Maria Petrovna, turning crimson and stepping back. "I am really ashamed. Rather than take 2 rubles, I will come for nothing. 5 rubles if you like." 2 rubles, not a kopeck more. I don't want to take advantage of you, but I do not intend to be overcharged. As you please, but I am not coming for 2 rubles. But by law, you have not the right to refuse. Very well, I will come for nothing. I won't have you for nothing. All work ought to receive remuneration. I work myself and I understand that. I won't come for 2 rubles, Maria Petrovna answers mildly. I'll come for nothing if you like. In that case, I regret that I have troubled you for nothing. I have the honor to wish you goodbye. Well, you are a man, says Maria Petrovna, seeing him into the entry. I will come for 3 rubles if that will satisfy you. Kuryakov frowns and ponders for 2 full minutes, looking with concentration on the floor, then he says resolutely, no, and goes out into the street. The astonished and disconcerted midwife fastens the door after him and goes back into her bedroom. He's good-looking, respectable, but how queer, God bless the man, she thinks as she gets into bed. But in less than half an hour, she hears another ring. She gets up and sees the same Kuryakov again. Extraordinary the way things are mismanaged. Neither the chemist, nor the police, nor the house boarders can give me the address of a midwife, and so I am under the necessity of assenting to your terms. I will give you 3 rubles, but I warn you beforehand that when I engage servants or receive any kind of services, I make an arrangement beforehand in order that when I pay there may be no talk of extras, tips, or anything of the sort. Everyone ought to receive what is his due. Maria Petrovna has not listened to Kuryakov for long, but already she feels that she is bored and repelled by him, that his even, measured speech lies like a weight on her soul. She dresses and goes out into the street with him. The air is still but cold, and the sky is so overcast that the light of the street lamps is hardly visible. The sloshy snow squelches under their feet. The midwife looks intently, but does not see a cab. I suppose it is not far, she asks. No, not far, Kuryakov answers grimly. They walk down one turning, a second, a third. Kuryakov strides along, and even in his step his respectability and positiveness is apparent. What awful weather, the midwife observes to him. But he preserves a dignified silence, and it is noticeable that he tries to step on the smooth stones to avoid spoiling his galoshes. At last, after a long walk, the midwife steps into the entry, from which she can see a big, decently furnished drawing room. There's not a soul in the rooms, even in the bedroom where the woman is lying in labor. The old women and relations who flock in crowds to every confinement are not to be seen. The cook rushes about alone, with a scared and vacant face. There is a sound of loud groans. 3 hours pass. Maria Petrovna sits by the mother's bedside and whispers to her. The 2 women have already had time to make friends, they have got to know each other, they gossip, they sigh together. You mustn't talk, says the midwife anxiously, and at the same time she showers questions on her. Then the door opens and Kuryakov himself comes quietly and stolidly into the room. He sits down in the chair and strokes his whiskers. Silence reigns. Maria Petrovna looks timidly at his handsome, passionless wooden face and waits for him to begin to talk, but he remains absolutely silent and absorbed in thought. After waiting in vain, the midwife makes up her mind to begin herself and utters a phrase commonly used at confinements. Well now, thank God, there is one human being more in the world. Yes, that's agreeable, said Kuryakov, preserving the wooden expression of his face. Though indeed, on the other hand, to have more children you must have more money. The baby is not born fed and clothed. A guilty expression comes into the mother's face, as though she had brought a creature into the world without permission or through idle caprice. Kuryakov gets up with a sigh and walks with solid dignity out of the room. What a man, bless him, says the midwife to the mother. He's so stern and does not smile. The mother tells her that he is always like that. He is honest, fair, prudent, sensibly economical, but all that to such an exceptional degree that simple mortals feel suffocated by it. His relations have parted from him, the servants will not stay more than a month, they have no friends. His wife and children are always on tenterhooks from terror over every step they take. He does not shout at them nor beat them, his virtues are far more numerous than his defects, but when he goes out of the house they all feel better and more at ease. Why it is so the woman herself cannot say. The basins must be properly washed and put away in the store cupboard, says Kuryakov, coming into the bedroom. These bottles must be put away too, they may come in handy. What he says is very simple and ordinary, but the midwife for some reason feels flustered. She begins to be afraid of the man and shudders every time she hears his footsteps. In the morning, as she is preparing to depart, she sees Kuryakov's little son, a pale, close-cropped schoolboy, in the dining room drinking his tea. Kuryakov is standing opposite him, saying in his flat, even voice, "You know how to eat, you must know how to work too. You have just swallowed a mouthful, but have not probably reflected that that mouthful costs money and money is obtained by work. You must eat and reflect." The midwife looks at the boy's dull face, and it seems to her as though the very air is heavy, that a little more and the very walls will fall, unable to endure the crushing presence of the peculiar man. Beside herself with terror, and by now feeling a violent hatred for the man, Marya Petrovna gathers up her bundles and hurriedly departs. Halfway home, she remembers that she has forgotten to ask for her 3 rubles, but after stopping and thinking for a minute, with a wave of her hand, she goes on. At the barber's. Morning, it is not yet 7 o'clock, but Makar Kuzmich Blyaskin's shop is already open. The barber himself, an unwashed, greasy but foppishly dressed youth of 23, is busy clearing up. There is really nothing to be cleared away, but he is perspiring with his exertions. In one place he polishes with a rag, in another he scrapes with his finger or catches a bug and brushes it off the wall. The barber's shop is small, narrow, and unclean. The log walls are hung with paper suggestive of a cabman's faded shirt. Between the 2 dingy, perspiring windows there is a thin, creaking, rickety door, above it, green from the damp, a bell which trembles and gives a sickly ring of itself without provocation. Glance into the looking-glass, which hangs on one of the walls, and it distorts your countenance in all directions in the most merciless way. The shaving and haircutting is done before this looking-glass. On the little table, as greasy and unwashed as Makar Kuzmich himself, there is everything: combs, scissors, razors, a hapworth of wax for the mustache, a hapworth of powder, a hapworth of much watered eau de cologne, and indeed the whole barber's shop is not worth more than 15 kopecks. There is a squeaking sound from the invalid bell, and an elderly man in a tanned sheepskin and high felt overboots walks into the shop. His head and neck are wrapped in a woman's shawl. This is Erast Ivanich Yergunov, Makar Kuzmich's godfather. At one time he served as a watchman in the consistory, now he lives near the Red Pond and works as a locksmith. "Makarushka, good day, dear boy," he says to Makar Kuzmich, who is absorbed in tidying up. They kiss each other. Yergunov drags his shawl off his head, crosses himself, and sits down. "What a long way it is," he says, sighing and clearing his throat. "It's no joke, from the Red Pond to the Kaluga Gate. How are you?" "In a poor way, my boy. I've had a fever." "You don't say so, fever." "Yes, I have been in bed a month. I thought I should die. I had extreme unction. Now my hair's coming out. The doctor says I must be shaved. He says the hair will grow again strong, and so I thought I'll go to Makar. Better to a relation than to anyone else. He will do it better and he won't take anything for it. It's rather far, that's true, but what of it? It's a walk. I'll do it with pleasure. Please sit down." With a scrape of his foot, Makar Kuzmich indicates a chair. Yergunov sits down and looks at himself in the glass and is apparently pleased with his reflection. The looking-glass displays a face awry, with Kalmuck lips, a broad, blunt nose, and eyes in the forehead. Makar Kuzmich puts round his client's shoulders a white sheet with yellow spots on it and begins snipping with the scissors. "I'll shave you clean to the skin," he says. "To be sure, so that I may look like a Tartar, like a bomb. The hair will grow all the thicker." "How's Auntie?" "Pretty middling. The other day she went as midwife to the major's lady. They gave her a ruble." "Oh, indeed, a ruble. Hold your ear." "I am holding it. Mind you don't cut me. Oi, you hurt, you're pulling my hair." "That doesn't matter. We can't help that in our work. And how is Anna Erastovna?" "My daughter, she is all right, she's skipping about. Last week on the Wednesday we betrothed her to Shakin. Why didn't you come?" The scissors cease snipping. Makar Kuzmich drops his hands and asks in a fright, "Who is betrothed?" "Anna." "How's that, to whom?" "To Shakin, Prokofy Petrovitch. His aunt's a housekeeper in Zlatostensky Lane. She is a nice woman. Naturally, we are all delighted, thank God. The wedding will be in a week. Mind you come, we will have a good time." "But how's this, Erast Ivanich?" says Makar Kuzmich, pale, astonished, and shrugging his shoulders. It's utterly impossible. Why Anna Erastovna? Why I cherished sentiments for her, I had intentions. How could it happen? Why, we just went and betrothed her. He's a good fellow. Cold drops of perspiration come on the face of Makar Kuzmich. He puts the scissors down on the table and begins rubbing his nose with his fist. I had intentions, he says. It's impossible, Erast Ivanich. I am in love with her and have made her the offer of my heart. And Auntie promised. I have always respected you as though you were my father. I always cut your hair for nothing. I have always obliged you, and when my papa died you took the sofa and 10 rubles in cash and have never given them back. Do you remember? Remember, of course I do. Only, what sort of a match would you be, Makar? You are nothing of a match. You've neither money nor position, your trade's a paltry one. And is Shakin rich? Shakin is a member of a union. He has 1,500 lent on mortgage. So my boy, it's no good talking about it, the thing's done. There is no altering it, Makarushka. You must look out for another bride. The world is not so small. Come, cut away. Why are you stopping? Makar Kuzmich is silent and remains motionless. Then he takes a handkerchief out of his pocket and begins to cry. Come, what is it? Erast Ivanich comforts him. Give over. Fie, he is blubbering like a woman. You finish my head and then cry. Take up the scissors. Makar Kuzmich takes up the scissors, stares vacantly at them for a minute, then drops them again on the table. His hands are shaking. I can't, he says. I can't do it just now. I haven't the strength. I am a miserable man, and she is miserable. We loved each other, we had given each other our promise, and we have been separated by unkind people without any pity. Go away, Erast Ivanich. I can't bear the sight of you. So I'll come tomorrow, Makarushka. You will finish me tomorrow. Right. You calm yourself, and I will come to you early in the morning. Erast Ivanich has half his head shaven to the skin and looks like a convict. It is awkward to be left with a head like that, but there is no help for it. He wraps his head in the shawl and walks out of the barber's shop. Left alone, Makar Kuzmich sits down and goes on quietly weeping. Early next morning, Erast Ivanich comes again. What do you want? Makar Kuzmich asks him coldly. Finish cutting my hair, Makarushka. There is half the head left to do. Kindly give me the money in advance. I won't cut it for nothing. Without saying a word, Erast Ivanich goes out, and to this day, his hair is long on one side of the head and short on the other. He regards it as extravagance to pay for having his hair cut, and is waiting for the hair to grow of itself on the shaven side. He danced at the wedding in that condition. An inadvertence. Pyotr Petrovich Strizhin, the nephew of Madame Ivanov, the colonel's widow, the man whose new galoshes were stolen last year, came home from a christening party at 2 o'clock in the morning. To avoid waking the household, he took off his things in the lobby, made his way on tiptoe to his room, holding his breath, and began getting ready for bed without lighting a candle. Strizhin leads a sober and regular life. He has a sanctimonious expression of face. He reads nothing but religious and edifying books. But at the christening party, in his delight that Lyubov Spiridonovna had passed through her confinement successfully, he had permitted himself to drink 4 glasses of vodka and a glass of wine, the taste of which suggested something midway between vinegar and castor oil. Spirituous liquors are like seawater and glory. The more you imbibe of them, the greater your thirst. And now, as he undressed, Strizhin was aware of an overwhelming craving for drink. I believe Dashenka has some vodka in the cupboard in the right-hand corner, he thought. If I drink 1 wineglassful, she won't notice it. After some hesitation, overcoming his fears, Strizhin went to the cupboard. Cautiously opening the door, he felt in the right-hand corner for a bottle and poured out a wineglassful, put the bottle back in its place. Then, making the sign of the cross, drank it off. And immediately something like a miracle took place. Strizhin was flung back from the cupboard to the chest with fearful force like a bomb. There were flashes before his eyes, he felt as though he could not breathe, and all over his body he had a sensation as though he had fallen into a marsh full of leeches. It seemed to him as though, instead of vodka, he had swallowed dynamite, which blew up his body, the house, and the whole street. His head, his arms, his legs all seemed to be torn off and to be flying away somewhere to the devil, into space. For some 3 minutes he lay on the chest, not moving and scarcely breathing. Then he got up and asked himself, "Where am I?" The first thing of which he was clearly conscious on coming to himself was the pronounced smell of paraffin. Holy saints, he thought in horror, it's paraffin I have drunk instead of vodka. The thought that he had poisoned himself threw him into a cold shiver, then into a fever. That it was really poison that he had taken was proved not only by the smell in the room, but also by the burning taste in his mouth, the flashes before his eyes, the ringing in his head, and the colicky pain in his stomach. Feeling the approach of death and not buoying himself up with false hopes, he wanted to say goodbye to those nearest to him and made his way to Dashenka's bedroom. Being a widower, he had his sister-in-law called Dashenka, an old maid, living in the flat to keep house for him. Dashenka, he said in a tearful voice as he went into the bedroom, dear Dashenka. Something grumbled in the darkness and uttered a deep sigh. Dashenka. What? A woman's voice articulated rapidly. Is that you, Pyotr Petrovitch? Are you back already? Well, what is it? What has the baby been christened? Who was godmother? The godmother was Natalia Andreevna Velikosvietsky, and the godfather Pavel Ivanitch Bezsenitsyn. I believe, Dashenka, I am dying, and the baby has been christened Olympiada in honor of their kind patroness. I have just drunk paraffin, Dashenka. What next? You don't say they gave you paraffin there. I must own I wanted to get a drink of vodka without asking you, and the Lord chastised me. By accident in the dark, I took paraffin. What am I to do? Dashenka, hearing that the cupboard had been opened without her permission, grew more wide awake. She quickly lighted a candle, jumped out of bed, and in her nightgown, a freckled, bony figure in curl papers, padded with bare feet to the cupboard. Who told you might? She asked sternly, as she scrutinized the inside of the cupboard. Was the vodka put there for you? I haven't drunk vodka but paraffin, Dashenka, muttered Strizhin, mopping the cold sweat on his brow. And what did you want to touch the paraffin for? That's nothing to do with you, is it? Is it put there for you, or do you suppose paraffin costs nothing? Do you know what paraffin is now? Do you know? Dear Dashenka, moaned Strizhin, it's a question of life and death, and you talk about money. He's drunk himself tipsy, and now he pokes his nose into the cupboard, cried Dashenka, angrily slamming the cupboard door. Oh, the monsters, the tormentors! I'm a martyr, a miserable woman, no peace day or night. Vipers, basilisks, accursed Herods, may you suffer the same in the world to come. I am going tomorrow. I am a maiden lady, and I won't allow you to stand before me in your underclothes. How dare you look at me when I am not dressed? And she went on and on. Knowing that when Dashenka was enraged there was no moving her with prayers or vows or even by firing a cannon, Strizhin waved his hand in despair, dressed, and made up his mind to go to the doctor. But a doctor is only readily found when he is not wanted. After running through 3 streets and ringing 5 times at Dr. Tchefariance's and 7 times at Dr. Baltihin's, Strizhin raced off to a chemist's shop, thinking possibly the chemist could help him. There, after a long interval, a little dark and curly-headed chemist came out to him in his dressing gown, with drowsy eyes, and such a wise and serious face that it was positively terrifying. What do you want? He asked in a tone in which only very wise and dignified chemists of Jewish persuasion can speak. For God's sake, I entreat you, said Strizhin breathlessly, give me something. I have just accidentally drunk paraffin, I am dying. I beg you not to excite yourself and to answer the questions I am about to put to you. The very fact that you are excited prevents me from understanding you. You have drunk paraffin. Yes. Yes, paraffin, please save me. The chemist went coolly and gravely to the desk, opened a book, became absorbed in reading it. After reading a couple of pages, he shrugged one shoulder and then the other, made a contemptuous grimace, and after thinking for a minute, went into the adjoining room. The clock struck 4, and when it pointed to 10 minutes past, the chemist came back with another book and again plunged into reading. He said as though puzzled, the very fact that you feel unwell shows you ought to apply to a doctor, not a chemist. But I have been to the doctors already. I could not ring them up. You don't regard us chemists as human beings and disturb our rest even at 4 o'clock at night, though every dog, every cat can rest in peace. You don't try to understand anything, and to your thinking we are not people and our nerves are like cords. Strizhin listened to the chemist, heaved a sigh, and went home. So I am fated to die, he thought. and in his mouth was a burning and a taste of paraffin. There were twinges in his stomach, and a sound of boom, boom, boom in his ears. Every moment it seemed to him that his end was near, that his heart was no longer beating. Returning home, he made haste to write, "Let no one be blamed for my death." Then he said his prayers, lay down and pulled the bedclothes over his head. He lay awake till morning expecting death, and all the time he kept fancying how his grave would be covered with fresh green grass and how the birds would twitter over it. And in the morning he was sitting on his bed, saying with a smile to Dashenka, "One who leads a steady and regular life, dear sister, is unaffected by any poison. Take me, for example. I have been on the verge of death. I was dying and in agony, yet now I am all right. There is only a burning in my mouth and a soreness in my throat, but I am all right all over, thank God. And why? It's because of my regular life." "No, it's because it's inferior paraffin," sighed Dashenka, thinking of the household expenses and gazing into space. "The man at the shop could not have given me the best quality, but that at 3 farthings. I am a martyr, I am a miserable woman. You monsters! May you suffer the same, in the world to come, accursed Herods." And she went on and on. The album. Kratarov, the titular counselor, as thin and slender as the Admiralty spire, stepped forward and addressing Zhmyhov said, "Your Excellency, moved and touched to the bottom of our hearts by the way you have ruled us during long years and by your fatherly care. During the course of more than 10 years, Zakuzin prompted. During the course of more than 10 years, we, your subordinates on this so memorable for us, day, beg your Excellency to accept in token of our respect and profound gratitude this album with our portraits in it, and express our hope that for the duration of your distinguished life, that for long, long years to come, to your dying day you may not abandon us. With your fatherly guidance in the path of justice and progress," added Zakuzin, wiping from his brow the perspiration that had suddenly appeared on it. He was evidently longing to speak, and in all probability had a speech ready. "And," he wound up, "may your standard fly for long, long years in the career of genius, industry, and social self-consciousness." A tear trickled down the wrinkled left cheek of Zhmyhov. "Gentlemen," he said in a shaking voice, "I did not expect, I had no idea that you were going to celebrate my modest jubilee. I am touched indeed, very much so. I shall not forget this moment to my dying day, and believe me, friends, that no one is so desirous of your welfare as I am, and if there has been anything, it was for your benefit." Zhmyhov, the actual civil counselor, kissed the titular counselor Kratarov, who had not expected such an honor, and turned pale with delight. Then the chief made a gesture that signified that he could not speak for emotion, and shed tears as though an expensive album had not been presented to him, but on the contrary, taken from him. Then when he had a little recovered, and said a few more words full of feeling and given everyone his hand to shake, he went downstairs amid loud and joyful cheers, got into his carriage and drove off, followed by their blessings. As he sat in his carriage, he was aware of a flood of joyous feelings such as he had never known before, and once more he shed tears. At home, new delights awaited him. There his family, his friends, and acquaintances had prepared him such an ovation that it seemed to him that he really had been of very great service to his country, and that if he had never existed his country would perhaps have been in a very bad way. The Jubilee dinner was made up of toasts, speeches, and tears. In short, Zhmyhov had never expected that his merits would be so warmly appreciated. "Gentlemen," he said before the dessert, 2 hours ago I was recompensed for all the sufferings a man has to undergo who is the servant, so to say, not of routine, not of the letter, but of duty. Through the whole duration of my service I have constantly adhered to the principle, the public does not exist for us, but we for the public, and today I received the highest reward. My subordinates presented me with an album. See, I was touched." Festive faces bent over the album and began examining it. "It's a pretty album," said Zhmyhov's daughter Alia. "It must have cost 50 rubles, I do believe. Oh, it's charming. You must give me the album, Papa, do you hear? I'll take care of it, it's so pretty." After dinner, Alia carried off the album to her room and shut it up in her table drawer. Next day she took the clerks out of it, flung them on the floor, and put her school friends in their place. The government uniforms made way for white pelerines. Kalia, His Excellency's little son, picked up the clerks and painted their clothes red. Those who had no mustaches he presented with green mustaches and added brown beards to the beardless. When there was nothing left to paint, he cut the little men out of the cardboard, pricked their eyes with a pin, and began playing soldiers with them. After cutting out the titular councillor Kratarov, he fixed him on a matchbox and carried him in that state to his father's study. Papa, a monument look. Zhmyhov burst out laughing, lurched forward, and looking tenderly at the child, gave him a warm kiss on the cheek. There you rogue, go and show Mama. Let Mama look too. Oh, the public. Here goes, I've done with drinking, nothing, and no thing shall tempt me to it. It's time to take myself in hand, I must buck up and work. You're glad to get your salary, so you must do your work honestly, heartily, conscientiously, regardless of sleep and comfort. Chuck taking it easy. You've got into the way of taking a salary for nothing, my boy, that's not the right thing, not the right thing at all. After administering to himself several such lectures, Podtyagin, the head ticket collector, begins to feel an irresistible impulse to get to work. It is past 1 o'clock at night, but in spite of that he wakes the ticket collectors and with them goes up and down the railway carriages, inspecting the tickets. Tickets, PPP please, he keeps shouting, briskly snapping the clippers. Sleepy figures, shrouded in the twilight of the railway carriages, start, shake their heads, and produce their tickets. Tickets, please. Podtyagin addresses a second-class passenger, a lean, scraggy-looking man, wrapped up in a fur coat and a rug and surrounded with pillows. Tickets, please. The scraggy-looking man makes no reply. He is buried in sleep. The head ticket collector touches him on the shoulder and repeats impatiently, tickets, PP please. The passenger starts, opens his eyes, and gazes in alarm at Podtyagin. What, who's, a? You're asked in plain language, tickets, PP please, if you please. My God, moans the scraggy-looking man, pulling a woebegone face. Good heavens, I'm suffering from rheumatism. I haven't slept for 3 nights. I've just taken morphia on purpose to get to sleep, and you, with your tickets, it's merciless, it's inhuman. If you knew how hard it is for me to sleep, you wouldn't disturb me for such nonsense. It's cruel, it's absurd, and what do you want with my ticket? It's positively stupid. Podtyagin considers whether to take offense or not and decides to take offense. Don't shout here, this is not a tavern. No, in a tavern people are more humane. Coughs the passenger. Perhaps you'll let me go to sleep another time? It's extraordinary. I've traveled abroad, all over the place, and no one asked for my ticket there, but here you're at it again and again, as though the devil were after you. Well, you'd better go abroad again since you like it so much. It's stupid, sir. Yes. As though it's not enough killing the passengers with fumes and stuffiness and drafts, they want to strangle us with red tape, too, damn it all. He must have the ticket. My goodness, what zeal. If it were of any use to the company, but half the passengers are traveling without a ticket. Listen, sir, cries Podtyagin, flaring up. If you don't leave off shouting and disturbing the public, I shall be obliged to put you out at the next station and to draw up a report on the incident. This is revolting, exclaims the public, growing indignant. Persecuting an invalid. Listen and have some consideration. But the gentleman himself was abusive, says Podtyagin, a little scared. Very well, I won't take the ticket, as you like, only, of course, as you know very well, it's my duty to do so. If it were not my duty, then, of course, you can ask the station master. Ask anyone you like. Podtyagin shrugs his shoulders and walks away from the invalid. At first he feels aggrieved and somewhat injured. Then, after passing through 2 or 3 carriages, he begins to feel a certain uneasiness, not unlike the pricking of conscience in his ticket collector's bosom. There certainly was no need to wake the invalid, he thinks, though it was not my fault. They imagine I did it wantonly, idly. They don't know that I'm bound in duty. If they don't believe it, I can bring the station master to them. A station. The train stops 5 minutes. Before the 3rd bell, Podtyagin enters the same second-class carriage. Behind him stalks the station master in a red cap. This gentleman here, Podtyagin begins, declares that I have no right to ask for his ticket and is offended at it. I ask you, Mr. Station Master, to explain to him. Do I ask for tickets according to regulation or to please myself? Sir, Podtyagin addresses the scraggy-looking man, sir, You can ask the station master here if you don't believe me." The invalid starts as though he had been stung, opens his eyes, and with a woebegone face sinks back in his seat. "My God, I have taken another powder and only just dozed off when here he is again. Again, I beseech you have some pity on me. You can ask the station master whether I have the right to demand your ticket or not. This is insufferable, take your ticket. Take it, I'll pay for 5 extra if you'll only let me die in peace. Have you never been ill yourself, heartless people? This is simply persecution." A gentleman in military uniform grows indignant. "I can see no other explanation of this persistence." "Drop it," says the station master, frowning and pulling Potyagin by the sleeve. Potyagin shrugs his shoulders and slowly walks after the station master. There's no pleasing them, he thinks, bewildered. It was for his sake I brought the station master, that he might understand and be pacified, and he swears. Another station. The train stops 10 minutes. Before the second bell, while Potyagin is standing at the refreshment bar, drinking seltzer water, 2 gentlemen go up to him, one in the uniform of an engineer and the other in a military overcoat. "Look here, ticket collector," the engineer begins, addressing Potyagin. "Your behavior to that invalid passenger has revolted all who witnessed it. My name is Pusitsky. I am an engineer, and this gentleman is a colonel. If you do not apologize to the passenger, we shall make a complaint to the traffic manager, who is a friend of ours." "Gentlemen, why of course you?" Potyagin is panic-stricken. "We don't want explanations, but we warn you, if you don't apologize, we shall see justice done to him." "Certainly I'll apologize, of course, to be sure." Half an hour later, Potyagin, having thought of an apologetic phrase which would satisfy the passenger without lowering his own dignity, walks into the carriage. "Sir," he addresses the invalid. "Listen, sir." The invalid starts and leaps up. "What?" What was it? You mustn't be offended." "Och, water," gasps the invalid, clutching at his heart. "I just taken a 3rd dose of morphia, dropped asleep, and again, good God, when will this torture cease? You must excuse." "Oh, put me out at the next station. I can't stand any more. I am dying." "This is mean, disgusting," cry the public, revolted. "Go away, you shall pay for such persecution. Get away." Potyagin waves his hand in despair, sighs, and walks out of the carriage. He goes to the attendant's compartment, sits down at the table, exhausted, and complains. "Oh, the public, there's no satisfying them. It's no use working and doing one's best. One's driven to drinking and cursing it all. If you do nothing, they're angry. If you begin doing your duty, they are angry too. There's nothing for it but drink." Potyagin empties a bottle straight off and thinks no more of work, duty, and honesty. A tripping tongue. Natalia Mihailovna, a young married lady who had arrived in the morning from Yalta, was having her dinner, and in a never-ceasing flow of babble was telling her husband of all the charms of the Crimea. Her husband, delighted, gazed tenderly at her enthusiastic face, listened, and from time to time put in a question. "But they say living is dreadfully expensive there," he asked, among other things. "Well, what shall I say? To my thinking this talk of its being so expensive is exaggerated, hubby. The devil is not as black as he is painted. Yulia Petrovna and I, for instance, had very decent and comfortable rooms for 20 rubles a day. Everything depends on knowing how to do things, my dear. Of course, if you want to go up into the mountains. To a Petri, for instance. If you take a horse, a guide, then of course it does come to something. It's awful what it comes to. But Vasichka, the mountains there. Imagine high mountains 1,000 times higher than the church. At the top mist. At the bottom enormous stones, in pines. I can't bear to think of it. By the way, I read about those Tatar guides there, in some magazine while you were away. Such abominable stories. Tell me, is there really anything out of the way about them?" Natalia Mihailovna made a little disdainful grimace and shook her head. "Just ordinary Tatars, nothing special," she said, though indeed I only had a glimpse of them in the distance. They were pointed out to me, but I did not take much notice of them. You know, hubby, I always had a prejudice against all such Circassians, Greeks, Moors. They are said to be terrible Don Juans." Perhaps there are shameless creatures who. Natalia Mihailovna suddenly jumped up from her chair, as though she had thought of something dreadful. For half a minute, she looked with frightened eyes at her husband and said, accentuating each word, "Vasichka, I say, the immoral women there are in the world. Ah, how immoral. And it's not as though they were working-class or middle-class people, but aristocratic ladies priding themselves on their bon ton. It was simply awful. I could not believe my own eyes. I shall remember it as long as I live. To think that people can forget themselves to such a point as, ach, Vasichka, I don't like to speak of it. Take my companion, Yulia Petrovna, for example. Such a good husband, 2 children. She moves in a decent circle, always poses as a saint and all at once, would you believe it? Only hubby, of course this is in Trenus. Give me your word of honor you won't tell a soul." "What next? Of course I won't tell." "Honor bright, mine now, I trust you." The little lady put down her fork, assumed a mysterious air, and whispered. "Imagine a thing like this. That Yulia Petrovna rode up into the mountains. It was glorious weather. She rode on ahead with her guide, I was a little behind. We had ridden 2 or 3 miles all at once, only fancy, Vasichka, Yulia cried out and clutched at her bosom, her Tatar put his arm round her waist or she would have fallen off the saddle. I rode up to her with my guide. What is it? What is the matter? Oh, she cried, I am dying, I feel faint. I can't go any further, fancy my alarm. Let us go back then, I said. No, Natalie, she said, I can't go back. I shall die of pain if I move another step. I have spasms. And she prayed and besought my Suleiman and me to ride back to the town and fetch her some of her drops which always do her good. Stay, I don't quite understand you, muttered the husband, scratching his forehead. You said just now that you had only seen those Tatars from a distance, and now you are talking of some Suleiman. There you are finding fault again, the lady pouted, not in the least disconcerted. I can't endure suspiciousness, I can't endure it, it's stupid, stupid. I am not finding fault, but why say what is not true? If you rode about with Tatars, so be it, God bless you, but why shuffle about it? You are a queer one, cried the lady, revolted. He is jealous of Suleiman, as though one could ride up into the mountains without a guide. I should like to see you do it. If you don't know the ways there, if you don't understand, you had better hold your tongue. Yes, hold your tongue. You can't take a step there without a guide. So it seems. None of your silly grins, if you please. I am not a Yulia. I don't justify her, but though I don't pose as a saint, I don't forget myself to that degree. My Suleiman never overstepped the limits. No, Mametkul used to be sitting at Yulia's all day long, but in my room as soon as it struck 11. Suleiman, march, off you go, and my foolish Tatar boy would depart. I made him mind his P's and Q's, hubby. As soon as he began grumbling about money or anything, I would say, how, what, and his heart would be in his mouth directly. Ha ha ha. His eyes, you know, Vasichka, were as black like coals, such an amusing little Tatar face, so funny and silly. I kept him in order, didn't I just? I can fancy, mumbled her husband, rolling up pellets of bread. That's stupid, Vasichka. I know what is in your mind. I know what you're thinking. But I assure you, even when we were on our expeditions, I never let him overstep the limits. For instance, if we rode to the mountains or to the Uchansu waterfall, I would always say to him, Suleiman, ride behind, do you hear? And he always rode behind, poor boy. Even at the most dramatic moments, I would say to him, still, you must not forget that you are only a Tatar and I am the wife of a civil councillor. Ha ha. The little lady laughed then, looking round her quickly, and assuming an alarmed expression, whispered. Yulia, oh that Yulia, I quite see, Vasichka, there is no reason why one shouldn't have a little fun, a little rest from the emptiness of conventional life. That's all right, have your fling by all means, no one will blame you, but to take the thing seriously, to get up scenes. No, say what you like, I cannot understand that. Just fancy, she was jealous. Wasn't that silly? One day Mametkul, her grand passion, came to see her. She was not at home. Well, I asked him into my room. There was conversation, one thing and another. They're awfully amusing, you know. The evening passed without our noticing it. All at once Yulia rushed in. She flew at me and at Mametkul made such a scene. Fie, I can't understand that sort of thing, Vasichka. Vasichka cleared his throat, frowned, and walked up and down the room. You had a gay time there, I must say, he growled with a disdainful smile. How stupid that is, cried Natalia Mihailovna, offended. I know what you're thinking about. You always have such horrid ideas. I won't tell you anything. No, I won't. The lady pouted and said no more. Overdoing it. Gleb Gavrilovich Smirnov, a land surveyor, arrived at the station of Nilishki. He had another 20 or 30 miles to drive before he would reach the estate which he had been summoned to survey. If the driver were not drunk and the horses were not bad, it would hardly be 20 miles, but if the driver had had a drop and his steeds were worn out, it would mount up to a good 40. "Tell me, please, where can I get post horses here?" the surveyor asked of the station gendarme. "What, post horses? There's no finding a decent dog for 70 miles round, let alone post horses. But where do you want to go?" "To Divkino, General Hoatov's estate." "Well," yawned the gendarme, "go outside the station. There are sometimes peasants in the yard there. They will take passengers." The surveyor heaved a sigh and made his way out of the station. There, after prolonged inquiries, conversations, and hesitations, he found a very sturdy, sullen-looking, pock-marked peasant, wearing a tattered gray smock and bark shoes. "You have got a queer sort of cart," said the surveyor, frowning as he clambered into the cart. "There is no making out which is the back and which is the front." "What is there to make out? Where the horse's tail is, there's the front, and where your honor's sitting, there's the back." The little mare was young, but thin, with legs planted wide apart and frayed ears. When the driver stood up and lashed her with a whip made of cord, she merely shook her head. When he swore at her and lashed her once more, the cart squeaked and shivered as though in a fever. After the third lash, the cart gave a lurch. After the fourth, it moved forward. "Are we going to drive like this all the way?" asked the surveyor, violently jolted and marveling at the capacity of Russian drivers for combining a slow tortoise-like pace with a jolting that turns the soul inside out. "We shall gee at there," the peasant reassured him. "The mare is young and frisky. Only let her get running and then there is no stopping her." "No ow, cursed brute." It was dusk by the time the cart drove out of the station. On the surveyor's right hand stretched a dark frozen plain, endless and boundless. If you drove over it, you would certainly get to the other side of beyond. On the horizon, where it vanished and melted into the sky, there was the languid glow of a cold autumn sunset. On the left of the road, mounds of some sort, that might be last year's stacks or might be a village, rose up in the gathering darkness. The surveyor could not see what was in front, as his whole field of vision on that side was covered by the broad, clumsy back of the driver. The air was still, but it was cold and frosty. "What a wilderness it is here," thought the surveyor, trying to cover his ears with the collar of his overcoat. "Neither post nor paddock. If by ill luck one were attacked and robbed, no one would hear you, whatever uproar you made. And the driver is not one you could depend on. What a huge back. A child of nature like that has only to move a finger and it would be all up with one. And his ugly face is suspicious and brutal-looking." "Hey, my good man," said the surveyor, "what is your name?" "Mind, Klim." "Well, Klim, what is it like in your parts here? Not dangerous? Any robbers on the road?" "It is all right, the Lord has spared us. Who should go robbing on the road?" "It's a good thing there are no robbers. But to be ready for anything I have got 3 revolvers with me," said the surveyor untruthfully. "And it doesn't do to trifle with a revolver, you know. One can manage a dozen robbers." It had become quite dark. The cart suddenly began creaking, squeaking, shaking, and, as though unwillingly, turned sharply to the left. "Where is he taking me to?" the surveyor wondered. "He has been driving straight and now all at once to the left. I shouldn't wonder if he'll take me, the rascal, to some den of thieves, and things like that do happen." "I say," he said, addressing the driver, "so you tell me it's not dangerous here? That's a pity. I like a fight with robbers. I am thin and sickly-looking, but I have the strength of a bull. Once 3 robbers attacked me, and what do you think? I gave one such a dressing that he gave up his soul to God, you understand, and the other 2 were sent to penal servitude in Siberia. And where I got the strength I can't say. One grips a strapping fellow of your sort with one hand and wipes him out." Klim looked round at the surveyor, wrinkled up his whole face, and lashed his horse. "Yes," the surveyor went on. "God forbid anyone should tackle me. The robber would have his bones broken, and what's more, he would have to answer for it in the police court too. I know all the judges and the police captains. I am a man in the government, a man of importance. Here I am traveling and the authorities know. They keep a regular watch over me to see no one does me a mischief. there are policemen and village constables stuck behind bushes all along the road. Stow, stow. Stop, the surveyor bawled suddenly. Where have you got to? Where are you taking me to? Why don't you see, it's a forest. It certainly is a forest, thought the surveyor. I was frightened, but it won't do to betray my feelings. He has noticed already that I am in a funk. Why is it he has taken to looking round at me so often? He is plotting something for certain. At first he drove like a snail, and now how he is dashing along. I say, Klim, why are you making the horse go like that? I am not making her go. She is racing along of herself. Once she gets into a run, there is no means of stopping her. It's no pleasure to her that her legs are like that. You are lying, my man, I see that you are lying. Only I advise you not to drive so fast. Hold your horse in a bit. Do you hear? Hold her in. What for? Why, because 4 comrades were to drive after me from the station. We must let them catch us up. They promised to overtake us in this forest. It will be more cheerful in their company. They are a strong, sturdy set of fellows, and each of them has got a pistol. Why do you keep looking round and fidgeting as though you were sitting on thorns? My good fellow, my good fellow, there is no need to look around at me. There is nothing interesting about me. Except perhaps the revolvers. Well, if you like, I will take them out and show you. The surveyor made a pretense of feeling in his pockets, and at that moment, something happened which he could not have expected with all his cowardice. Klim suddenly rolled off the cart and ran as fast as he could go into the forest. Help, he roared. Help, take the horse and the cart, you devil, only don't take my life, help. There was the sound of footsteps hurriedly retreating, of twigs snapping, and all was still. The surveyor had not expected such a denouement. He first stopped the horse and then settled himself more comfortably in the cart and fell to thinking. He has run off. He was scared, the fool. Well, what's to be done now? I can't go on alone because I don't know the way. Besides, they may think I have stolen his horse. What's to be done? Klim, Klim, he cried. Klim, answered the echo. At the thought that he would have to sit through the whole night in the cold and dark forest and hear nothing but the wolves, the echo, and the snorting of the scraggy mare, the surveyor began to have twinges down his spine, as though it were being rasped with a cold file. Klimushka, he shouted. Dear fellow, where are you, Klimushka? For 2 hours the surveyor shouted, and it was only after he was quite husky and had resigned himself to spending the night in the forest that a faint breeze wafted the sound of a moan to him. Klim, is it you, dear fellow? Let us go on. You'll moo dare me. But I was joking, my dear man. I swear to God I was joking, as though I had revolvers. I told a lie because I was frightened. For goodness sake, let us go on, I am freezing. Klim, probably reflecting that a real robber would have vanished long ago with the horse and cart, came out of the forest and went hesitatingly up to his passenger. Well, what were you frightened of, stupid? I was joking and you were frightened. Get in. God be with you, sir, Klim muttered as he clambered into the cart. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken you for 100 rubles. I almost died of fright. Klim lashed at the little mare. The cart swayed. Klim lashed once more and the cart gave a lurch. After the 4th stroke of the whip, when the cart moved forward, the surveyor hid his ears in his collar and sank into thought. The road and Klim no longer seemed dangerous to him. The Orator. One fine morning the collegiate assessor, Kirill Ivanovich Babylonov, who had died of the 2 afflictions so widely spread in our country, a bad wife and alcoholism, was being buried. As the funeral procession set off from the church to the cemetery, one of the deceased's colleagues, called Poplavsky, got into a cab and galloped off to find a friend, one Grigory Petrovich Zapikin, a man who, though still young, had acquired considerable popularity. Zapikin, as many of my readers are aware, possesses a rare talent for impromptu speechifying at weddings, jubilees, and funerals. He can speak whenever he likes, in his sleep, on an empty stomach, dead drunk, or in a high fever. His words flow smoothly and evenly, like water out of a pipe, and in abundance. There are far more moving words in his oratorical dictionary than there are beetles in any restaurant. He always speaks eloquently and at great length, so much so that on some occasions, particularly at merchants' weddings, they have to resort to assistance from the police to stop him. I have come for you, old man, began Poplavsky, finding him at home. Put on your hat and coat this minute and come along. One of our fellows is dead, we are just sending him off to the other world, so you must do a bit of palavering by way of farewell to him. You are our only hope. If it had been one of the smaller fry, it would not have been worth troubling you, but you see it's the secretary. A pillar of the office, in a sense. It's awkward for such a whopper to be buried without a speech. Oh, the secretary, yawned Zapikin. You mean the drunken one? Yes, there will be pancakes, a lunch, you'll get your cab fare. Come along, dear chapter, you spout out some rigmarole like a regular Cicero at the grave, and what gratitude you will earn. Zapikin readily agreed. He ruffled up his hair, cast a shade of melancholy over his face, and went out into the street with Poplavsky. I know your secretary, he said, as he got into the cab. A cunning rogue and a beast the kingdom of heaven be his such as you don't often come across. Come, Grisha, it is not the thing to abuse the dead. Of course not, outmorduis nihil bene, but still he was a rascal. The friends overtook the funeral procession and joined it. The coffin was borne along slowly, so that before they reached the cemetery, they were able 3 times to drop into a tavern and imbibe a little to the health of the departed. In the cemetery came the service by the graveside. The mother-in-law, the wife, and the sister-in-law, in obedience to custom, shed many tears. When the coffin was being lowered into the grave, the wife even shrieked, "Let me go with him," but did not follow her husband into the grave, probably recollecting her pension. Waiting till everything was quiet again, Zapikin stepped forward, turned his eyes on all present, and began. Can I believe my eyes and ears? Is it not a terrible dream, this grave, these tear-stained faces, these moans and lamentations? Alas, it is not a dream, and our eyes do not deceive us. He whom we have only so lately seen, so full of courage, so youthfully fresh and pure, who so lately before our eyes like an unwearying bee bore his honey to the common hive of the welfare of the state, he is turned now to dust, to inanimate mirage. Inexorable death has laid his bony hand upon him at the time when, in spite of his bowed age, he was still full of the bloom of strength and radiant hopes. An irremediable loss, who will fill his place for us? Good government servants we have many, but Prokofy Osipych was unique. To the depths of his soul, he was devoted to his honest duty. He did not spare his strength but worked late at night and was disinterested, impervious to bribes. How he despised those who, to the detriment of the public interest, sought to corrupt him, who by the seductive goods of this life strove to draw him to betray his duty. Yes, before our eyes Prokofy Osipych would divide his small salary between his poorer colleagues, and you have just heard yourselves the lamentations of the widows and orphans who lived upon his alms. Devoted to good works and his official duty, he gave up the joys of this life and even renounced the happiness of domestic existence. As you are aware, to the end of his days he was a bachelor. And who will replace him as a comrade? I can see now the kindly, shaven face turned to us with a gentle smile. I can hear now his soft, friendly voice. Peace to thine ashes, Prokofy Osipych. Rest, honest, noble toiler. Zapikin continued while his listeners began whispering together. His speech pleased everyone and drew some tears, but a good many things in it seemed strange. In the first place, they could not make out why the orator called the deceased Prokofy Osipych when his name was Kirill Ivanovich. In the second, everyone knew that the deceased had spent his whole life quarreling with his lawful wife, and so consequently could not be called a bachelor. In the third, he had a thick red beard and had never been known to shave, and so no one could understand why the orator spoke of his shaven face. The listeners were perplexed. They glanced at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Prokofy Osipych, continued the orator, looking with an air of inspiration into the grave. Your face was plain, even hideous, you were morose and austere, but we all know that under that outer husk there beat an honest, friendly heart. Soon the listeners began to observe something strange in the orator himself. He gazed at one point, shifted about uneasily, and began to shrug his shoulders too. All at once he ceased speaking, and gaping with astonishment, turned to Poplavsky. I say, he's alive, he said, staring with horror. Who's alive? Why, Prokofy Osipych, there he stands by that tombstone. He never died, it's Kirill Ivanovich who's dead. But you told me yourself your secretary was dead. Kirill Ivanovich was our secretary. You've muddled it, you queer fish. Prokofy Osipych was our secretary before, that's true, but 2 years ago he was transferred to the 2nd Division as head clerk. How the devil is one to tell? Why are you stopping? Go on, it's awkward. Zapikin turned to the grave, and with the same eloquence continued his interrupted speech. Prokofy Osipich, an old clerk with a clean-shaven face, was in fact standing by a tombstone. He looked at the orator and frowned angrily. "Well, you have put your foot into it, haven't you?" laughed his fellow clerks as they returned from the funeral with Zapikin. "Burying a man alive." "It's unpleasant, young man," grumbled Prokofy Osipich. "Your speech may be all right for a dead man, but in reference to a living one it is nothing but sarcasm. Upon my soul, what have you been saying? Disinterested, incorruptible, won't take bribes. Such things can only be said of the living in sarcasm. And no one asked you, sir, to expatiate on my face. Plain, hideous, so be it, but why exhibit my countenance in that public way? It's insulting." Malingerers. Marfa Petrovna Pechonkin, the general's widow, who has been practicing for 10 years as a homeopathic doctor, is seeing patients in her study on one of the Tuesdays in May. On the table before her lie a chest of homeopathic drugs, a book on homeopathy, and bills from a homeopathic chemist. On the wall, the letters from some Petersburg homeopath, in Marfa Petrovna's opinion a very celebrated and great man, hang under glass in a gilt frame, and there also is a portrait of Father Aristarch, to whom the lady owes her salvation, that is, the renunciation of pernicious allopathy and the knowledge of the truth. In the vestibule, patients are sitting waiting, for the most part peasants. All but 2 or 3 of them are barefoot, as the lady has given orders that their ill-smelling boots are to be left in the yard. Marfa Petrovna has already seen 10 patients when she calls the 11th, Gavrila Gruzd. The door opens, and instead of Gavrila Gruzd, Zamorishin, a neighboring landowner who has sunk into poverty, a little old man with sour eyes, and with a gentleman's cap under his arm, walks into the room. He puts down his stick in the corner, goes up to the lady, and without a word drops on one knee before her. "What are you about, Kuzma Kuzmich?" cries the lady in horror, flushing crimson. "For goodness' sake." "While I live I will not rise," says Zamorishin, bending over her hand. "Let all the world see my homage on my knees, our guardian angel, benefactress of the human race. Let them. Before the good fairy who has given me life, guided me into the path of truth, and enlightened my skepticism, I am ready not merely to kneel but to pass through fire, our miraculous healer, mother of the orphan and the widowed. I have recovered. I am a new man, enchantress." I am very glad," mutters the lady, flushing with pleasure. "It's so pleasant to hear that. Sit down, please. Why, you were so seriously ill that Tuesday." "Yes, indeed, how ill I was. It's awful to recall it," says Zamorishin, taking a seat. "I had rheumatism in every part and every organ. I have been in misery for 8 years, I've had no rest from it. By day or by night, my benefactress. I have consulted doctors, and I went to professors at Kazan. I have tried all sorts of mud baths and drunk waters, and goodness knows what I haven't tried. I have wasted all my substance on doctors, my beautiful lady. The doctors did me nothing but harm. They drove the disease inwards. Drive in, that they did, but to drive out was beyond their science. All they care about is their fees, the brigands, but as for the benefit of humanity, for that they don't care a straw. They prescribe some quackery, and you have to drink it. Assassins, that's the only word for them. If it hadn't been for you, our angel, I should have been in the grave by now. I went home from you that Tuesday, looked at the pilules that you gave me then, and wondered what good there could be in them. Was it possible that those little grains, scarcely visible, could cure my immense, long-standing disease? That's what I thought, unbeliever that I was, and I smiled. But when I took the pilule it was instantaneous. It was as though I had not been ill, or as though it had been lifted off me. My wife looked at me with her eyes starting out of her head and couldn't believe it. "Why, is it you, Kalia?" "Yes, it is I said, and we knelt down together before the icon and fell to praying for our angel. Send her, O Lord, all that we are feeling." Zamorishin wipes his eyes with his sleeve, gets up from his chair, and shows a disposition to drop on one knee again. But the lady checks him and makes him sit down. "It's not me you must thank," she says, blushing with excitement and looking enthusiastically at the portrait of Father Aristarch. "It's not my doing. I am only the obedient instrument. It's really a miracle. Rheumatism of 8 years standing by one pilule of scrofulose. Excuse me, you were so kind as to give me 3 pilules. One I took at dinner and the effect was instantaneous. Another in the evening and the third next day, and since then not a touch, not a twinge anywhere. And you know, I thought I was dying. I had written to Moscow for my son to come. The Lord has given you wisdom, Our Lady of Healing. Now I am walking and feel as though I were in paradise. The Tuesday I came to you I was hobbling, and now I am ready to run after a hare. I could live for 100 years. There's only one trouble, our lack of means. I'm well now, but what's the use of health if there's nothing to live on? Poverty weighs on me worse than illness. For example, take this. It's the time to sow oats, and how is one to sow it if one has no seed? I ought to buy it, but the money. Everyone knows how we are off for money. I will give you oats, Kuzma Kuzmich. Sit down, sit down. You have so delighted me, you have given me so much pleasure that it's not you but I that should say thank you. You are our joy, that the Lord should create such goodness. Rejoice, madam, looking at your good deeds, while we sinners have no cause for rejoicing in ourselves. We are paltry, poor-spirited, useless people, a mean lot. We are only gentry in name, but in a material sense we are the same as peasants, only worse. We live in stone houses, but it's a mere make-believe, for the roof leaks, and there is no money to buy wood to mend it with. I'll give you the wood, Kuzma Kuzmich. Zamorishin asks for and gets a cow too. A letter of recommendation for his daughter whom he wants to send to a boarding school, and, touched by the lady's liberality, he whimpers with excess of feeling, twists his mouth, and feels in his pocket for his handkerchief. Marfa Petrovna sees a red paper slip out of his pocket with his handkerchief and fall noiselessly to the floor. I shall never forget it to all eternity, he mutters, and I shall make my children and my grandchildren remember it, from generation to generation. See, children, I shall say, who has saved me from the grave, who. When she has seen her patient out, the lady looks for a minute at Father Aristarch with eyes full of tears, then turns her caressing, reverent gaze on the drug chest, the books, the bills, the armchair in which the man she had saved from death has just been sitting, and her eyes fall on the paper just dropped by her patient. She picks up the paper, unfolds it, and sees in it 3 pilules, the very pilules she had given Zamorishin the previous Tuesday. They are the very ones, she thinks puzzled. The paper is the same. He hasn't even unwrapped them. What has he taken then? Strange. Surely he wouldn't try to deceive me. And for the first time in her 10 years of practice, a doubt creeps into Marfa Petrovna's mind. She summons the other patients, and while talking to them of their complaints notices what has hitherto slipped by her ears unnoticed. The patients, every one of them as though they were in a conspiracy, first belaud her for their miraculous cure, go into raptures over her medical skill, and abuse allopath doctors, then when she is flushed with excitement, begin holding forth on their needs. One asks for a bit of land to plow, another for wood, a third for permission to shoot in her forests, and so on. She looks at the broad, benevolent countenance of Father Aristarch, who has revealed the truth to her, and a new truth begins gnawing at her heart. An evil, oppressive truth. The deceitfulness of man. In the graveyard. The wind has got up, friends, and it is beginning to get dark. Hadn't we better take ourselves off before it gets worse? The wind was frolicking among the yellow leaves of the old birch trees, and a shower of thick drops fell upon us from the leaves. One of our party slipped on the clayey soil and clutched at a big gray cross to save himself from falling. Yegor Gryaznorukov, titular counselor and cavalier. He read. I knew that gentleman. He was fond of his wife, he wore the Stanislav ribbon and read nothing. His digestion worked well. Life was all right, wasn't it? One would have thought he had no reason to die, but alas, fate had its eye on him. The poor fellow fell a victim to his habits of observation. On one occasion, when he was listening at a keyhole, he got such a bang on the head from the door that he sustained concussion of the brain, he had a brain, and died. And here, under this tombstone, lies a man who from his cradle detested verses and epigrams. As though to mock him, his whole tombstone is adorned with verses. There is someone coming. A man in a shabby overcoat, with a shaven, bluish-crimson countenance, overtook us. He had a bottle under his arm, and a parcel of sausage was sticking out of his pocket. Where is the grave of Mushkin, the actor? He asked us in a husky voice. We conducted him towards the grave of Mushkin, the actor, who had died 2 years before. You are a government clerk, I suppose, we asked him. No, an actor. Nowadays it is difficult to distinguish actors from clerks of the consistory. No doubt you have noticed that. That's typical, but it's not very flattering for the government clerk. It was with difficulty that we found the actor's grave. It had sunken, was overgrown with weeds, and had lost all appearance of a grave. A cheap little cross that had begun to rot, and was covered with green moss blackened by the frost, had an air of aged dejection and looked, as it were, ailing. A forgotten friend Mushkin, we read. Time had erased the never, and corrected the falsehood of man. A subscription for a monument to him was got up among actors and journalists, but they drank up the money, the dear fellows. Sighed the actor, bowing down to the ground and touching the wet earth with his knees and his cap. How do you mean, drank it? That's very simple. They collected the money, published a paragraph about it in the newspaper, and spent it on drink. I don't say it to blame them. I hope it did them good, dear things, good health to them and eternal memory to him. Drinking means bad health, and eternal memory nothing but sadness. God give us remembrance for a time, but eternal memory what next? You are right there. Mushkin was a well-known man, you see. There were a dozen wreaths on the coffin, and he is already forgot. Those to whom he was dear have forgotten him, but those to whom he did harm remember him. I, for instance, shall never, never forget him, for I got nothing but harm from him. I have no love for the deceased. What harm did he do you? Great harm, sighed the actor, and an expression of bitter resentment overspread his face. To me, he was a villain, and a scoundrel. The kingdom of heaven be his. It was through looking at him and listening to him that I became an actor. By his art he lured me from the parental home, he enticed me with the excitements of an actor's life, promised me all sorts of things and brought tears and sorrow. An actor's lot is a bitter one. I have lost youth, sobriety, and the divine semblance. I haven't a halfpenny to bless myself with, my shoes are down at heel, my breeches are frayed and patched, and my face looks as if it had been gnawed by dogs. My head's full of free thinking and nonsense. He robbed me of my faith, my evil genius. It would have been something if I had talent, but as it is, I am ruined for nothing. It's cold, honored friends. Won't you have some? There is enough for all. BRRR. Let us drink to the rest of his soul. Though I don't like him, and though he's dead, he was the only one I had in the world, the only one. It's the last time I shall visit him. The doctors say I shall soon die of drink, so here I have come to say goodbye. One must forgive one's enemies. We left the actor to converse with the dead Mushkin, and went on. It began drizzling a fine cold rain. At the turning into the principal avenue strewn with gravel, we met a funeral procession. 4 bearers, wearing white calico sashes and muddy high boots with leaves sticking on them, carried the brown coffin. It was getting dark and they hastened, stumbling and shaking their burden. We've only been walking here for a couple of hours, and that is the 3rd brought in already. Shall we go home, friends? Hush. Ivan Yegorich Krasnyhin, a 4th-rate journalist, returns home late at night, grave and careworn, with a peculiar air of concentration. He looks like a man expecting a police raid or contemplating suicide. Pacing about his rooms, he halts abruptly, ruffles up his hair, and says in the tone in which Lertz announces his intention of avenging his sister. Shattered soul-weary, a sick load of misery on the heart, and then to sit down and write. And this is called life. How is it nobody has described the agonizing discord in the soul of a writer who has to amuse the crowd when his heart is heavy, or to shed tears at the word of command when his heart is light? I must be playful, coldly unconcerned, witty, but what if I am weighed down with misery? What if I am ill, or my child is dying, or my wife in anguish? He says this, brandishing his fists and rolling his eyes. Then he goes into the bedroom and wakes his wife. Nadia, he says, I am sitting down to write. Please don't let anyone interrupt me. I can't write with children crying or cooks snoring. See, too, that there's tea and steak or something. You know that I can't write without tea. Tea is the one thing that gives me the energy for my work. Returning to his room, he takes off his coat, waistcoat, and boots. He does this very slowly. Then, assuming an expression of injured innocence, he sits down to his table. There is nothing casual, nothing ordinary on his writing table. Down to the veriest trifle, everything bears the stamp of a stern, deliberately planned program. Little busts and photographs of distinguished writers, heaps of rough manuscripts, a volume of Byelinsky with a page turned down, part of a skull by way of an ashtray, a sheet of newspaper folded carelessly, but so that a passage is uppermost, boldly marked in blue pencil with the word disgraceful. There are a dozen sharply pointed pencils and several penholders fitted with new nibs, put in readiness that no accidental breaking of a pen may for a single second interrupt the flight of his creative fancy. Ivan Yegorich throws himself back in his chair and, closing his eyes, concentrates himself on his subject. He hears his wife shuffling about in her slippers and splitting shavings to heat the samovar. She is hardly awake. That is apparent from the way the knife and the lid of the samovar keep dropping from her hands. Soon the hissing of the samovar and the spluttering of the frying meat reaches him. His wife is still splitting shavings and rattling with the doors and blowers of the stove. All at once Ivan Yegorich starts, opens frightened eyes, and begins to sniff the air. Heavens, the stove is smoking. He groans, grimacing with a face of agony. Smoking, that insufferable woman makes a point of trying to poison me. How, in God's name, am I to write in such surroundings? Kindly tell me that. He rushes into the kitchen and breaks into a theatrical wail. When a little later, his wife, stepping cautiously on tiptoe, brings him in a glass of tea, he is sitting in an easy chair as before with his eyes closed, absorbed in his article. He does not stir, drums lightly on his forehead with 2 fingers, and pretends he is not aware of his wife's presence. His face wears an expression of injured innocence. Like a girl who has been presented with a costly fan, he spends a long time coquetting, grimacing, and posing to himself before he writes the title. He presses his temples, he wriggles and draws his legs up under his chair as though he were in pain, or half closes his eyes languidly like a cat on the sofa. At last, not without hesitation, he stretches out his hand towards the inkstand, and with an expression as though he were signing a death warrant, writes the title. "Mammy, give me some water," he hears his son's voice. "Hush," says his mother, "Daddy's writing, hush." Daddy writes very, very quickly. Without corrections or pauses, he has scarcely time to turn over the pages. The busts and portraits of celebrated authors look at his swiftly racing pen and, keeping stock still, seem to be thinking, "Oh my, how you are going it." "SH," squeaks the pen. "SH," whisper the authors, when his knee jolts the table and they are set trembling. All at once Krasnihin draws himself up, lays down his pen and listens. He hears an even monotonous whispering. It is Foma Nikolaevich, the lodger in the next room, saying his prayers. "I say," cries Krasnihin, "couldn't you please say your prayers more quietly? You prevent me from writing." "Very sorry," Foma Nikolaevich answers timidly. After covering 5 pages, Krasnihin stretches and looks at his watch. "Goodness, 3 o'clock already," he moans. "Other people are asleep while I alone must work." Shattered and exhausted he goes, with his head on one side, to the bedroom to wake his wife, and says in a languid voice, "Nadia, get me some more tea. I feel weak." He writes till 4 o'clock and would readily have written till 6 if his subject had not been exhausted. Coquetting and posing to himself, and the inanimate objects about him, far from any indiscreet, critical eye tyrannizing and domineering over the little anthill that fate has put in his power, are the honey and the salt of his existence. And how different is this despot here at home from the humble, meek, dull-witted little man we are accustomed to see in the editor's offices. "I am so exhausted that I am afraid I shan't sleep," he says as he gets into bed. "Our work, this cursed, ungrateful hard labor, exhausts the soul even more than the body. I had better take some bromide. God knows, if it were not for my family, I'd throw up the work. To write to order, it is awful." He sleeps till 12 or 1 o'clock in the day, sleeps a sound, healthy sleep. Ah, how he would sleep, what dreams he would have, how he would spread himself if he were to become a well-known writer, an editor, or even a sub-editor. "He has been writing all night," whispers his wife with a scared expression on her face. "SH. No one dares to speak or move or make a sound. His sleep is something sacred, and the culprit who offends against it will pay dearly for his fault." "Hush," floats over the flat. "Hush." In an hotel. "Let me tell you, my good man," began Madame Nashatirin, the colonel's lady at number 47, crimson and spluttering as she pounced on the hotel keeper. "Either give me other apartments, or I shall leave your confounded hotel altogether. It's a sink of iniquity. Mercy on us, I have grown-up daughters and one hears nothing but abominations day and night. It's beyond everything, day and night. Sometimes he fires off such things that it simply makes one's ears blush. Positively like a cabman. It's a good thing that my poor girls don't understand or I should have to fly out into the street with them. He's saying something now, you listen. I know a thing better than that, my boy. A husky bass floated in from the next room. Do you remember Lieutenant Drushkov? Well, that same Drushkov was one day making a drive with the yellow into the pocket, and as he usually did, flung up his leg. All at once something went crrrrack. At first they thought he had torn the cloth of the billiard table, but when they looked, my dear fellow, his United States had split at every seam. He had made such a high kick, the beast, that not a seam was left. Ha ha ha, and there were ladies present too, among others the wife of that driveling Lieutenant Okurin. Okurin was furious. How dare the fellow, said he, behave with impropriety in the presence of my wife? One thing led to another. You know our fellows? Okurin sent seconds to Drushkov, and Drushkov said, don't be a fool. Ha ha ha, but tell him he had better send seconds not to me, but to the tailor who made me those breeches. It is his fault, you know. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lilia and Mila, the colonel's daughters, who were sitting in the window with their round cheeks propped on their fists, flushed crimson and dropped their eyes that looked buried in their plump faces. Now you have heard him, haven't you? Madame Nashatirin went on addressing the hotel keeper. And that, you consider, of no consequence, I suppose. I am the wife of a colonel, sir. My husband is a commanding officer. I will not permit some cabman to utter such infamies almost in my presence. He is not a cabman, madam, but the staff captain Kikin, a gentleman born. If he has so far forgotten his station as to express himself like a cabman, then he is even more deserving of contempt. In short, don't answer me, but kindly take steps. But what can I do, madam? You're not the only one to complain, everybody's complaining, but what am I to do with him? One goes to his room and begins putting him to shame, saying, Hannibal Ivanitch, have some fear of God, it's shameful, and he'll punch you in the face with his fists and say all sorts of things. There, put that in your pipe and smoke it, and such like. It's a disgrace. He wakes up in the morning and sets to walking about the corridor in nothing, saving your presence, but his underclothes. And when he has had a drop, he will pick up a revolver and set to putting bullets into the wall. By day, he is swilling liquor, and at night, he plays cards like mad, and after cards, it is fighting. I am ashamed for the other lodgers to see it. Why don't you get rid of the scoundrel? Why, there's no getting him out. He owes me for 3 months, but we don't ask for our money, we simply ask him to get out as a favor. The magistrate has given him an order to clear out of the rooms, but he's taking it from one court to another, and so it drags on. He's a perfect nuisance, that's what he is. And, good Lord, such a man, too, young, good-looking, and intellectual. When he hasn't had a drop, you couldn't wish to see a nicer gentleman. The other day, he wasn't drunk, and he spent the whole day writing letters to his father and mother. Poor father and mother, sighed the colonel's lady. They are to be pitied, to be sure. There's no comfort in having such a scamp. He's sworn at and turned out of his lodgings, and not a day passes but he is in trouble over some scandal. It's sad. His poor unhappy wife, sighed the lady. He has no wife, madam. A likely idea. She would have to thank God if her head were not broken. The lady walked up and down the room. He is not married, you say? Certainly not, madam. The lady walked up and down the room again, and mused a little. Not married, she pronounced meditatively. Lilia and Mila don't sit at the window, there's a draught, what a pity, a young man and to let himself sink to this, and all owing to what? The lack of good influence, there is no mother who would. Not married, well, there it is. Please be so good, the lady continued suavely after a moment's thought, as to go to him and ask him in my name to refrain from using expressions. Tell him that Madame Nashatirin begs him. Tell him she is staying with her daughters in number 47, that she has come up from her estate in the country. Certainly. Tell him, a colonel's lady and her daughters, he might even come and apologize. We are always at home after dinner. Oh, Mila, shut the window. Why, what do you want with that? Black sheep, mamma? Drawled Lilia when the hotel keeper had retired. A queer person to invite, a drunken, rowdy rascal. Oh, don't say so, ma cheer, you always talk like that, and there. Sit down. Why, whatever he may be, we ought not to despise him. There's something good in everyone. Who knows, sighed the colonel's lady, looking her daughters up and down anxiously. Perhaps your fate is here. Change your dresses anyway. In a strange land. Sunday midday. A landowner called Kamyshev is sitting in his dining room, deliberately eating his lunch at a luxuriously furnished table. Monsieur Champon, a clean, neat, smoothly shaven old Frenchman, is sharing the meal with him. This Champon had once been a tutor in Kamishev's household, had taught his children good manners, the correct pronunciation of French, and dancing. Afterwards, when Kamishev's children had grown up and become lieutenants, Champon had become something like a bon of the male sex. The duties of the former tutor were not complicated. He had to be properly dressed, to smell of scent, to listen to Kamishev's idle babble, to eat and drink and sleep, and apparently that was all. For this he received a room, his board, and an indefinite salary. Kamishev eats, and as usual babbles at random. "Damnation," he says, wiping away the tears that have come into his eyes after a mouthful of ham thickly smeared with mustard. "Ah, it has shot into my head and all my joints. Your French mustard would not do that, you know, if you ate the whole potful." Some like the French, some prefer the Russian. Champon assents mildly. No one likes French mustard except Frenchmen, and a Frenchman will eat anything, whatever you give him, frogs and rats and black beetles. Brrr, you don't like that ham, for instance, because it is Russian, but if one were to give you a bit of baked glass and tell you it was French, you would eat it and smack your lips. To your thinking, everything Russian is nasty. I don't say that. Everything Russian is nasty, but if it's Frencho, c'est très joli. To your thinking, there is no country better than France, but to my mind. Why, what is France, to tell the truth about it? A little bit of land. Our police captain was sent out there, but in a month he asked to be transferred. There was nowhere to turn round. One can drive round the whole of your France in one day, while here when you drive out of the gate you can see no end to the land, you can ride on and on. Yes, monsieur, Russia is an immense country. To be sure it is. To your thinking, there are no better people than the French. Well-educated, clever people. Civilization. I agree, the French are all well-educated with elegant manners. That is true. A Frenchman never allows himself to be rude. He hands a lady a chair at the right minute. He doesn't eat crayfish with his fork. He doesn't spit on the floor, but there's not the same spirit in him. Not the spirit in him. I don't know how to explain it to you, but however one is to express it, there's nothing in a Frenchman of something. The speaker flourishes his fingers. Of something. Fanatical. I remember I have read somewhere that all of you have intelligence acquired from books, while we Russians have innate intelligence. If a Russian studies the sciences properly, none of your French professors is a match for him. Perhaps, says Champon, as it were reluctantly. No, not perhaps, but certainly. It's no use your frowning, it's the truth I am speaking. The Russian intelligence is an inventive intelligence. Only of course he is not given a free outlet for it, and he has no hand at boasting. He will invent something and break it, or give it to the children to play with, while your Frenchman will invent some nonsensical thing and make an uproar for all the world to hear it. The other day Iona the coachman carved a little man out of wood. If you pull the little man by a thread he plays unseemly antics. But Iona does not brag of it. I don't like Frenchmen as a rule. I am not referring to you, but speaking generally. They are an immoral people. Outwardly they look like men, but they live like dogs. Take marriage, for instance. With us, once you are married, you stick to your wife, and there is no talk about it, but goodness knows how it is with you. The husband is sitting all day long in a cafe, while his wife fills the house with Frenchmen and sets to dancing the can-can with them. That's not true, Champon protests, flaring up and unable to restrain himself. The principle of the family is highly esteemed in France. We know all about that principle. You ought to be ashamed to defend it. One ought to be impartial. A pig is always a pig. We must thank the Germans for having beaten them. Yes, indeed, God bless them for it. In that case, monsieur, I don't understand. Says the Frenchman, leaping up with flashing eyes. If you hate the French, why do you keep me? What am I to do with you? Let me go, and I will go back to France. What? But do you suppose they would let you into France now? Why, you are a traitor to your country. At one time Napoleon's your great man, add another Gambetta. Who the devil can make you out? Monsieur, says Champon in French, spluttering and crushing up his table napkin in his hands, my worst enemy could not have thought of a greater insult than the outrage you have just done to my feelings. All is over. And with a tragic wave of his arm, the Frenchman flings his dinner napkin on the table majestically and walks out of the room with dignity. 3 hours later the table is laid again, and the servants bring in the dinner. Kamyshev sits alone at the table. After the preliminary glass, he feels a craving to babble. He wants to chatter, but he has no listener. "What is Alphonse Ludovikovich doing?" he asks the footman. "He is packing his trunk, sir." "What a noodle, Lord forgive us," says Kamyshev and goes into the Frenchman. Champon is sitting on the floor in his room, and with trembling hands is packing in his trunk his linen, scent bottles, prayer books, braces, ties. All his correct figure, his trunk, his bedstead and the table all have an air of elegance and effeminacy. Great tears are dropping from his big blue eyes into the trunk. "Where are you off to?" asks Kamyshev, after standing still for a little. The Frenchman says nothing. "Do you want to go away?" Kamyshev goes on. "Well, but I won't venture to detain you. But what is queer is, how are you going to travel without a passport? I wonder, I have lost your passport. I thrust it in somewhere between some papers, and it is lost. And they are strict about passports among us. Before you have gone 3 or 4 miles, they pounce upon you." Champon raises his head and looks mistrustfully at Kamyshev. "Yes, you will see. They will see from your face you haven't a passport and ask at once, 'Who is that?' 'Alphonse Champon. We know that Alphonse Champon. Wouldn't you like to go under police escort somewhere nearer home?" "Are you joking?" "What motive have I for joking? Why should I? Only mine now. It's a compact. Don't you begin whining then and writing letters. I won't stir a finger when they lead you by in fetters." Champon jumps up and, pale and wide-eyed, begins pacing up and down the room. "What are you doing to me?" he says in despair, clutching at his head. "My God, accursed be that hour when the fatal thought of leaving my country entered my head." Come, I was joking," says Kamyshev in a lower tone. Queer fish he is, he doesn't understand a joke. One can't say a word. "My dear friend," shrieks Champon, reassured by Kamyshev's tone, "I swear I am devoted to Russia, to you and your children. To leave you is as bitter to me as death itself, but every word you utter stabs me to the heart." "Ah, you queer fish. If I do abuse the French, what reason have you to take offense? You are a queer fish, really. You should follow the example of Lazar Isakich, my tenant. I call him one thing and another, a Jew and a scurvy rascal, and I make a pig's ear out of my coat tail and catch him by his Jewish curls. He doesn't take offense. But he is a slave. For a kopeck he is ready to put up with any insult. Come, that's enough, peace and conquered." Champon powders his tear-stained face and goes with Kamyshev to the dining room. The first course is eaten in silence. After the second, the same performance begins over again, and so Champon's sufferings have no end. The party and other stories. The party After the festive dinner with its 8 courses and its endless conversation, Olga Mihailovna, whose husband's name day was being celebrated, went out into the garden. The duty of smiling and talking incessantly, the clatter of the crockery, the stupidity of the servants, the long intervals between the courses, and the stays she had put on to conceal her condition from the visitors wearied her to exhaustion. She longed to get away from the house, to sit in the shade and rest her heart with thoughts of the baby, which was to be born to her in another 2 months. She was used to these thoughts coming to her as she turned to the left out of the big avenue into the narrow path. Here in the thick shade of the plums and cherry trees, the dry branches used to scratch her neck and shoulders. A spider's web would settle on her face, and there would rise up in her mind the image of a little creature of undetermined sex and undefined features, and it began to seem as though it were not the spider's web that tickled her face and neck caressingly, but that little creature. When, at the end of the path, a thin wicker hurdle came into sight, and behind it podgy beehives with tiled roofs, when in the motionless, stagnant air there came a smell of hay and honey, and a soft buzzing of bees was audible, then the little creature would take complete possession of Olga Mihailovna. She used to sit down on a bench near the shanty woven of branches and fall to thinking. This time, too, she went on as far as the seat, sat down, and began thinking. But instead of the little creature, there rose up in her imagination the figures of the grown-up people whom she had just left. She felt dreadfully uneasy that she, the hostess, had deserted her guests, and she remembered how her husband, Pyotr Dmitrich, and her uncle, Nikolay Nikolaich, had argued at dinner about trial by jury, about the press, and about the higher education of women. Her husband, as usual, argued in order to show off his conservative ideas before his visitors and, still more, in order to disagree with her uncle, whom he disliked. Her uncle contradicted him, and wrangled over every word he uttered, so as to show the company that he, Uncle Nikolay Nikolaich, still retained his youthful freshness of spirit and free-thinking in spite of his 59 years. And towards the end of dinner, even Olga Mihailovna herself could not resist taking part and unskillfully attempting to defend university education for women, not that education stood in need of her defense, but simply because she wanted to annoy her husband, who to her mind was unfair. The guests were wearied by this discussion, but they all thought it necessary to take part in it, and talked a great deal, although none of them took any interest in trial by jury or the higher education of women. Olga Mihailovna was sitting on the nearest side of the hurdle near the shanty. The sun was hidden behind the clouds. The trees and the air were overcast as before rain, but in spite of that it was hot and stifling. The hay cut under the trees on the previous day was lying ungathered, looking melancholy, with here and there a patch of color from the faded flowers, and from it came a heavy, sickly scent. It was still. The other side of the hurdle there was a monotonous hum of bees. Suddenly she heard footsteps and voices. Someone was coming along the path towards the bee-house. "How stifling it is," said a feminine voice. "What do you think, is it going to rain or not?" "It is going to rain, my charmer, but not before night," a very familiar male voice answered languidly. "There will be a good rain." Olga Mihailovna calculated that if she made haste to hide in the shanty they would pass by without seeing her, and she would not have to talk and to force herself to smile. She picked up her skirts, bent down and crept into the shanty. At once she felt upon her face, her neck, her arms, the hot air as heavy as steam. If it had not been for the stuffiness and the close smell of rye bread, fennel, and brushwood, which prevented her from breathing freely, it would have been delightful to hide from her visitors here under the thatched roof in the dusk, and to think about the little creature. It was cozy and quiet. "What a pretty spot," said a feminine voice. "Let us sit here, Pyotr Dmitrich." Olga Mihailovna began peeping through a crack between two branches. She saw her husband, Pyotr Dmitrich, and Lubotshka Scheller, a girl of 17 who had not long left boarding school. Pyotr Dmitrich, with his hat on the back of his head, languid and indolent from having drunk so much at dinner, slouched by the hurdle and raked the hay into a heap with his foot. Lubotshka, pink with the heat and pretty as ever, stood with her hands behind her, watching the lazy movements of his big, handsome person. Olga Mihailovna knew that her husband was attractive to women and did not like to see him with them. There was nothing out of the way in Pyotr Dmitrich's lazily raking together the hay in order to sit down on it with Lubotshka and chatter to her of trivialities. There was nothing out of the way, either, in pretty Lubotshka's looking at him with her soft eyes. But yet Olga Mihailovna felt vexed with her husband and frightened and pleased that she could listen to them. "Sit down, enchantress," said Pyotr Dmitrich, sinking down on the hay and stretching. "That's right. Come, tell me something." "What next? If I begin telling you anything you will go to sleep." "Me go to sleep? Allah forbid. Can I go to sleep while eyes like yours are watching me?" In her husband's words, and in the fact that he was lolling with his hat on the back of his head in the presence of a lady, there was nothing out of the way either. He was spoilt by women, knew that they found him attractive, and had adopted with them a special tone which everyone said suited him. With Lubotshka he behaved as with all women, but all the same Olga Mihailovna was jealous. "Tell me, please," said Lubotshka, after a brief silence, "is it true that you are to be tried for something?" Yes, I am, numbered among the transgressors, my charmer." "But what for?" "For nothing, but it's chiefly a question of politics," yawned Pyotr Dmitrich, the antagonisms of left and right. "I, an obscurantist and reactionary, ventured in an official paper to make use of an expression offensive in the eyes of such immaculate Gladstones as Vladimir Pavlovich Vladimirov and our local justice of the peace Kuzma Grigorich Vostriakov." Pyotr Dmitrich yawned again and went on. "And it is the way with us that you may express disapproval of the sun or the moon or anything you like, but God preserve you from touching the liberals. Heaven forbid. A liberal is like the poisonous dry fungus which covers you with a cloud of dust if you accidentally touch it with your finger." "What happened to you?" "Nothing particular. The whole flare-up started from the merest trifle. A teacher, a detestable person of clerical associations, hands to Vostriakov a petition against a tavern keeper, charging him with insulting language and behavior in a public place. Everything showed that both the teacher and the tavern keeper were drunk as cobblers, and that they behaved equally badly. If there had been insulting behavior, the insult had anyway been mutual. Vostriakov ought to have fined them both for a breach of the peace and have turned them out of the court, that is all. But that's not our way of doing things. With us, what stands first is not the person, not the fact itself, but the trademark and label. However great a rascal a teacher may be, he is always in the right because he is a teacher. A tavern keeper is always in the wrong because he is a tavern keeper and a money grubber. Vostriakov placed the tavern keeper under arrest. The man appealed to the circuit court. The circuit court triumphantly upheld Vostriakov's decision. Well, I stuck to my own opinion. Got a little hot. That was all. Pyotr Dmitrich spoke calmly with careless irony. In reality, the trial that was hanging over him worried him extremely. Olga Mihailovna remembered how on his return from the unfortunate session he had tried to conceal from his household how troubled he was, and how dissatisfied with himself. As an intelligent man, he could not help feeling that he had gone too far in expressing his disagreement, and how much lying had been needful to conceal that feeling from himself and from others. How many unnecessary conversations there had been, how much grumbling and insincere laughter at what was not laughable. When he learned that he was to be brought up before the court, he seemed at once harassed and depressed. He began to sleep badly, stood oftener than ever at the windows, drumming on the panes with his fingers. And he was ashamed to let his wife see that he was worried, and it vexed her. "They say you have been in the province of Poltava," Lubotshka questioned him. "Yes," answered Pyotr Dmitrich. "I came back the day before yesterday." "I expect it is very nice there." "Yes, it is very nice indeed. In fact, I arrived just in time for the haymaking, I must tell you, and in the Ukraine the haymaking is the most poetical moment of the year. Here we have a big house, a big garden, a lot of servants, and a lot going on, so that you don't see the haymaking. Here it all passes unnoticed. There at the farm, I have a meadow of 45 acres as flat as my hand. You can see the men mowing from any window you stand at. They are mowing in the meadow, they are mowing in the garden. There are no visitors, no fuss nor hurry either, so that you can't help seeing, feeling, hearing nothing but the haymaking. There is a smell of hay indoors and outdoors. There's the sound of the scythes from sunrise to sunset. Altogether, Little Russia is a charming country. Would you believe it, when I was drinking water from the rustic wells and filthy vodka in some Jew's tavern, when on quiet evenings the strains of the Little Russian fiddle and the tambourines reached me, I was tempted by a fascinating idea to settle down on my place and live there as long as I chose, far away from circuit courts, intellectual conversations, philosophizing women, long dinners." Pyotr Dmitrich was not lying. He was unhappy and really longed to rest, and he had visited his Poltava property simply to avoid seeing his study, his servants, his acquaintances, and everything that could remind him of his wounded vanity and his mistakes. Lubotshka suddenly jumped up and waved her hands about in horror. "Oh, a bee," she shrieked. "It will sting." "Nonsense, it won't sting," said Pyotr Dmitrich. "What a coward you are." No, cried Lubotshka, and looking round at the bees, she walked rapidly back. Pyotr Dmitrich walked away after her, looking at her with a softened and melancholy face. He was probably thinking, as he looked at her, of his farm, of solitude, and who knows, perhaps he was even thinking how snug and cozy life would be at the farm if his wife had been this girl young, pure, fresh, not corrupted by higher education, not with child. When the sound of their footsteps had died away, Olga Mihailovna came out of the shanty and turned towards the house. She wanted to cry. She was by now acutely jealous. She could understand that her husband was worried, dissatisfied with himself and ashamed, and when people are ashamed they hold aloof, above all from those nearest to them, and are unreserved with strangers. She could understand also that she had nothing to fear from Lubotshka or from those women who were now drinking coffee indoors. But everything in general was terrible, incomprehensible, and it already seemed to Olga Mihailovna that Pyotr Dmitrich only half belonged to her. "He has no right to do it," she muttered, trying to formulate her jealousy and her vexation with her husband. "He has no right at all. I will tell him so plainly." She made up her mind to find her husband at once and tell him all about it. It was disgusting, absolutely disgusting, that he was attractive to other women and sought their admiration as though it were some heavenly manna. It was unjust and dishonorable that he should give to others what belonged by right to his wife, that he should hide his soul and his conscience from his wife to reveal them to the first pretty face he came across. What harm had his wife done him? How was she to blame? Long ago she had been sickened by his lying. He was forever posing, flirting, saying what he did not think, and trying to seem different from what he was and what he ought to be. Why this falsity? Was it seemly in a decent man? If he lied, he was demeaning himself and those to whom he lied, and slighting what he lied about. Could he not understand that if he swaggered and posed at the judicial table, or held forth at dinner on the prerogatives of government, that he, simply to provoke her uncle, was showing thereby that he had not a ha'porth of respect for the court, or himself, or any of the people who were listening and looking at him? Coming out into the big avenue, Olga Mihailovna assumed an expression of face as though she had just gone away to look after some domestic matter. In the veranda, the gentlemen were drinking liqueur and eating strawberries. One of them, the examining magistrate, a stout elderly man, Blager and Wit must have been telling some rather free anecdote, for seeing their hostess, he suddenly clapped his hands over his fat lips, rolled his eyes, and sat down. Olga Mihailovna did not like the local officials. She did not care for their clumsy, ceremonious wives, their scandal-mongering, their frequent visits, their flattery of her husband, whom they all hated. Now, when they were drinking, were replete with food, and showed no signs of going away, she felt their presence an agonizing weariness. But not to appear impolite, she smiled cordially to the magistrate and shook her finger at him. She walked across the dining room and drawing room smiling, and looking as though she had gone to give some order and make some arrangement. God grant no one stops me, she thought, but she forced herself to stop in the drawing room to listen from politeness to a young man who was sitting at the piano playing. After standing for a minute, she cried, "Bravo, bravo, Georges," and clapping her hands twice, she went on. She found her husband in his study. He was sitting at the table thinking of something. His face looked stern, thoughtful, and guilty. This was not the same Pyotr Dmitrich who had been arguing at dinner and whom his guests knew, but a different man, wearied, feeling guilty and dissatisfied with himself, whom nobody knew but his wife. He must have come to the study to get cigarettes. Before him lay an open cigarette case full of cigarettes, and one of his hands was in the table drawer. He had paused and sunk into thought as he was taking the cigarettes. Olga Mihailovna felt sorry for him. It was as clear as day that this man was harassed, could find no rest, and was perhaps struggling with himself. Olga Mihailovna went up to the table in silence. Wanting to show that she had forgotten the argument at dinner and was not cross, she shut the cigarette case and put it in her husband's coat pocket. What should I say to him? She wondered. I shall say that lying is like a forest. The further one goes into it, the more difficult it is to get out of it. I will say to him, you have been carried away by the false part you are playing. You have insulted people who were attached to you and have done you no harm. Go and apologize to them, laugh at yourself, and you will feel better. And if you want peace and solitude, let us go away together. Meeting his wife's gaze, Pyotr Dmitrich's face immediately assumed the expression it had worn at dinner and in the garden, indifferent and slightly ironical. He yawned and got up. It's past 5, he said, looking at his watch. If our visitors are merciful and leave us at 11, even then we have another 6 hours of it. It's a cheerful prospect, there's no denying. And whistling something, he walked slowly out of the study with his usual dignified gait. She could hear him with dignified firmness cross the dining room, then the drawing room, laugh with dignified assurance, and say to the young man who was playing, "Bravo, bravo." Soon his footsteps died away. He must have gone out into the garden. And now not jealousy, not vexation, but real hatred of his footsteps, his insincere laugh and voice, took possession of Olga Mihailovna. She went to the window and looked out into the garden. Pyotr Dmitrich was already walking along the avenue. Putting one hand in his pocket and snapping the fingers of the other, he walked with confident swinging steps, throwing his head back a little, and looking as though he were very well satisfied with himself, with his dinner, with his digestion, and with nature. 2 little schoolboys, the children of Madame Tichizhevsky, who had only just arrived, made their appearance in the avenue, accompanied by their tutor, a student wearing a white tunic and very narrow trousers. When they reached Pyotr Dmitrich, the boys and the student stopped, and probably congratulated him on his name day. With a graceful swing of his shoulders, he patted the children on their cheeks, and carelessly offered the student his hand without looking at him. The student must have praised the weather and compared it with the climate of Petersburg, for Pyotr Dmitrich said in a loud voice, in a tone as though he were not speaking to a guest, but to an usher of the court or a witness. What? It's cold in Petersburg, and here, my good sir, we have a salubrious atmosphere and the fruits of the earth in abundance. What? And thrusting one hand in his pocket and snapping the fingers of the other, he walked on. Till he had disappeared behind the nut bushes, Olga Mihailovna watched the back of his head in perplexity. How had this man of 34 come by the dignified deportment of a general? How had he come by that impressive, elegant manner? Where had he got that vibration of authority in his voice? Where had he got these whats, to be sures, and my good sirs? Olga Mihailovna remembered how in the first months of her marriage she had felt dreary at home alone and had driven into the town to the circuit court, at which Pyotr Dmitrich had sometimes presided in place of her godfather, Count Alexei Petrovich. In the presidential chair, wearing his uniform and a chain on his breast, he was completely changed. Stately gestures, a voice of thunder, what? To be sure, careless tones. Everything, all that was ordinary and human, all that was individual and personal to himself that Olga Mihailovna was accustomed to seeing in him at home, vanished in grandeur, and in the presidential chair there sat not Pyotr Dmitrich, but another man whom everyone called Mr. President. This consciousness of power prevented him from sitting still in his place, and he seized every opportunity to ring his bell, to glance sternly at the public, to shout. Where had he got his short sight and his deafness when he suddenly began to see and hear with difficulty, and, frowning majestically, insisted on people speaking louder and coming closer to the table? From the height of his grandeur, he could hardly distinguish faces or sounds, so that it seemed that if Olga Mihailovna herself had gone up to him, he would have shouted even to her, "Your name." Peasant witnesses he addressed familiarly. He shouted at the public so that his voice could be heard even in the street, and behaved incredibly with the lawyers. If a lawyer had to speak to him, Pyotr Dmitrich, turning a little away from him, looked with half-closed eyes at the ceiling, meaning to signify thereby that the lawyer was utterly superfluous, and that he was neither recognizing him nor listening to him. If a badly dressed lawyer spoke, Pyotr Dmitrich pricked up his ears and looked the man up and down with a sarcastic, annihilating stare as though to say, "Queer sort of lawyers nowadays." "What do you mean by that?" he would interrupt. If a would-be eloquent lawyer mispronounced a foreign word, saying, for instance, factitious instead of fictitious, Pyotr Dmitrich brightened up at once and asked, "What? How? Factitious? What does that mean?" And then observed impressively, "Don't make use of words you do not understand." And the lawyer, finishing his speech, would walk away from the table, red and perspiring, while Pyotr Dmitrich, with a self-satisfied smile, would lean back in his chair triumphant. In his manner with the lawyers he imitated Count Alexei Petrovich a little, but when the latter said, for instance, "Counsel for the defense, you keep quiet for a little," it sounded paternally good-natured and natural, while the same words in Pyotr Dmitrich's mouth were rude and artificial. Roman 2. There were sounds of applause. The young man had finished playing. Olga Mihailovna remembered her guests and hurried into the drawing-room. "I have so enjoyed your playing," she said, going up to the piano. "I have so enjoyed it. You have a wonderful talent. But don't you think our piano's out of tune?" At that moment the two schoolboys walked into the room, accompanied by the student. "My goodness, Midia and Kalia," Olga Mihailovna drawled joyfully, going to meet them. "How big they have grown, one would not know you, but where is your mamma?" "I congratulate you on the name day," the student began in a free and easy tone, "and I wish you all happiness. Ekaterina Andreevna sends her congratulations and begs you to excuse her. She is not very well." "How unkind of her. I have been expecting her all day. Is it long since you left Petersburg?" Olga Mihailovna asked the student. "What kind of weather have you there now?" And without waiting for an answer, she looked cordially at the schoolboys and repeated, "How tall they have grown. It is not long since they used to come with their nurse, and they are at school already. The old grow older while the young grow up. Have you had dinner?" "Oh, please don't trouble," said the student. "Why, you have not had dinner." "For goodness' sake, don't trouble." "But I suppose you are hungry." Olga Mihailovna said it in a harsh, rude voice, with impatience and vexation. It escaped her unawares, but at once she coughed, smiled, and flushed crimson. "How tall they have grown," she said softly. "Please don't trouble," the student said once more. The student begged her not to trouble. The boys said nothing. Obviously, all three of them were hungry. Olga Mihailovna took them into the dining room and told Vasily to lay the table. "How unkind of your mamma," she said as she made them sit down. "She has quite forgotten me. Unkind, unkind, unkind. You must tell her so. What are you studying?" she asked the student. "Medicine." "Well, I have a weakness for doctors, only fancy. I am very sorry my husband is not a doctor. What courage anyone must have to perform an operation or dissect a corpse, for instance. Horrible, aren't you frightened? I believe I should die of terror. Of course, you drink vodka. Please don't trouble. After your journey you must have something to drink. Though I am a woman, even I drink sometimes. And Midia and Kalia will drink Malaga. It's not a strong wine, you need not be afraid of it. What fine fellows they are, really. They'll be thinking of getting married next." Olga Mihailovna talked without ceasing. She knew by experience that when she had guests to entertain, it was far easier and more comfortable to talk than to listen. When you talk, there is no need to strain your attention to think of answers to questions and to change your expression of face. But unawares, she asked the student a serious question. The student began a lengthy speech, and she was forced to listen. The student knew that she had once been at the university, and so tried to seem a serious person as he talked to her. "What subject are you studying?" she asked, forgetting that she had already put that question to him. "Medicine." Olga Mihailovna now remembered that she had been away from the ladies for a long while. "Yes, then I suppose you are going to be a doctor," she said, getting up. "That's splendid. I am sorry I did not go in for medicine myself, so you will finish your dinner here, gentlemen, and then come into the garden. I will introduce you to the young ladies." She went out and glanced at her watch. It was 5 minutes to 6. And she wondered that the time had gone so slowly, and thought with horror that there were 6 more hours before midnight, when the party would break up. How could she get through those 6 hours? What phrases could she utter? How should she behave to her husband? There was not a soul in the drawing room or on the veranda. All the guests were sauntering about the garden. "I shall have to suggest a walk in the birchwood before tea, or else a row in the boats," thought Olga Mihailovna, hurrying to the croquet ground, from which came the sounds of voices and laughter. "And sit the old people down to vent." She met Grigory, the footman, coming from the croquet ground with empty bottles. "Where are the ladies?" she asked. "Among the raspberry bushes. The master's there too." "Oh, good heavens!" Someone on the croquet lawn shouted with exasperation. "I have told you 1,000 times over, to know the Bulgarians you must see them. You can't judge from the papers." Either because of the outburst or for some other reason, Olga Mihailovna was suddenly aware of a terrible weakness all over, especially in her legs and in her shoulders. She felt she could not bear to speak, to listen, or to move. "Grigory," she said faintly and with an effort, "when you have to serve tea or anything, please don't appeal to me, don't ask me anything, don't speak of anything. Do it all yourself and don't make a noise with your feet, I entreat you. I can't because." Without finishing, she walked on towards the croquet lawn, but on the way she thought of the ladies and turned towards the raspberry bushes. The sky, the air, and the trees looked gloomy again and threatened rain. It was hot and stifling. An immense flock of crows, foreseeing a storm, flew cawing over the garden. The paths were more overgrown, darker, and narrower as they got nearer the kitchen garden. In one of them, buried in a thick tangle of wild pear, crabapple, sorrel, young oaks, and hopvine, clouds of tiny black flies swarmed round Olga Mihailovna. She covered her face with her hands and began forcing herself to think of the little creature. There floated through her imagination the figures of Grigory, Midia, Kalia, the faces of the peasants who had come in the morning to present their congratulations. She heard footsteps, and she opened her eyes. Uncle Nikolay Nikolaich was coming rapidly towards her. "It's you, dear, I am very glad," he began, breathless. A couple of words. He mopped with his handkerchief his red shaven chin, then suddenly stepped back a pace, flung up his hands, and opened his eyes wide. "My dear girl, how long is this going on?" he said rapidly, spluttering. "I ask you, is there no limit to it?" I say nothing of the demoralizing effect of his martinet views on all around him, of the way he insults all that is sacred and best in me, and in every honest thinking man I will say nothing about that, but he might at least behave decently. Why, he shouts, he bellows, gives himself airs, poses as a sort of Bonaparte, does not let one say a word. I don't know what the devil's the matter with him. These lordly gestures, this condescending tone, and laughing like a general. Who is he, allow me to ask you? I ask you, who is he? The husband of his wife, with a few paltry acres, and the rank of a titular who has had the luck to marry an heiress. An upstart and a junker, like so many others. A type out of Sht Chedrin. Upon my word, it's either that he's suffering from megalomania, or that old rat in his dotage, Count Alexei Petrovitch, is right when he says that children and young people are a long time growing up nowadays, and go on playing they are cabmen and generals till they are 40. That's true, Olga Mihailovna assented. Let me pass. Now just consider, what is it leading to? Her uncle went on, barring her way. How will this playing at being a general and a conservative end? Already he has got into trouble. Yes, to stand his trial, I am very glad of it. That's what his noise and shouting has brought him to stand in the prisoner's dock. And it's not as though it were the circuit court or something, it's the central court. Nothing worse could be imagined, I think, and then he has quarreled with everyone. He is celebrating his name day, and look, Vostryakov's not here, nor Yahontov, nor Vladimirov, nor Shevud, nor the Count. There is no one, I imagine, more conservative than Count Alexei Petrovitch, yet even he has not come. And he never will come again. He won't come, you will see. My God, but what has it to do with me? Asked Olga Mihailovna. What has it to do with you? Why, you are his wife. You are clever, you have had a university education, and it was in your power to make him an honest worker. At the lectures I went to, they did not teach us how to influence tiresome people. It seems as though I should have to apologize to all of you for having been at the university, said Olga Mihailovna sharply. Listen, uncle. If people played the same scales over and over again the whole day long in your hearing, you wouldn't be able to sit still and listen, but would run away. I hear the same thing over again for days together all the year round. You must have pity on me at last. Her uncle pulled a very long face, then looked at her searchingly and twisted his lips into a mocking smile. So that's how it is, he piped in a voice like an old woman's. I beg your pardon, he said, and made a ceremonious bow. If you have fallen under his influence yourself and have abandoned your convictions, you should have said so before. I beg your pardon. Yes, I have abandoned my convictions, she cried. There, make the most of it. I beg your pardon. Her uncle for the last time made her a ceremonious bow, a little on one side, and, shrinking into himself, made a scrape with his foot and walked back. Idiot, thought Olga Mihailovna, I hope he will go home. She found the ladies and the young people among the raspberries in the kitchen garden. Some were eating raspberries, others, tired of eating raspberries, were strolling about the strawberry beds or foraging among the sugar peas. A little on one side of the raspberry bed, near a branching apple tree propped up by posts which had been pulled out of an old fence, Pyotr Dmitrich was mowing the grass. His hair was falling over his forehead, his cravat was untied. His watch chain was hanging loose. Every step and every swing of the scythe showed skill and the possession of immense physical strength. Near him were standing Lubotshka and the daughters of a neighbor, Colonel Bukriev, two anemic and unhealthily stout fair girls, Natalia and Valentina, or, as they were always called, Nada and Vada, both wearing white frocks and strikingly like each other. Pyotr Dmitrich was teaching them to mow. It's very simple, he said. You have only to know how to hold the scythe and not to get too hot over it, that is, not to use more force than is necessary, like this. Wouldn't you like to try? He said, offering the scythe to Lubotshka. Come. Lubotshka took the scythe clumsily, blushed crimson and laughed. Don't be afraid, Lubov Alexandrovna, cried Olga Mihailovna, loud enough for all the ladies to hear that she was with them. Don't be afraid, you must learn. If you marry a Tolstoyan, he will make you mow. Lubotshka raised the scythe, but began laughing again, and helpless with laughter let go of it at once. She was ashamed and pleased at being talked to as though grown up. Nada, with a cold, serious face with no trace of smiling or shyness, took the scythe, swung it and caught it in the grass. Vada, also without a smile, as cold and serious as her sister, took the scythe and silently thrust it into the earth. Having done this, the two sisters linked arms and walked in silence to the raspberries. Pyotr Dmitrich laughed and played about like a boy, and this childish, frolicsome mood in which he became exceedingly good-natured suited him far better than any other. Olga Mihailovna loved him when he was like that, but his boyishness did not usually last long. It did not this time. After playing with the scythe, he for some reason thought it necessary to take a serious tone about it. "When I am mowing, I feel, do you know, healthier and more normal," he said. "If I were forced to confine myself to an intellectual life, I believe I should go out of my mind. I feel that I was not born to be a man of culture. I ought to mow, plow, sow, drive out the horses." And Pyotr Dmitrich began a conversation with the ladies about the advantages of physical labor, about culture, and then about the pernicious effects of money, of property. Listening to her husband, Olga Mihailovna, for some reason, thought of her dowry. "And the time will come, I suppose," she thought, "when he will not forgive me for being richer than he. He is proud and vain. Maybe he will hate me because he owes so much to me." She stopped near Colonel Bukriev, who was eating raspberries and also taking part in the conversation. "Come," he said, making room for Olga Mihailovna and Pyotr Dmitrich. "The ripest are here. And so, according to Proudhon," he went on, raising his voice, "property is robbery. But I must confess I don't believe in Proudhon and don't consider him a philosopher. The French are not authorities, to my thinking, God bless them. Well, as for Proudhons and Buckles and the rest of them, I am weak in that department," said Pyotr Dmitrich. "For philosophy you must apply to my wife. She has been at university lectures and knows all your Schopenhauers and Proudhons by heart." Olga Mihailovna felt bored again. She walked again along a little path by apple and pear trees and looked again as though she was on some very important errand. She reached the gardener's cottage. In the doorway, the gardener's wife, Varvara, was sitting together with her 4 little children with big shaven heads. Varvara, too, was with child and expecting to be confined on Elijah's day. After greeting her, Olga Mihailovna looked at her and the children in silence and asked, "Well, how do you feel?" "Oh, all right." A silence followed. The 2 women seemed to understand each other without words. "It's dreadful having one's first baby," said Olga Mihailovna after a moment's thought. "I keep feeling as though I shall not get through it, as though I shall die." "I fancied that too, but here I am alive. One has all sorts of fancies." Varvara, who was just going to have her 5th, looked down a little on her mistress from the height of her experience and spoke in a rather didactic tone, and Olga Mihailovna could not help feeling her authority. She would have liked to have talked of her fears, of the child, of her sensations, but she was afraid it might strike Varvara as naive and trivial. And she waited in silence for Varvara to say something herself. "Alia, we are going indoors," Pyotr Dmitrich called from the raspberries. Olga Mihailovna liked being silent, waiting and watching Varvara. She would have been ready to stay like that till night without speaking or having any duty to perform. But she had to go. She had hardly left the cottage when Lubotshka, Nada, and Vada came running to meet her. The sisters stopped short abruptly a couple of yards away. Lubotshka ran right up to her and flung herself on her neck. "You dear, darling, precious," she said, kissing her face and her neck. "Let us go and have tea on the island." On the island," said the precisely similar Nada and Vada, both at once without a smile. "But it's going to rain, my dears." It's not," cried Lubotshka with a woebegone face. "They've all agreed to go, dear, darling." "They are all getting ready to have tea on the island," said Pyotr Dmitrich, coming up. "See to arranging things. We will all go in the boats, and the samovars and all the rest of it must be sent in the carriage with the servants." He walked beside his wife and gave her his arm. Olga Mihailovna had a desire to say something disagreeable to her husband, something biting, even about her dowry, perhaps the crueler the better, she felt. She thought a little and said, "Why is it Count Alexei Petrovitch hasn't come? What a pity." "I am very glad he hasn't come," said Pyotr Dmitrich, lying. "I'm sick to death of that old lunatic." "But yet before dinner, you were expecting him so eagerly." Roman 3. Half an hour later, all the guests were crowding on the bank near the pile to which the boats were fastened. They were all talking and laughing, and were in such excitement and commotion that they could hardly get into the boats. 3 boats were crammed with passengers, while 2 stood empty. The keys for unfastening these 2 boats had been somehow mislaid, and messengers were continually running from the river to the house to look for them. Some said Grigory had the keys, others that the bailiff had them, while others suggested sending for a blacksmith and breaking the padlocks. And all talked at once, interrupting and shouting one another down. Pyotr Dmitrich paced impatiently to and fro on the bank, shouting, "What the devil's the meaning of it? The keys ought always to be lying in the hall window. Who has dared to take them away? The bailiff can get a boat of his own if he wants one." At last the keys were found. Then it appeared that 2 oars were missing. Again there was a great hullabaloo. Pyotr Dmitrich, who was weary of pacing about the bank, jumped into a long, narrow boat hollowed out of the trunk of a poplar, and lurching from side to side and almost falling into the water, pushed off from the bank. The other boats followed him one after another, amid loud laughter and the shrieks of the young ladies. The white cloudy sky, the trees on the riverside, the boats with the people in them, and the oars were reflected in the water as in a mirror. Under the boats, far away below in the bottomless depths, was a second sky with the birds flying across it. The bank on which the house and garden stood was high, steep, and covered with trees. On the other, which was sloping, stretched broad green water meadows with sheets of water glistening in them. The boats had floated 100 yards when, behind the mournfully drooping willows on the sloping banks, huts and a herd of cows came into sight. They began to hear songs, drunken shouts, and the strains of a concertina. Here and there on the river fishing boats were scattered about, setting their nets for the night. In one of these boats was the festive party, playing on homemade violins and violoncellos. Olga Mihailovna was sitting at the rudder. She was smiling affably and talking a great deal to entertain her visitors, while she glanced stealthily at her husband. He was ahead of them all, standing up punting with 1 oar. The light, sharp-nosed canoe, which all the guests called the death trap, while Pyotr Dmitrich, for some reason, called it Penderaklia, flew along quickly. It had a brisk, crafty expression, as though it hated its heavy occupant and was looking out for a favorable moment to glide away from under his feet. Olga Mihailovna kept looking at her husband, and she loathed his good looks which attracted everyone, the back of his head, his attitude, his familiar manner with women. She hated all the women sitting in the boat with her, was jealous, and at the same time was trembling every minute in terror that the frail craft would upset and cause an accident. "Take care, Pyotr," she cried, while her heart fluttered with terror. "Sit down, we believe in your courage without all that." She was worried, too, by the people who were in the boat with her. They were all ordinary good sort of people like thousands of others, but now each one of them struck her as exceptional and evil. In each one of them she saw nothing but falsity. That young man, she thought, rowing in gold-rimmed spectacles with chestnut hair and a nice-looking beard. He is a mama's darling, rich and well-fed, and always fortunate, and everyone considers him an honorable, free-thinking, advanced man. It's not a year since he left the university and came to live in the district, but he already talks of himself as we active members of the Zemstvo. But in another year, he will be bored like so many others and go off to Petersburg, and to justify running away, will tell everyone that the Zemstvos are good for nothing, and that he has been deceived in them. While from the other boat, his young wife keeps her eyes fixed on him and believes that he is an active member of the Zemstvo, just as in a year she will believe that the Zemstvo is good for nothing. And that stout, carefully shaven gentleman in the straw hat with the broad ribbon, with an expensive cigar in his mouth. He is fond of saying, "It is time to put away dreams and set to work." He has Yorkshire pigs, butler's hives, rapeseed, pineapples, a dairy, a cheese factory, Italian bookkeeping by double entry. But every summer he sells his timber and mortgages part of his land to spend the autumn with his mistress in the Crimea. And there's Uncle Nikolay Nikolaich, who has quarreled with Pyotr Dmitrich, and yet for some reason does not go home. Olga Mihailovna looked at the other boats, and there, too, she saw only uninteresting, queer creatures, affected or stupid people. She thought of all the people she knew in the district, and could not remember one person of whom one could say or think anything good. They all seemed to her mediocre, insipid, unintelligent, narrow, false, heartless. They all said what they did not think, and did what they did not want to. Dreariness and despair were stifling her. She longed to leave off smiling, to leap up and cry out, "I am sick of you," and then jump out and swim to the bank. "I say, let's take Pyotr Dmitrich in tow," someone shouted. In tow," the others chimed in. "Olga Mihailovna, take your husband in tow." To take him in tow, Olga Mihailovna, who was steering, had to seize the right moment and to catch hold of his boat by the chain at the beak. When she bent over to the chain, Pyotr Dmitrich frowned and looked at her in alarm. "I hope you won't catch cold," he said. "If you are uneasy about me and the child, why do you torment me?" thought Olga Mihailovna. Pyotr Dmitrich acknowledged himself vanquished, and, not caring to be towed, jumped from the penderaklia into the boat, which was overfull already, and jumped so carelessly that the boat lurched violently, and everyone cried out in terror. "He did that to please the ladies," thought Olga Mihailovna. "He knows it's charming." Her hands and feet began trembling, as she supposed, from boredom, vexation from the strain of smiling, and the discomfort she felt all over her body. And to conceal this trembling from her guests, she tried to talk more loudly, to laugh, to move. "If I suddenly begin to cry," she thought, "I shall say I have toothache." But at last the boats reached the Island of Good Hope, as they called the peninsula formed by a bend in the river at an acute angle, covered with a copse of old birch trees, oaks, willows, and poplars. The tables were already laid under the trees, the samovars were smoking, and Vasily and Grigory, in their swallowtails and white-knitted gloves, were already busy with the tea-things. On the other bank, opposite the Island of Good Hope, there stood the carriages which had come with the provisions. The baskets and parcels of provisions were carried across to the island in a little boat like the penderaklia. The footmen, the coachman, and even the peasant who was sitting in the boat had the solemn expression befitting a name-day, such as one only sees in children and servants. While Olga Mihailovna was making the tea and pouring out the first glasses, the visitors were busy with the liqueurs and sweet things. Then there was the general commotion usual at picnics over drinking tea, very wearisome and exhausting for the hostess. Grigory and Vasily had hardly had time to take the glasses round before hands were being stretched out to Olga Mihailovna with empty glasses. One asked for no sugar, another wanted it stronger, another weak, a fourth declined another glass. And all this Olga Mihailovna had to remember, and then to call, "Ivan Petrovitch, is it without sugar for you?" Or, "Gentlemen, which of you wanted it weak?" But the guest who had asked for weak tea or no sugar had by now forgotten it, and, absorbed in agreeable conversation, took the first glass that came. Depressed-looking figures wandered like shadows at a little distance from the table, pretending to look for mushrooms in the grass, or reading the labels on the boxes. These were those for whom there were not glasses enough. "Have you had tea?" Olga Mihailovna kept asking, and the guest so addressed begged her not to trouble, and said, "I will wait," though it would have suited her better for the visitors not to wait but to make haste. Some, absorbed in conversation, drank their tea slowly, keeping their glasses for half an hour. Others, especially some who had drunk a good deal at dinner, would not leave the table, and kept on drinking glass after glass, so that Olga Mihailovna scarcely had time to fill them. One jocular young man sipped his tea through a lump of sugar, and kept saying, "Sinful man that I am, I love to indulge myself with the Chinese herb." He kept asking with a heavy sigh, "Another tiny dish of tea more, if you please." He drank a great deal, nibbled his sugar, and thought it all very amusing and original, and imagined that he was doing a clever imitation of a Russian merchant. None of them understood that these trifles were agonizing to their hostess, and indeed, it was hard to understand it, as Olga Mihailovna went on all the time smiling affably and talking nonsense. But she felt ill. She was irritated by the crowd of people, the laughter, the questions, the jocular young man, the footmen harassed and run off their legs, the children who hung round the table. She was irritated at Vada's being like Nada, at Kalia's being like Midia, so that one could not tell which of them had had tea and which of them had not. She felt that her smile of forced affability was passing into an expression of anger, and she felt every minute as though she would burst into tears. "Rain, my friends," cried someone. Everyone looked at the sky. "Yes, it really is rain," Pyotr Dmitrich assented and wiped his cheek. Only a few drops were falling from the sky. The real rain had not begun yet, but the company abandoned their tea and made haste to get off. At first they all wanted to drive home in the carriages, but changed their minds and made for the boats. On the pretext that she had to hasten home to give directions about the supper, Olga Mihailovna asked to be excused for leaving the others, and went home in the carriage. When she got into the carriage, she first of all let her face rest from smiling. With an angry face, she drove through the village, and with an angry face acknowledged the bows of the peasants she met. When she got home, she went to the bedroom by the back way and lay down on her husband's bed. Merciful God, she whispered. What is all this hard labor for? Why do all these people hustle each other here and pretend that they are enjoying themselves? Why do I smile and lie? I don't understand it. She heard steps and voices. The visitors had come back. Let them come, thought Olga Mihailovna. I shall lie a little longer. But a maidservant came and said, Maria Grigorievna is going, madam. Olga Mihailovna jumped up, tidied her hair, and hurried out of the room. Maria Grigorievna, what is the meaning of this? She began in an injured voice, going to meet Maria Grigorievna. Why are you in such a hurry? I can't help it, darling. I've stayed too long as it is. My children are expecting me home. It's too bad of you. Why didn't you bring your children with you? If you will let me, dear, I will bring them on some ordinary day, but today. Oh, please do, Olga Mihailovna interrupted. I shall be delighted. Your children are so sweet. Kiss them all for me. But really, I am offended with you. I don't understand why you are in such a hurry. I really must. Goodbye, dear, take care of yourself, in your condition, you know. And the ladies kissed each other. After seeing the departing guest to her carriage, Olga Mihailovna went in to the ladies in the drawing room. There the lamps were already lighted, and the gentlemen were sitting down to cards. Roman 4. The party broke up after supper about 12:15. Seeing her visitors off, Olga Mihailovna stood at the door and said, You really ought to take a shawl. It's turning a little chilly. Please God, you don't catch cold. Don't trouble, Olga Mihailovna, the ladies answered as they got into the carriage. Well, goodbye. Mind now, we are expecting you. Don't play us false. Whoa, the coachman checked the horses. Ready, Denny's. Goodbye, Olga Mihailovna. Kiss the children for me. The carriage started and immediately disappeared into the darkness. In the red circle of light cast by the lamp in the road, a fresh pair or trio of impatient horses, and the silhouette of a coachman with his hands held out stiffly before him, would come into view. Again there began kisses, reproaches, and entreaties to come again or to take a shawl. Pyotr Dmitrich kept running out and helping the ladies into their carriages. You go now by Efremovshchina, he directed the coachman. It's nearer through Mankino, but the road is worse that way. You might have an upset. Goodbye, my charmer. Mille compliments to your artist. Goodbye, Olga Mihailovna, darling. Go indoors or you will catch cold, it's damp. Whoa, you rascal. What horses have you got here? Pyotr Dmitrich asked. They were bought from Haydorov in Lent, answered the coachman. Capital horses. And Pyotr Dmitrich patted the trace horse on the haunch. Well, you can start. God give you good luck. The last visitor was gone at last. The red circle on the road quivered, moved aside, contracted, and went out as Vasily carried away the lamp from the entrance. On previous occasions when they had seen off their visitors, Pyotr Dmitrich and Olga Mihailovna had begun dancing about the drawing room, facing each other, clapping their hands and singing. They've gone. But now Olga Mihailovna was not equal to that. She went to her bedroom, undressed, and got into bed. She fancied she would fall asleep at once and sleep soundly. Her legs and her shoulders ached painfully, her head was heavy from the strain of talking, and she was conscious, as before, of discomfort all over her body. Covering her head over, she lay still for 3 or 4 minutes, then peeped out from under the bedclothes at the lamp before the icon, listened to the silence, and smiled. It's nice, she whispered, curling up her legs, which felt as if they had grown longer from so much walking. Sleep. Her legs would not get into a comfortable position. She felt uneasy all over, and she turned on the other side. A big fly blew buzzing about the bedroom and thumped against the ceiling. She could hear, too, Grigory and Vasily stepping cautiously about the drawing room, putting the chairs back in their places. It seemed to Olga Mihailovna that she could not go to sleep, nor be comfortable till those sounds were hushed. And again she turned over on the other side impatiently. She heard her husband's voice in the drawing room. Someone must be staying the night, as Pyotr Dmitrich was addressing someone and speaking loudly. I don't say that Count Alexei Petrovich is an impostor, but he can't help seeming to be one, because all of you gentlemen attempt to see in him something different from what he really is. His craziness is looked upon as originality, his familiar manners as good nature, and his complete absence of opinions as conservatism. Even granted that he is a conservative of the stamp of '84, what after all is conservatism? Pyotr Dmitrich, angry with Count Alexei Petrovich, his visitors and himself, was relieving his heart. He abused both the count and his visitors, and in his vexation with himself was ready to speak out and to hold forth upon anything. After seeing his guest to his room, he walked up and down the drawing room, walked through the dining room, down the corridor, then into his study, then again went into the drawing room and came into the bedroom. Olga Mihailovna was lying on her back, with the bedclothes only to her waist. By now she felt hot, and with an angry face, watched the fly that was thumping against the ceiling. "Is someone staying the night?" she asked. "Yegorov." Pyotr Dmitrich undressed and got into his bed. Without speaking, he lighted a cigarette, and he, too, fell to watching the fly. There was an uneasy and forbidding look in his eyes. Olga Mihailovna looked at his handsome profile for 5 minutes in silence. It seemed to her for some reason that if her husband were suddenly to turn facing her, and to say, "Olga, I am unhappy," she would cry or laugh, and she would be at ease. She fancied that her legs were aching, and her body was uncomfortable all over because of the strain on her feelings. "Pyotr, what are you thinking of?" she said. "Oh, nothing," her husband answered. "You have taken to having secrets from me of late. That's not right." "Why is it not right?" answered Pyotr Dmitrich dryly and not at once. "We all have our personal life, every one of us, and we are bound to have our secrets." "Personal life, our secrets. That's all words. Understand you are wounding me," said Olga Mihailovna, sitting up in bed. "If you have a load on your heart, why do you hide it from me? And why do you find it more suitable to open your heart to women who are nothing to you instead of to your wife? I overheard your outpourings to Lubotshka by the bee house today. Well, I congratulate you. I am glad you did overhear it. This meant leave me alone and let me think." Olga Mihailovna was indignant. Vexation, hatred, and wrath, which had been accumulating within her during the whole day, suddenly boiled over. She wanted at once to speak out, to hurt her husband without putting it off till tomorrow, to wound him, to punish him. Making an effort to control herself and not to scream, she said, "Let me tell you then that it's all loathsome, loathsome, loathsome. I've been hating you all day. You see what you've done." Pyotr Dmitrich, too, got up and sat on the bed. "It's loathsome, loathsome, loathsome," Olga Mihailovna went on, beginning to tremble all over. "There's no need to congratulate me. You had better congratulate yourself. It's a shame, a disgrace. You have wrapped yourself in lies till you are ashamed to be alone in the room with your wife. You are a deceitful man. I see through you and understand every step you take. Alia, I wish you would please warn me when you are out of humor. Then I will sleep in the study." Saying this, Pyotr Dmitrich picked up his pillow and walked out of the bedroom. Olga Mihailovna had not foreseen this. For some minutes she remained silent with her mouth open, trembling all over and looking at the door by which her husband had gone out, and trying to understand what it meant. Was this one of the devices to which deceitful people have recourse when they are in the wrong, or was it a deliberate insult aimed at her pride? How was she to take it? Olga Mihailovna remembered her cousin, a lively young officer, who often used to tell her, laughing, that when his spouse nagged at him at night, he usually picked up his pillow and went whistling to spend the night in his study, leaving his wife in a foolish and ridiculous position. This officer was married to a rich, capricious, and foolish woman whom he did not respect, but simply put up with. Olga Mihailovna jumped out of bed. To her mind, there was only one thing left for her to do now, to dress with all possible haste and to leave the house forever. The house was her own, but so much the worse for Pyotr Dmitrich. Without pausing to consider whether this was necessary or not, she went quickly to the study to inform her husband of her intention. Feminine logic flashed through her mind, and to say something wounding and sarcastic at parting. Pyotr Dmitrich was lying on the sofa and pretending to read a newspaper. There was a candle burning on a chair near him. His face could not be seen behind the newspaper. "Be so kind as to tell me what this means. I am asking you." "Be so kind," Pyotr Dmitrich mimicked her, not showing his face. "It's sickening, Olga. Upon my honor, I am exhausted and not up to it. Let us do our quarreling tomorrow." "No, I understand you perfectly," Olga Mihailovna went on. "You hate me, yes, yes, you hate me because I am richer than you. You will never forgive me for that and will always be lying to me." Feminine logic flashed through her mind again. "You are laughing at me now. I am convinced, in fact, that you only married me in order to have property qualifications and those wretched horses. Oh, I am miserable." Pyotr Dmitrich dropped the newspaper and got up. The unexpected insult overwhelmed him. With a childishly helpless smile, he looked desperately at his wife, and holding out his hands to her as though to ward off blows, he said imploringly, "Alia." And expecting her to say something else awful, he leaned back in his chair, and his huge figure seemed as helplessly childish as his smile. "Alia, how could you say it?" he whispered. Olga Mihailovna came to herself. She was suddenly aware of her passionate love for this man, remembered that he was her husband, Pyotr Dmitrich, without whom she could not live for a day, and who loved her passionately, too. She burst into loud sobs that sounded strange and unlike her, and ran back to her bedroom. She fell on the bed, and short hysterical sobs, choking her and making her arms and legs twitch, filled the bedroom. Remembering there was a visitor sleeping 3 or 4 rooms away, she buried her head under the pillow to stifle her sobs, but the pillow rolled onto the floor, and she almost fell on the floor herself when she stooped to pick it up. She pulled the quilt up to her face, but her hands would not obey her, but tore convulsively at everything she clutched. She thought that everything was lost, that the falsehood she had told to wound her husband had shattered her life into fragments. Her husband would not forgive her. The insult she had hurled at him was not one that could be effaced by any caresses, by any vows. How could she convince her husband that she did not believe what she had said? "It's all over, she cried, not noticing that the pillow had slipped onto the floor again. For God's sake, for God's sake." Probably roused by her cries, the guest and the servants were now awake. Next day, all the neighborhood would know that she had been in hysterics and would blame Pyotr Dmitrich. She made an effort to restrain herself, but her sobs grew louder and louder every minute. "For God's sake," she cried in a voice not like her own, and not knowing why she cried it. "For God's sake." She felt as though the bed were heaving under her, and her feet were entangled in the bedclothes. Pyotr Dmitrich, in his dressing gown with a candle in his hand, came into the bedroom. "Alia, hush," he said. She raised herself, and kneeling up in bed, screwing up her eyes at the light, articulated through her sobs, "Understand, understand." She wanted to tell him that she was tired to death by the party, by his falsity, by her own falsity, that it had all worked together. But she could only articulate, "Understand, understand." "Come drink," he said, handing her some water. She took the glass obediently and began drinking, but the water splashed over and was spilt on her arms, her throat and knees. "I must look horribly unseemly," she thought. Pyotr Dmitrich put her back in bed without a word, and covered her with the quilt. Then he took the candle and went out. "For God's sake," Olga Mihailovna cried again. "Pyotr, understand, understand." Suddenly something gripped her in the lower part of her body and back with such violence that her wailing was cut short, and she bit the pillow from the pain. But the pain let her go again at once, and she began sobbing again. The maid came in, and arranging the quilt over her, asked in alarm, "Mistress, darling, what is the matter?" "Go out of the room," said Pyotr Dmitrich sternly, going up to the bed. "Understand, understand," Olga Mihailovna began. "Alia, I entreat you, calm yourself," he said. "I did not mean to hurt you. I would not have gone out of the room if I had known it would have hurt you so much. I simply felt depressed. I tell you on my honor. Understand, you were lying, I was lying." "I understand. Come, come, that's enough, I understand," said Pyotr Dmitrich tenderly, sitting down on her bed. "You said that in anger, I quite understand. I swear to God I love you beyond anything on earth, and when I married you I never once thought of your being rich. I loved you immensely, and that's all. I assure you. I have never been in want of money or felt the value of it, and so I cannot feel the difference between your fortune and mine. It always seemed to me we were equally well off, and that I have been deceitful in little things, that, of course, is true. My life has hitherto been arranged in such a frivolous way that it has somehow been impossible to get on without paltry lying. It weighs on me, too, now. Let us leave off talking about it, for goodness' sake." Olga Mihailovna again felt in acute pain, and clutched her husband by the sleeve. "I am in pain, she said rapidly. "Oh, what pain!" "Damnation take those visitors," muttered Pyotr Dmitrich, getting up. "You ought not to have gone to the island today," he cried. "What an idiot I was not to prevent you! Oh, my God!" He scratched his head in vexation, and, with a wave of his hand, walked out of the room. Then he came into the room several times, sat down on the bed beside her, and talked a great deal, sometimes tenderly, sometimes angrily, but she hardly heard him. Her sobs were continually interrupted by fearful attacks of pain, and each time the pain was more acute and prolonged. At first, she held her breath and bit the pillow during the pain, but then she began screaming on an unseemly, piercing note. Once seeing her husband near her, she remembered that she had insulted him, and without pausing to think whether it were really Pyotr Dmitrich or whether she were in delirium, clutched his hand in both hers and began kissing it. "You were lying, I was lying," she began justifying herself. Understand. They have exhausted me, driven me out of all patience." "Alia, we are not alone," said Pyotr Dmitrich. Olga Mihailovna raised her head and saw Varvara, who was kneeling by the chest of drawers and pulling out the bottom drawer. The top drawers were already open. Then Varvara got up, red from the strained position, and with a cold, solemn face began trying to unlock a box. "Maria, I can't unlock it," she said in a whisper. "You unlock it, won't you?" Maria, the maid, was digging a candle end out of the candlestick with a pair of scissors so as to put in a new candle. She went up to Varvara and helped her to unlock the box. "There should be nothing locked," whispered Varvara. "Unlock this basket too, my good girl. Master," she said, "you should send to Father Mihail to unlock the holy gates. You must." "Do what you like," said Pyotr Dmitrich, breathing hard. "Only, for God's sake, make haste and fetch the doctor or the midwife. Has Vasily gone? Send someone else. Send your husband." "It's the birth," Olga Mihailovna thought. "Varvara," she moaned, "but he won't be born alive." It's all right, mistress," whispered Varvara. "Please God, he will be alive, he will be alive." When Olga Mihailovna came to herself again, after a pain, she was no longer sobbing nor tossing from side to side, but moaning. She could not refrain from moaning even in the intervals between the pains. The candles were still burning, but the morning light was coming through the blinds. It was probably about 5 o'clock in the morning. At the round table, there was sitting some unknown woman with a very discreet air, wearing a white apron. From her whole appearance, it was evident she had been sitting there a long time. Olga Mihailovna guessed that she was the midwife. "Will it soon be over?" she asked, and in her voice she heard a peculiar and unfamiliar note which had never been there before. "I must be dying in childbirth," she thought. Pyotr Dmitrich came cautiously into the bedroom, dressed for the day, and stood at the window with his back to his wife. He lifted the blind and looked out of window. "What rain," he said. "What time is it?" asked Olga Mihailovna, in order to hear the unfamiliar note in her voice again. "5:45, answered the midwife. "And what if I really am dying?" thought Olga Mihailovna, looking at her husband's head and the window panes on which the rain was beating. "How will he live without me? With whom will he have tea and dinner, talk in the evenings, sleep?" And he seemed to her like a forlorn child. She felt sorry for him and wanted to say something nice, caressing and consolatory. She remembered how in the spring he had meant to buy himself some harriers, and she, thinking it a cruel and dangerous sport, had prevented him from doing it. "Pyotr, buy yourself harriers," she moaned. He dropped the blind and went up to the bed and would have said something. But at that moment the pain came back, and Olga Mihailovna uttered an unseemly, piercing scream. The pain and the constant screaming and moaning stupefied her. She heard, saw, and sometimes spoke, but hardly understood anything, and was only conscious that she was in pain or was just going to be in pain. It seemed to her that the name-day party had been long, long ago, not yesterday, but a year ago perhaps, and that her new life of agony had lasted longer than her childhood, her school days, her time at the university, and her marriage, and would go on for a long, long time, endlessly. She saw them bring tea to the midwife and summon her at midday to lunch and afterwards to dinner. She saw Pyotr Dmitrich grow used to coming in, standing for long intervals by the window and going out again, saw strange men, the maid Varvara, come in as though they were at home. Varvara said nothing but, he will, and was angry when anyone closed the drawers and the chest. Olga Mihailovna saw the light change in the room and in the windows. At one time it was twilight, then thick like fog, then bright daylight as it had been at dinner time the day before, then again twilight. And each of these changes lasted as long as her childhood, her school days, her life at the university. In the evening 2 doctors, one bony, bald, with a big red beard, the other with a swarthy Jewish face and cheap spectacles, performed some sort of operation on Olga Mihailovna. To these unknown men touching her body, she felt utterly indifferent. By now she had no feeling of shame, no will, and anyone might do what he would with her. If anyone had rushed at her with a knife, or had insulted Pyotr Dmitrich, or had robbed her of her right to the little creature, she would not have said a word. They gave her chloroform during the operation. When she came to again, the pain was still there and insufferable. It was night. And Olga Mihailovna remembered that there had been just such a night, with the stillness, the lamp, with the midwife sitting motionless by the bed, with the drawers of the chest pulled out, with Pyotr Dmitrich standing by the window, but some time very, very long ago. I am not dead, thought Olga Mihailovna when she began to understand her surroundings again and when the pain was over. A bright summer day looked in at the widely open windows. In the garden below the windows, the sparrows and the magpies never ceased chattering for one instant. The drawers were shut now, her husband's bed had been made. There was no sign of the midwife or of the maid, or of Varvara in the room, only Pyotr Dmitrich was standing, as before, motionless by the window looking into the garden. There was no sound of a child's crying, no one was congratulating her or rejoicing. It was evident that the little creature had not been born alive. Pyotr, Olga Mihailovna called to her husband. Pyotr Dmitrich looked round. It seemed as though a long time must have passed since the last guest had departed and Olga Mihailovna had insulted her husband, for Pyotr Dmitrich was perceptibly thinner and hollow-eyed. "What is it?" he asked, coming up to the bed. He looked away, moved his lips, and smiled with childlike helplessness. "Is it all over?" asked Olga Mihailovna. Pyotr Dmitrich tried to make some answer, but his lips quivered and his mouth worked like a toothless old man's, like Uncle Nikolay Nikolaitch's. "Alia," he said, wringing his hands, big tears suddenly dropping from his eyes. "Alia, I don't care about your property qualification nor the circuit courts." He gave a sob, "nor particular views, nor those visitors, nor your fortune. I don't care about anything. Why didn't we take care of our child? Oh, it's no good talking." With a despairing gesture, he went out of the bedroom. But nothing mattered to Olga Mihailovna now. There was a mistiness in her brain from the chloroform, an emptiness in her soul. The dull indifference to life which had overcome her when the 2 doctors were performing the operation still had possession of her. Tara, my friend's story. Dmitry Petrovich Silin had taken his degree and entered the government service in Petersburg, but at 30 he gave up his post and went in for agriculture. His farming was fairly successful, and yet it always seemed to me that he was not in his proper place, and that he would do well to go back to Petersburg. When sunburnt, gray with dust, exhausted with toil, he met me near the gates or at the entrance, and then at supper struggled with sleepiness, and his wife took him off to bed as though he were a baby. Or when, overcoming his sleepiness, he began in his soft, cordial, almost imploring voice to talk about his really excellent ideas, I saw him not as a farmer nor an agriculturist, but only as a worried and exhausted man, and it was clear to me that he did not really care for farming, but that all he wanted was for the day to be over, and thank God for it. I liked to be with him, and I used to stay on his farm for 2 or 3 days at a time. I liked his house and his park and his big fruit garden and the river and his philosophy, which was clear, though rather spiritless and rhetorical. I suppose I was fond of him on his own account, though I can't say that for certain, as I have not up to now succeeded in analyzing my feelings at that time. He was an intelligent, kind-hearted, genuine man and not a bore, but I remember that when he confided to me his most treasured secrets and spoke of our relation to each other as friendship, it disturbed me unpleasantly, and I was conscious of awkwardness. In his affection for me, there was something inappropriate, tiresome, and I should have greatly preferred commonplace, friendly relations. The fact is that I was extremely attracted by his wife, Maria Sergeyevna. I was not in love with her, but I was attracted by her face, her eyes, her voice, her walk. I missed her when I did not see her for a long time, and my imagination pictured no one at that time so eagerly as that young, beautiful, elegant woman. I had no definite designs in regard to her, and did not dream of anything of the sort. Yet for some reason, whenever we were left alone, I remembered that her husband looked upon me as his friend, and I felt awkward. When she played my favorite pieces on the piano or told me something interesting, I listened with pleasure, and yet at the same time, for some reason, the reflection that she loved her husband, that he was my friend, and that she herself looked upon me as his friend, obtruded themselves upon me, my spirits flagged, and I became listless, awkward, and dull. She noticed this change and would usually say, "You are dull without your friend. We must send out to the fields for him." And when Dmitri Petrovitch came in, she would say, "Well, here is your friend now, rejoice." So passed a year and a half. It somehow happened one July Sunday that Dmitri Petrovitch and I, having nothing to do, drove to the big village of Kalashnikov to buy things for supper. While we were going from one shop to another, the sun set, and the evening came on, the evening which I shall probably never forget in my life. After buying cheese that smelt like soap and petrified sausages that smelt of tar, we went to the tavern to ask whether they had any beer. Our coachman went off to the blacksmith to get our horses shod, and we told him we would wait for him near the church. We walked, talked, laughed over our purchases, while a man who was known in the district by a very strange nickname, 40 Martyrs, followed us all the while in silence with a mysterious air like a detective. This 40 Martyrs was no other than Gavril Sievarov, or more simply Gavryushka, who had been for a short time in my service as a footman and had been dismissed by me for drunkenness. He had been in Dmitri Petrovitch's service, too, and by him had been dismissed for the same vice. He was an inveterate drunkard, and indeed his whole life was as drunk and disorderly as himself. His father had been a priest and his mother of noble rank, so by birth he belonged to the privileged class. But however carefully I scrutinized his exhausted, respectful, and always perspiring face, his red beard now turning gray, his pitifully torn reefer jacket, and his red shirt, I could not discover in him the faintest trace of anything we associate with privilege. He spoke of himself as a man of education, and used to say that he had been in a clerical school, but had not finished his studies there, as he had been expelled for smoking. Then he had sung in the bishop's choir and lived for 2 years in a monastery, from which he was also expelled, but this time not for smoking, but for his weakness. He had walked all over 2 provinces, had presented petitions to the consistory and to various government offices, and had been 4 times on his trial. At last, being stranded in our district, he had served as a footman, as a forester, as a kennelman, as a sexton, had married a cook who was a widow and rather a loose character, and had so hopelessly sunk into a menial position, and had grown so used to filth and dirt, that he even spoke of his privileged origin with a certain skepticism, as of some myth. At the time I am describing, he was hanging about without a job, calling himself a carrier and a huntsman, and his wife had disappeared and made no sign. From the tavern, we went to the church and sat in the porch, waiting for the coachman. 40 Martyrs stood a little way off and put his hand before his mouth in order to cough in it respectfully if need be. By now it was dark. There was a strong smell of evening dampness, and the moon was on the point of rising. There were only 2 clouds in the clear starry sky exactly over our heads, one big one and one smaller. Alone in the sky, they were racing after one another like mother and child, in the direction where the sunset was glowing. "What a glorious day," said Dmitri Petrovitch. "In the extreme," 40 Martyrs assented, and he coughed respectfully into his hand. "How was it, Dmitri Petrovitch, you thought to visit these parts?" he asked in an ingratiating voice, evidently anxious to get up a conversation. Dmitri Petrovitch made no answer. 40 Martyrs heaved a deep sigh and said softly, not looking at us, "I suffer solely through a cause to which I must answer to Almighty God. No doubt about it, I am a hopeless and incompetent man, but believe me, on my conscience, I am without a crust of bread and worse off than a dog. Forgive me, Dmitri Petrovitch." Silin was not listening, but sat musing with his head propped on his fists. The church stood at the end of the street on the high river bank, and through the trellis gate of the enclosure we could see the river, the water meadows on the near side of it, and the crimson glare of a camp fire about which black figures of men and horses were moving. And beyond the fire, further away, there were other lights, where there was a little village. They were singing there. On the river, and here and there on the meadows, a mist was rising. High narrow coils of mist, thick and white as milk, were trailing over the river, hiding the reflection of the stars and hovering over the willows. Every minute they changed their form, and it seemed as though some were embracing, others were bowing, others lifting up their arms to heaven with wide sleeves like priests, as though they were praying. Probably they reminded Dmitri Petrovich of ghosts and of the dead, for he turned facing me and asked with a mournful smile, "Tell me, my dear fellow, why is it that when we want to tell some terrible, mysterious, and fantastic story, we draw our material, not from life, but invariably from the world of ghosts and of the shadows beyond the grave? We are frightened of what we don't understand. And do you understand life? Tell me, do you understand life better than the world beyond the grave?" Dmitri Petrovich was sitting quite close to me, so that I felt his breath upon my cheek. In the evening twilight his pale, lean face seemed paler than ever, and his dark beard was black as soot. His eyes were sad, truthful, and a little frightened, as though he were about to tell me something horrible. He looked into my eyes and went on in his habitual imploring voice. "Our life and the life beyond the grave are equally incomprehensible and horrible. If anyone is afraid of ghosts, he ought to be afraid, too, of me, and of those lights and of the sky. Seeing that, if you come to reflect, all that is no less fantastic and beyond our grasp than apparitions from the other world. Prince Hamlet did not kill himself because he was afraid of the visions that might haunt his dreams after death. I like that famous soliloquy of his, but to be candid, it never touched my soul. I will confess to you as a friend that in moments of depression, I have sometimes pictured to myself the hour of my death. My fancy invented thousands of the gloomiest visions, and I have succeeded in working myself up to an agonizing exaltation, to a state of nightmare, and I assure you that that did not seem to me more terrible than reality. What I mean is, apparitions are terrible, but life is terrible too. I don't understand life, and I am afraid of it, my dear boy. I don't know. Perhaps I am a morbid person, unhinged. It seems to a sound, healthy man that he understands everything he sees and hears, but that seeming is lost to me, and from day to day I am poisoning myself with terror. There is a disease, the fear of open spaces, but my disease is the fear of life. When I lie on the grass and watch a little beetle which was born yesterday and understands nothing, it seems to me that its life consists of nothing else but fear, and in it I see myself. "What is it exactly you are frightened of?" I asked. "I am afraid of everything. I am not by nature a profound thinker, and I take little interest in such questions as the life beyond the grave, the destiny of humanity, and in fact, I am rarely carried away to the heights. What chiefly frightens me is the common routine of life from which none of us can escape. I am incapable of distinguishing what is true and what is false in my actions, and they worry me. I recognize that education and the conditions of life have imprisoned me in a narrow circle of falsity, that my whole life is nothing else than a daily effort to deceive myself and other people, and to avoid noticing it, and I am frightened at the thought that to the day of my death I shall not escape from this falsity. Today I do something, and tomorrow I do not understand why I did it. I entered the service in Petersburg and took fright. I came here to work on the land, and here, too, I am frightened. I see that we know very little and so make mistakes every day. We are unjust, we slander one another and spoil each other's lives, we waste all our powers on trash which we do not need and which hinders us from living, and that frightens me because I don't understand why and for whom it is necessary. I don't understand men, my dear fellow, and I am afraid of them. It frightens me to look at the peasants, and I don't know for what higher objects they are suffering and what they are living for. If life is an enjoyment, then they are unnecessary, superfluous people. If the object and meaning of life is to be found in poverty and unending, hopeless ignorance, I can't understand for whom and what this torture is necessary. I understand no one and nothing. Kindly try to understand this specimen, for instance, said Dmitri Petrovich, pointing to 40 martyrs. Think of him. Noticing that we were looking at him, 40 martyrs coughed deferentially into his fist and said, "I was always a faithful servant with good masters, but the great trouble has been spirituous liquor. If a poor fellow like me were shown consideration and given a place, I would kiss the icon. My word's my bond." The sexton walked by, looked at us in amazement, and began pulling the rope. The bell, abruptly breaking upon the stillness of the evening, struck 10 with a slow and prolonged note. "It's 10 o'clock, though," said Dmitri Petrovich. "It's time we were going." "Yes, my dear fellow," he sighed, If only you knew how afraid I am of my ordinary everyday thoughts, in which one would have thought there should be nothing dreadful. To prevent myself thinking, I distract my mind with work and try to tire myself out that I may sleep sound at night. Children, a wife-all that seems ordinary with other people, but how that weighs upon me, my dear fellow." He rubbed his face with his hands, cleared his throat, and laughed. "If I could only tell you how I have played the fool in my life," he said. "They all tell me that I have a sweet wife, charming children, and that I am a good husband and father. They think I am very happy and envy me, but since it has come to that, I will tell you in secret. My happy family life is only a grievous misunderstanding, and I am afraid of it." His pale face was distorted by a wry smile. He put his arm round my waist and went on in an undertone. "You are my true friend. I believe in you and have a deep respect for you. Heaven gave us friendship that we may open our hearts and escape from the secrets that weigh upon us. Let me take advantage of your friendly feeling for me and tell you the whole truth. My home life, which seems to you so enchanting, is my chief misery and my chief terror. I got married in a strange and stupid way. I must tell you that I was madly in love with Masha before I married her and was courting her for 2 years. I asked her to marry me 5 times, and she refused me because she did not care for me in the least. The 6th, when burning with passion I crawled on my knees before her and implored her to take a beggar and marry me, she consented. What she said to me was, 'I don't love you, but I will be true to you.' I accepted that condition with rapture. At the time I understood what that meant, but I swear to God I don't understand it now. I don't love you, but I will be true to you. What does that mean? It's a fog, a darkness. I love her now as intensely as I did the day we were married, while she, I believe, is as indifferent as ever, and I believe she is glad when I go away from home. I don't know for certain whether she cares for me or not, I don't know, but as you see, we live under the same roof, call each other thou, sleep together, have children, our property is in common. What does it mean? What does it mean? What is the object of it? And do you understand it at all, my dear fellow? It's cruel torture. Because I don't understand our relations, I hate, sometimes her, sometimes myself, sometimes both at once. Everything is in a tangle in my brain, I torment myself and grow stupid. And as though to spite me, she grows more beautiful every day, she is getting more wonderful. I fancy her hair is marvelous and her smile is like no other woman's. I love her, and I know that my love is hopeless. Hopeless love for a woman by whom one has 2 children. Is that intelligible, and isn't it terrible? Isn't it more terrible than ghosts? He was in the mood to have talked on a good deal longer, but luckily we heard the coachman's voice. Our horses had arrived. We got into the carriage, and 40 Martyrs, taking off his cap, helped us both into the carriage with an expression that suggested that he had long been waiting for an opportunity to come in contact with our precious persons. "Dmitri Petrovitch, let me come to you," he said, blinking furiously and tilting his head on one side. "Show divine mercy, I am dying of hunger." "Very well," said Silin. "Come, you shall stay 3 days, and then we shall see." "Certainly, sir," said 40 Martyrs, overjoyed. "I'll come today, sir." It was a 5 miles drive home. Dmitri Petrovitch, glad that he had at last opened his heart to his friend, kept his arm round my waist all the way, and speaking now, not with bitterness and not with apprehension, but quite cheerfully, told me that if everything had been satisfactory in his home life, he should have returned to Petersburg and taken up scientific work there. The movement which had driven so many gifted young men into the country was, he said, a deplorable movement. We had plenty of rye and wheat in Russia, but absolutely no cultured people. The strong and gifted among the young ought to take up science, art, and politics. To act otherwise meant being wasteful. He generalized with pleasure and expressed regret that he would be parting from me early next morning, as he had to go to a sale of timber. And I felt awkward and depressed, and it seemed to me that I was deceiving the man. And at the same time it was pleasant to me. I gazed at the immense crimson moon which was rising, and pictured the tall, graceful, fair woman, with her pale face, always well-dressed and fragrant with some special scent, rather like musk, and for some reason it pleased me to think she did not love her husband. On reaching home, we sat down to supper. Maria Sergeyevna, laughing, regaled us with our purchases, and I thought that she certainly had wonderful hair and that her smile was unlike any other woman's. I watched her, and I wanted to detect in every look and movement that she did not love her husband, and I fancied that I did see it. Dmitri Petrovitch was soon struggling with sleep. After supper, he sat with us for 10 minutes and said, Do as you please, my friends, but I have to be up at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excuse my leaving you." He kissed his wife tenderly, pressed my hand with warmth and gratitude, and made me promise that I would certainly come the following week. That he might not oversleep next morning, he went to spend the night in the lodge. Maria Sergeyevna always sat up late, in the Petersburg fashion, and for some reason on this occasion I was glad of it. "And now," I began when we were left alone, "and now you'll be kind and play me something." I felt no desire for music, but I did not know how to begin the conversation. She sat down to the piano and played, I don't remember what. I sat down beside her and looked at her plump white hands and tried to read something on her cold, indifferent face. Then she smiled at something and looked at me. "You are dull without your friend," she said. I laughed. "It would be enough for friendship to be here once a month, but I turn up oftener than once a week." Saying this, I got up and walked from one end of the room to the other. She too got up and walked away to the fireplace. "What do you mean to say by that?" she said, raising her large, clear eyes and looking at me. I made no answer. "What you say is not true," she went on, after a moment's thought. "You only come here on account of Dmitri Petrovitch. Well, I am very glad. One does not often see such friendships nowadays." "Aha," I thought, and not knowing what to say, I asked, "Would you care for a turn in the garden?" I went out upon the veranda. Nervous shudders were running over my head, and I felt chilly with excitement. I was convinced now that our conversation would be utterly trivial, and that there was nothing particular we should be able to say to one another. But that night, what I did not dare to dream of was bound to happen it was bound to be that night or never. "What lovely weather," I said aloud. "It makes absolutely no difference to me," she answered. I went into the drawing room. Maria Sergeyevna was standing, as before, near the fireplace, with her hands behind her back, looking away and thinking of something. "Why does it make no difference to you?" I asked. "Because I am bored. You are only bored without your friend, but I am always bored. However, that is of no interest to you." I sat down to the piano and struck a few chords, waiting to hear what she would say. "Please don't stand on ceremony," she said, looking angrily at me, and she seemed as though on the point of crying with vexation. "If you are sleepy, go to bed. Because you are Dmitri Petrovitch's friend, you are not in duty bound to be bored with his wife's company. I don't want a sacrifice. Please go." I did not, of course, go to bed. She went out on the veranda while I remained in the drawing room and spent 5 minutes turning over the music. Then I went out, too. We stood close together in the shadow of the curtains, and below us were the steps bathed in moonlight. The black shadows of the trees stretched across the flower beds and the yellow sand of the paths. "I shall have to go away tomorrow, too," I said. "Of course, if my husband's not at home, you can't stay here," she said sarcastically. "I can imagine how miserable you would be if you were in love with me. Wait a bit. One day I shall throw myself on your neck. I shall see with what horror you will run away from me. That would be interesting." Her words and her pale face were angry, but her eyes were full of tender, passionate love. I already looked upon this lovely creature as my property, and then for the first time I noticed that she had golden eyebrows, exquisite eyebrows. I had never seen such eyebrows before. The thought that I might at once press her to my heart, caress her, touch her wonderful hair, seemed to me such a miracle that I laughed and shut my eyes. "It's bedtime now, a peaceful night," she said. "I don't want a peaceful night," I said, laughing, following her into the drawing room. "I shall curse this night if it is a peaceful one." Pressing her hand and escorting her to the door, I saw by her face that she understood me, and was glad that I understood her too. I went to my room. Near the books on the table lay Dmitri Petrovitch's cap, and that reminded me of his affection for me. I took my stick and went out into the garden. The mist had risen here, too, and the same tall, narrow, ghostly shapes which I had seen earlier on the river were trailing round the trees and bushes and wrapping about them. What a pity I could not talk to them. In the extraordinarily transparent air, each leaf, each drop of dew stood out distinctly. It was all smiling at me in the stillness, half asleep, and as I passed the green seats I recalled the words in some play of Shakespeare's. "How sweetly falls the moonlight on yon seat." There was a mound in the garden. I went up it and sat down. I was tormented by a delicious feeling. I knew for certain that in a moment I should hold in my arms, should press to my heart her magnificent body, should kiss her golden eyebrows, and I wanted to disbelieve it, to tantalize myself, and was sorry that she had cost me so little trouble and had yielded so soon. But suddenly I heard heavy footsteps. A man of medium height appeared in the avenue, and I recognized him at once as 40 Martyrs. He sat down on the bench and heaved a deep sigh, then crossed himself 3 times and lay down. A minute later he got up and lay on the other side. The gnats and the dampness of the night prevented his sleeping. "O life," he said, "wretched bitter life." Looking at his bent, wasted body and hearing his heavy, noisy sighs, I thought of an unhappy, bitter life of which the confession had been made to me that day, and I felt uneasy and frightened at my blissful mood. I came down the knoll and went to the house. Life, as he thinks, is terrible, I thought, so don't stand on ceremony with it, bend it to your will, and until it crushes you, snatch all you can wring from it. Maria Sergeyevna was standing on the veranda. I put my arms round her without a word and began greedily kissing her eyebrows, her temples, her neck. In my room she told me she had loved me for a long time, more than a year. She vowed eternal love, cried and begged me to take her away with me. I repeatedly took her to the window to look at her face in the moonlight, and she seemed to me a lovely dream, and I made haste to hold her tight to convince myself of the truth of it. It was long since I had known such raptures. Yet somewhere far away at the bottom of my heart I felt an awkwardness, and I was ill at ease. In her love for me, there was something incongruous and burdensome, just as in Dmitri Petrovitch's friendship. It was a great, serious passion with tears and vows, and I wanted nothing serious in it, no tears, no vows, no talk of the future. Let that moonlight night flash through our lives like a meteor and basta. At 3 o'clock she went out of my room, and, while I was standing in the doorway, looking after her, at the end of the corridor Dmitri Petrovitch suddenly made his appearance. She started and stood aside to let him pass, and her whole figure was expressive of repulsion. He gave a strange smile, coughed, and came into my room. "I forgot my cap here yesterday," he said without looking at me. He found it and, holding it in both hands, put it on his head. Then he looked at my confused face, at my slippers, and said in a strange, husky voice unlike his own, "I suppose it must be my fate that I should understand nothing. If you understand anything, I congratulate you. It's all darkness before my eyes." And he went out, clearing his throat. Afterwards, from the window, I saw him by the stable, harnessing the horses with his own hands. His hands were trembling, he was in nervous haste and kept looking round at the house. Probably he was feeling terror. Then he got into the gig and, with a strange expression as though afraid of being pursued, lashed the horses. Shortly afterwards I set off, too. The sun was already rising, and the mist of the previous day clung timidly to the bushes and the hillocks. On the box of the carriage was sitting 40 Martyrs. He had already succeeded in getting drunk and was muttering tipsy nonsense. "I am a free man," he shouted to the horses. "Ah, my honeys, I am a nobleman in my own right, if you care to know." The terror of Dmitri Petrovitch, the thought of whom I could not get out of my head, infected me. I thought of what had happened and could make nothing of it. I looked at the rooks, and it seemed so strange and terrible that they were flying. Why have I done this? I kept asking myself in bewilderment and despair. Why has it turned out like this and not differently? To whom and for what was it necessary that she should love me in earnest, and that he should come into my room to fetch his cap? What had a cap to do with it? I set off for Petersburg that day, and I have not seen Dmitri Petrovitch nor his wife since. I am told that they are still living together. A Woman's Kingdom. Christmas Eve. Here was a thick roll of notes. It came from the bailiff at the Forest Villa. He wrote that he was sending 1,500 rubles, which he had been awarded as damages, having won an appeal. Anna Akimovna disliked and feared such words as awarded damages and won the suit. She knew that it was impossible to do without the law. But for some reason, whenever Nazarich, the manager of the factory, or the bailiff of her villa in the country, both of whom frequently went to law, used to win lawsuits of some sort for her benefit, she always felt uneasy and, as it were, ashamed. On this occasion, too, she felt uneasy and awkward, and wanted to put that 1,500 rubles further away that it might be out of her sight. She thought with vexation that other girls of her age, she was in her 26th year, were now busy looking after their households, were weary and would sleep sound, and would wake up tomorrow morning in holiday mood. Many of them had long been married and had children. Only she, for some reason, was compelled to sit like an old woman over these letters, to make notes upon them, to write answers, then to do nothing the whole evening till midnight, but wait till she was sleepy. And tomorrow, they would all day long be coming with Christmas greetings and asking for favors. And the day after tomorrow, there would certainly be some scandal at the factory. Someone would be beaten or would die of drinking too much vodka, and she would be fretted by pangs of conscience. And after the holidays, Nazarich would turn off some 20 of the workpeople for absence from work, and all of the 20 would hang about at the front door, without their caps on, and she would be ashamed to go out to them, and they would be driven away like dogs. And all her acquaintances would say behind her back, and write to her in anonymous letters, that she was a millionaire and exploiter, that she was devouring other men's lives and sucking the blood of the workers. Here there lay a heap of letters read through and laid aside already. They were all begging letters. They were from people who were hungry, drunken, dragged down by large families, sick, degraded, despised. Anna Akimovna had already noted on each letter 3 rubles to be paid to one, 5 to another. These letters would go the same day to the office, and next the distribution of assistants would take place, or, as the clerks used to say, the beasts would be fed. They would distribute also in small sums 470 rubles the interest, on a sum bequeathed by the late Akim Ivanovich for the relief of the poor and needy. There would be a hideous crush. From the gates to the doors of the office there would stretch a long file of strange people with brutal faces, in rags, numb with cold, hungry and already drunk, in husky voices calling down blessings upon Anna Akimovna, their benefactress and her parents. Those at the back would press upon those in front, and those in front would abuse them with bad language. The clerk would get tired of the noise, the swearing, and the sing-song whining and blessing, would fly out and give some one a box on the ear to the delight of all. And her own people, the factory hands, who received nothing at Christmas but their wages, and had already spent every farthing of it, would stand in the middle of the yard, looking on and laughing, some enviously, others ironically. Merchants, and still more their wives, are fonder of beggars than they are of their own workpeople, thought Anna Akimovna. It's always so. Her eye fell upon the roll of money. It would be nice to distribute that hateful, useless money among the workpeople tomorrow, but it did not do to give the workpeople anything for nothing, or they would demand it again next time. And what would be the good of 1,500 rubles when there were 1,800 workmen in the factory, besides their wives and children? Or she might, perhaps, pick out one of the writers of those begging letters, some luckless man who had long ago lost all hope of anything better, and give him the 1,500. The money would come upon the poor creature like a thunderclap, and perhaps for the first time in his life he would feel happy. This idea struck Anna Akimovna as original and amusing, and it fascinated her. She took one letter at random out of the pile and read it. Some petty official called Chekhov had long been out of a situation, was ill and living in Gushchin's buildings. His wife was in consumption, and he had 5 little girls. Anna Akimovna knew well the 4-storied house, Gushchin's buildings, in which Chekhov lived. Oh, it was a horrid, foul, unhealthy house. Well, I will give it to that Chekhov, she decided. I won't send it. I had better take it myself to prevent unnecessary talk. Yes, she reflected, as she put the 1,500 rubles in her pocket, and I'll have a look at them, and perhaps I can do something for the little girls. She felt light-hearted. She rang the bell and ordered the horses to be brought round. When she got into the sledge, it was past 6 o'clock in the evening. The windows in all the blocks of buildings were brightly lighted up, and that made the huge courtyard seem very dark. At the gates, and at the far end of the yard near the warehouses and the workpeople's barracks, electric lamps were gleaming. Anna Akimovna disliked and feared those huge dark buildings, warehouses, and barracks where the workmen lived. She had only once been in the main building since her father's death. The high ceilings with iron girders, the multitude of huge, rapidly turning wheels connecting straps and levers, the shrill hissing, the clank of steel, the rattle of the trolleys, the harsh puffing of steam, the faces pale, crimson, or black with coal dust, the shirts soaked with sweat, the gleam of steel, of copper, and of fire, the smell of oil and coal, and the draught, at times very hot and at times very cold, gave her an impression of hell. It seemed to her as though the wheels, the levers, and the hot hissing cylinders were trying to tear themselves away from their fastenings to crush the men, while the men, not hearing one another, ran about with anxious faces and busied themselves about the machines, trying to stop their terrible movement. They showed Anna Akimovna something and respectfully explained it to her. She remembered how in the forge a piece of red-hot iron was pulled out of the furnace, and how an old man with a strap round his head, and another, a young man in a blue shirt with a chain on his breast, and an angry face, probably one of the foremen, struck the piece of iron with hammers, and how the golden sparks had been scattered in all directions, and how, a little afterwards, they had dragged out a huge piece of sheet iron with a clang. The old man had stood erect and smiled, while the young man had wiped his face with his sleeve and explained something to her. And she remembered, too, how in another department an old man with one eye had been filing a piece of iron, and how the iron filings were scattered about, and how a red-haired man in black spectacles with holes in his shirt had been working at a lathe, making something out of a piece of steel. The lathe roared and hissed and squeaked, and Anna Akimovna felt sick at the sound, and it seemed as though they were boring into her ears. She looked, listened, did not understand, smiled graciously, and felt ashamed. To get hundreds of thousands of rubles from a business which one does not understand and cannot like how strange it is. And she had not once been in the workpeople's barracks. There, she was told, it was damp, there were bugs, debauchery, anarchy. It was an astonishing thing. 1,000 rubles were spent annually on keeping the barracks in good order, yet, if she were to believe the anonymous letters, the condition of the workpeople was growing worse and worse every year. There was more order in my father's day, thought Anna Akimovna as she drove out of the yard, because he had been a workman himself. I know nothing about it and only do silly things. She felt depressed again, and was no longer glad that she had come, and the thought of the lucky man upon whom 1,500 rubles would drop from heaven no longer struck her as original and amusing. To go to some Chekhov or other, when at home a business worth 1,000,000 was gradually going to pieces and being ruined, and the workpeople in the barracks were living worse than convicts, meant doing something silly and cheating her conscience. Along the highroad and across the fields near it, workpeople from the neighboring cot and paper factories were walking towards the lights of the town. There was the sound of talk and laughter in the frosty air. Anna Akimovna looked at the women and young people, and she suddenly felt a longing for a plain, rough life among a crowd. She recalled vividly that faraway time when she used to be called Eniutka, when she was a little girl and used to lie under the same quilt with her mother, while a washerwoman who lodged with them used to wash clothes in the next room, while through the thin walls there came from the neighboring flats sounds of laughter, swearing, children's crying, the accordion, and the whir of carpenters' lathes and sewing machines. While her father, Akim Ivanovitch, who was clever at almost every craft, would be soldering something near the stove, or drawing or planing, taking no notice whatever of the noise and stuffiness. And she longed to wash, to iron, to run to the shop and the tavern as she used to do every day when she lived with her mother. She ought to have been a work girl and not the factory owner. Her big house with its chandeliers and pictures, her footman Miss Henka, with his glossy mustache and swallowtail coat, the devout and dignified Varvarushka and smooth-tongued Agafushka, and the young people of both sexes who came almost every day to ask her for money, and with whom she always for some reason felt guilty. And the clerks, the doctors, and the ladies who were charitable at her expense, who flattered her and secretly despised her for her humble origin, how wearisome and alien it all was to her. Here was the railway crossing and the city gate, then came houses alternating with kitchen gardens, and at last the broad street where stood the renowned Gushchin's buildings. The street, usually quiet, was now on Christmas Eve full of life and movement. The eating houses and beer shops were noisy. If someone who did not belong to that quarter but lived in the center of the town had driven through the street now, he would have noticed nothing but dirty, drunken, and abusive people. But Anna Akimovna, who had lived in those parts all her life, was constantly recognizing in the crowd her own father or mother or uncle. Her father was a soft, fluid character, a little fantastical, frivolous, and irresponsible. He did not care for money, respectability, or power. He used to say that a working man had no time to keep the holy days and go to church, and if it had not been for his wife, he would probably never have gone to confession, taken the sacrament, or kept the fasts. While her uncle, Ivan Ivanovich, on the contrary, was like flint. In everything relating to religion, politics, and morality, he was harsh and relentless, and kept a strict watch, not only over himself, but also over all his servants and acquaintances. God forbid that one should go into his room without crossing oneself before the icon. The luxurious mansion in which Anna Akimovna now lived he had always kept locked up, and only opened it on great holidays for important visitors, while he lived himself in the office, in a little room covered with icons. He had leanings towards the old believers, and was continually entertaining priests and bishops of the old ritual, though he had been christened and married, and had buried his wife in accordance with the orthodox rites. He disliked Akim, his only brother and his heir, for his frivolity, which he called simpleness and folly, and for his indifference to religion. He treated him as an inferior, kept him in the position of a workman, paid him 16 rubles a month. Akim addressed his brother with formal respect, and on the days of asking forgiveness, he and his wife and daughter bowed down to the ground before him. But 3 years before his death, Ivan Ivanovich had drawn closer to his brother, forgave his shortcomings, and ordered him to get a governess for Aniutka. There was a dark, deep, evil-smelling archway under Gushchin's buildings. There was a sound of men coughing near the walls. Leaving the sledge in the street, Anna Akimovna went in at the gate, and there inquired how to get to number 46 to see a clerk called Chekhov. She was directed to the furthest door on the right in the 3rd story, and in the courtyard and near the outer door, and even on the stairs, there was still the same loathsome smell as under the archway. In Anna Akimovna's childhood, when her father was a simple workman, she used to live in a building like that, and afterwards, when their circumstances were different, she had often visited them in the character of a Lady Bountiful. The narrow stone staircase with its steep dirty steps, with landings at every story, the greasy swinging lanterns, the stench, the troughs, pots, and rags on the landings near the doors, all this had been familiar to her long ago. One door was open, and within could be seen Jewish tailors in caps, sewing. Anna Akimovna met people on the stairs, but it never entered her head that people might be rude to her. She was no more afraid of peasants or workpeople, drunk or sober, than of her acquaintances of the educated class. There was no entry at number 46. The door opened straight into the kitchen. As a rule, the dwellings of workmen and mechanics smell of varnish, tar, hides, smoke, according to the occupation of the tenant. The dwellings of persons of noble or official class who have come to poverty may be known by a peculiar rancid, sour smell. This disgusting smell enveloped Anna Akimovna on all sides, and as yet she was only on the threshold. A man in a black coat, no doubt Chekhov himself, was sitting in a corner at the table with his back to the door, and with him were 5 little girls. The eldest, a broad-faced thin girl with a comb in her hair, looked about 15, while the youngest, a chubby child with hair that stood up like a hedgehog, was not more than 3. All the 6 were eating. Near the stove stood a very thin little woman with a yellow face, far gone in pregnancy. She was wearing a skirt and a white blouse, and had an oven fork in her hand. "I did not expect you to be so disobedient, Lisa," the man was saying reproachfully. "Fie, fie, for shame, do you want Papa to whip you, eh?" Seeing an unknown lady in the doorway, the thin woman started and put down the fork. "Vasily Nikitich," she cried after a pause in a hollow voice, as though she could not believe her eyes. The man looked round and jumped up. He was a flat-chested, bony man with narrow shoulders and sunken temples. His eyes were small and hollow with dark rings round them. He had a wide mouth and a long nose like a bird's beak, a little bit bent to the right. His beard was parted in the middle, his mustache was shaven, and this made him look more like a hired footman than a government clerk. "Does Mr. Chekhov live here?" asked Anna Akimovna. "Yes, madam," Chekhov answered severely, but immediately recognizing Anna Akimovna, he cried, "Anna Akimovna," and all at once he gasped and clasped his hands as though in terrible alarm. "Benefactress." With a moan, he ran to her, grunting inarticulately as though he were paralyzed. There was cabbage on his beard, and he smelt of vodka pressed his forehead to her muff, and seemed as though he were in a swoon. "Your hand, your holy hand," he brought out breathlessly. "It's a dream, a glorious dream. Children, awaken me." He turned towards the table and said in a sobbing voice, shaking his fists, "Providence has heard us. Our Savior, our angel has come. We are saved. Children, down on your knees, on your knees. Madame Tchalikov and the little girls, except the youngest one, began for some reason rapidly clearing the table. You wrote that your wife was very ill, said Anna Akimovna, and she felt ashamed and annoyed. I am not going to give them the 1,500, she thought. Here she is, my wife, said Tchalikov in a thin feminine voice, as though his tears had gone to his head. Here she is, unhappy creature, with one foot in the grave, but we do not complain, madam. Better death than such a life. Better die, unhappy woman. Why is he playing these antics? Thought Anna Akimovna with annoyance. One can see at once he is used to dealing with merchants. Speak to me like a human being, she said. I don't care for farces. Yes, madam, 5 bereaved children round their mother's coffin with funeral candles, that's a farce. Eh? Said Tchalikov bitterly, and turned away. Hold your tongue, whispered his wife, and she pulled at his sleeve. The place has not been tidied up, madam, she said, addressing Anna Akimovna. Please excuse it. You know what it is where there are children. A crowded hearth, but harmony. I am not going to give them the 1,500, Anna Akimovna thought again. And to escape as soon as possible from these people, and from the sour smell, she brought out her purse and made up her mind to leave them 25 rubles, not more. But she suddenly felt ashamed that she had come so far and disturbed people for so little. If you give me paper and ink, I will write at once to a doctor who is a friend of mine to come and see you, she said, flushing red. He is a very good doctor, and I will leave you some money for medicine. Madame Tchalikov was hastening to wipe the table. It's messy here, what are you doing? Hissed Tchalikov, looking at her wrathfully. Take her to the lodger's room. I make bold to ask you, madam, to step into the lodger's room, he said, addressing Anna Akimovna. It's clean there. Osip Ilyich told us not to go into his room, said one of the little girls, sternly. But they had already led Anna Akimovna out of the kitchen, through a narrow passage room between 2 bedsteads. It was evident from the arrangement of the beds that in one 2 slept lengthwise, and in the other 3 slept across the bed. In the lodger's room, that came next, it really was clean. A neat-looking bed with a red woolen quilt, a pillow in a white pillowcase, even a slipper for the watch, a table covered with a hempen cloth and on it, an inkstand of milky-looking glass, pens, paper, photographs in frames, everything as it ought to be, and another table for rough work, on which lay tidily arranged a watchmaker's tools and watches taken to pieces. On the walls hung hammers, pliers, awls, chisels, nippers, and so on, and there were 3 hanging clocks which were ticking. One was a big clock with thick weights, such as one sees in eating houses. As she sat down to write the letter, Anna Akimovna saw facing her on the table the photographs of her father and of herself. That surprised her. Who lives here with you? She asked. Our lodger, Madame Pimenov. He works in your factory. Oh, I thought he must be a watchmaker. He repairs watches privately, in his leisure hours. He is an amateur. After a brief silence during which nothing could be heard, but the ticking of the clocks and the scratching of the pen on the paper, Tchalikov heaved a sigh and said ironically, with indignation, It's a true saying, gentle birth and a grade in the service won't put a coat on your back. A cockade in your cap and a noble title, but nothing to eat. To my thinking, if anyone of humble class helps the poor, he is much more of a gentleman than any Tchalikov who has sunk into poverty and vice. To flatter Anna Akimovna, he uttered a few more disparaging phrases about his gentle birth, and it was evident that he was humbling himself because he considered himself superior to her. Meanwhile, she had finished her letter and had sealed it up. The letter would be thrown away, and the money would not be spent on medicine, that she knew, but she put 25 rubles on the table all the same, and after a moment's thought, added 2 more red notes. She saw the wasted, yellow hand of Madame Tchalikov, like the claw of a hen, dart out and clutch the money tight. You have graciously given this for medicine, said Tchalikov in a quivering voice, but hold out a helping hand to me also. And the children, he added with a sob. My unhappy children, I am not afraid for myself. It is for my daughters I fear. It's the hydra of vice that I fear. Trying to open her purse, the catch of which had gone wrong, Anna Akimovna was confused and turned red. She felt ashamed that people should be standing before her, looking at her hands and waiting, and most likely at the bottom of their hearts laughing at her. At that instant, someone came into the kitchen and stamped his feet, knocking the snow off. "The lodger has come in," said Madame Chekhov. Anna Akimovna grew even more confused. She did not want anyone from the factory to find her in this ridiculous position. As ill luck would have it, the lodger came in at the very moment when, having broken the catch at last, she was giving Chekhov some notes, and Chekhov, grunting as though he were paralyzed, was feeling about with his lips where he could kiss her. In the lodger she recognized the workman who had once clanked the sheet iron before her in the forge and had explained things to her. Evidently he had come in straight from the factory, his face looked dark and grimy, and on one cheek near his nose was a smudge of soot. His hands were perfectly black, and his unbelted shirt shone with oil and grease. He was a man of 30, of medium height, with black hair and broad shoulders, and a look of great physical strength. At the first glance Anna Akimovna perceived that he must be a foreman, who must be receiving at least 35 rubles a month, and a stern, loud-voiced man who struck the workmen in the face. All this was evident from his manner of standing. From the attitude he involuntarily assumed at once on seeing a lady in his room, and most of all from the fact that he did not wear top boots, that he had breast pockets, and a pointed, picturesquely clipped beard. Her father, Akim Ivanovitch, had been the brother of the factory owner, and yet he had been afraid of foremen like this lodger and had tried to win their favor. "Excuse me for having come in here in your absence," said Anna Akimovna. The workman looked at her in surprise, smiled in confusion, and did not speak. "You must speak a little louder, madam," said Chekhov softly. "When Mr. Pimenov comes home from the factory in the evenings, he is a little hard of hearing." But Anna Akimovna was by now relieved that there was nothing more for her to do here. She nodded to them and went rapidly out of the room. Pimenov went to see her out. "Have you been long in our employment?" she asked in a loud voice without turning to him. "From 9 years old. I entered the factory in your uncle's time." "That's a long while. My uncle and my father knew all the workpeople, and I know hardly any of them. I had seen you before, but I did not know your name was Pimenov." Anna Akimovna felt a desire to justify herself before him, to pretend that she had just given the money not seriously, but as a joke. "Oh, this poverty," she sighed. "We give charity on holidays and working days, and still there is no sense in it. I believe it is useless to help such people as this Chekhov." "Of course it is useless," he agreed. "However much you give him, he will drink it all away. And now the husband and wife will be snatching it from one another and fighting all night," he added with a laugh. "Yes, one must admit that our philanthropy is useless, boring, and absurd. But still, you must agree, one can't sit with one's hand in one's lap, one must do something. What's to be done with the Chekhovs, for instance?" She turned to Pimenov and stopped, expecting an answer from him. He, too, stopped and slowly, without speaking, shrugged his shoulders. Obviously, he knew what to do with the Chekhovs, but the treatment would have been so coarse and inhuman that he did not venture to put it into words. And the Chekhovs were to him so utterly uninteresting and worthless that a moment later he had forgotten them. Looking into Anna Akimovna's eyes, he smiled with pleasure, and his face wore an expression as though he were dreaming about something very pleasant. Only, now standing close to him, Anna Akimovna saw from his face, and especially from his eyes, how exhausted and sleepy he was. "Here, I ought to give him the 1,500 rubles," she thought, but for some reason this idea seemed to her incongruous and insulting to Pimenov. "I am sure you are aching all over after your work, and you come to the door with me," she said as they went down the stairs. "Go home." But he did not catch her words. When they came out into the street, he ran on ahead, unfastened the cover of the sledge, and helping Anna Akimovna in, said, "I wish you a happy Christmas." Roman 2. Christmas morning. "They have left off ringing ever so long. It's dreadful, you won't be there before the service is over. Get up." "Two horses are racing," said Anna Akimovna, and she woke up. Before her, candle in hand, stood her maid, red-haired Masha. "Well, what is it?" "Service is over already," said Masha with despair. "I have called you 3 times. Sleep till evening for me, but you told me yourself to call you." Anna Akimovna raised herself on her elbow and glanced towards the window. It was still quite dark outside, and only the lower edge of the window frame was white with snow. She could hear a low, mellow chime of bells. It was not the parish church, but somewhere further away. The watch on the little table showed 3 minutes past 6. "Very well, Masha, in 3 minutes," said Anna Akimovna in an imploring voice, and she snuggled under the bedclothes. She imagined the snow at the front door, the sledge, the dark sky, the crowd in the church, and the smell of juniper, and she felt dread at the thought. But all the same, she made up her mind that she would get up at once and go to early service. And while she was warm in bed and struggling with sleep which seems, as though to spite one, particularly sweet when one ought to get up and, while she had visions of an immense garden on a mountain, and then Gushchin's buildings, she was worried all the time by the thought that she ought to get up that very minute and go to church. But when she got up it was quite light, and it turned out to be 9:30. There had been a heavy fall of snow in the night, the trees were clothed in white, and the air was particularly light, transparent, and tender, so that when Anna Akimovna looked out of the window, her first impulse was to draw a deep, deep breath. And when she had washed, a relic of faraway childish feelings joy that today was Christmas suddenly stirred within her. After that she felt light-hearted, free and pure in soul, as though her soul, too, had been washed or plunged in the white snow. Masha came in, dressed up and tightly laced, and wished her a happy Christmas. Then she spent a long time combing her mistress's hair and helping her to dress. The fragrance and feeling of the new, gorgeous, splendid dress, its faint rustle, and the smell of fresh scent, excited Anna Akimovna. "Well, it's Christmas," she said gaily to Masha. "Now we will try our fortunes. Last year I was to marry an old man. It turned up 3 times the same. Well, God is merciful. Well, Anna Akimovna, what I think is, rather than neither one thing nor the other, I'd marry an old man," said Masha mournfully, and she heaved a sigh. "I am turned 20, it's no joke." Every one in the house knew that red-haired Masha was in love with Miss Henka, the footman, and this genuine, passionate, hopeless love had already lasted 3 years. "Come, don't talk nonsense," Anna Akimovna consoled her. "I am going on for 30, but I am still meaning to marry a young man." While his mistress was dressing, Miss Henka, in a new swallowtail and polished boots, walked about the hall and drawing room and waited for her to come out, to wish her a happy Christmas. He had a peculiar walk, stepping softly and delicately. Looking at his feet, his hands, and the bend of his head, it might be imagined that he was not simply walking, but learning to dance the first figure of a quadrille. In spite of his fine velvety mustache and handsome, rather flashy appearance, he was steady, prudent, and devout as an old man. He said his prayers, bowing down to the ground, and liked burning incense in his room. He respected people of wealth and rank and had a reverence for them. He despised poor people, and all who came to ask favors of any kind, with all the strength of his cleanly, flunky soul. Under his starched shirt, he wore a flannel, winter and summer alike, being very careful of his health. His ears were plugged with cotton wool. When Anna Akimovna crossed the hall with Masha, he bent his head downwards a little and said in his agreeable, honeyed voice, "I have the honor to congratulate you, Anna Akimovna, on the most solemn feast of the birth of our Lord." Anna Akimovna gave him 5 rubles, while poor Masha was numb with ecstasy. His holiday get-up, his attitude, his voice, and what he said, impressed her by their beauty and elegance. As she followed her mistress, she could think of nothing, could see nothing, she could only smile, first blissfully and then bitterly. The upper story of the house was called the best or visitor's half, while the name of the business part-old people's or simply women's part was given to the rooms on the lower story where Aunt Tatiana Ivanovna kept house. In the upper part, the gentry and educated visitors were entertained. In the lower story, simpler folk and the aunt's personal friends. Handsome, plump, and healthy, still young and fresh, and feeling she had on a magnificent dress which seemed to her to diffuse a sort of radiance all about her, Anna Akimovna went down to the lower story. Here she was met with reproaches for forgetting God now that she was so highly educated, for sleeping too late for the service, and for not coming downstairs to break the fast, and they all clasped their hands and exclaimed with perfect sincerity that she was lovely, wonderful. And she believed it, laughed, kissed them, gave one a ruble, another 3 or 5 according to their position. She liked being downstairs. Wherever one looked there were shrines, icons, little lamps, portraits of ecclesiastical personages. The place smelt of monks. There was a rattle of knives in the kitchen, and already a smell of something savory, exceedingly appetizing, was pervading all the rooms. The yellow-painted floors shone, and from the doors narrow rugs with bright blue stripes ran like little paths to the icon corner, and the sunshine was simply pouring in at the windows. In the dining room, some old women, strangers, were sitting. In Varvarushka's room, too, there were old women, and with them a deaf and dumb girl, who seemed abashed about something and kept saying, "Bly, bly." Two skinny-looking little girls who had been brought out of the orphanage for Christmas came up to kiss Anna Akimovna's hand, and stood before her transfixed with admiration of her splendid dress. She noticed that one of the girls squinted, and in the midst of her light-hearted holiday mood, she felt a sick pang at her heart at the thought that young men would despise the girl, and that she would never marry. In the cook Agafea's room, 5 huge peasants in new shirts were sitting round the samovar. These were not workmen from the factory, but relations of the cook. Seeing Anna Akimovna, all the peasants jumped up from their seats, and from regard for decorum, ceased munching, though their mouths were full. The cook Stepan, in a white cap with a knife in his hand, came into the room and gave her his greetings. Porters in high felt boots came in, and they, too, offered their greetings. The water carrier peeped in with icicles on his beard, but did not venture to come in. Anna Akimovna walked through the rooms followed by her retinue, the aunt, Varvarushka, Nikandrovna, the sewing-maid Marfa Petrovna, and the downstairs Masha. Varvarushka, a tall, thin, slender woman, taller than anyone in the house, dressed all in black, smelling of cypress, and coffee-crossed herself in each room before the icon, bowing down from the waist. And whenever one looked at her, one was reminded that she had already prepared her shroud, and that lottery tickets were hidden away by her in the same box. "Anyutinka, be merciful at Christmas," she said, opening the door into the kitchen. "Forgive him, bless the man, have done with it." The coachman Panteli, who had been dismissed for drunkenness in November, was on his knees in the middle of the kitchen. He was a good-natured man, but he used to be unruly when he was drunk, and could not go to sleep, but persisted in wandering about the buildings and shouting in a threatening voice, "I know all about it." Now, from his beefy and bloated face, and from his bloodshot eyes, it could be seen that he had been drinking continually from November till Christmas. "Forgive me, Anna Akimovna," he brought out in a hoarse voice, striking his forehead on the floor and showing his bull-like neck. "It was Auntie dismissed you, ask her." "What about Auntie?" said her aunt, walking into the kitchen, breathing heavily. She was very stout, and on her bosom one might have stood a tray of teacups and a samovar. "What about Auntie now? You are mistress here, give your own orders, though these rascals might be all dead for all I care. Come, get up, you hog," she shouted at Panteli, losing patience. "Get out of my sight. It's the last time I forgive you, but if you transgress again, don't ask for mercy." Then they went into the dining room to coffee. But they had hardly sat down, when the downstairs Masha rushed headlong in, saying with horror, "The singers," and ran back again. They heard someone blowing his nose, a low bass cough, and footsteps that sounded like horses' iron-shod hoofs tramping about the entry near the hall. For half a minute all was hushed. The singers burst out so suddenly and loudly that everyone started. While they were singing, the priest from the almshouses with the deacon and the sexton arrived. Putting on the stole, the priest slowly said that when they were ringing for matins it was snowing and not cold, but that the frost was sharper towards morning, God bless it, and now there must be 20 degrees of frost. "Many people maintain, though, that winter is healthier than summer," said the deacon, then immediately assumed an austere expression and chanted after the priest, "Thy birth, O Christ our Lord." Soon the priest from the workmen's hospital came with the deacon, then the sisters from the hospital, children from the orphanage, and then singing could be heard almost uninterruptedly. They sang, had lunch, and went away. About 20 men from the factory came to offer their Christmas greetings. They were only the foremen, mechanicians, and their assistants, the pattern makers, the accountant, and so on, all of good appearance in new black coats. They were all first-rate men, as it were picked men. Each one knew his value, that is, knew that if he lost his berth today, people would be glad to take him on at another factory. Evidently they liked Auntie, as they behaved freely in her presence and even smoked, and when they had all trooped in to have something to eat, the accountant put his arm round her immense waist. They were free and easy, perhaps, partly also because Varvarushka, who under the old masters had wielded great power and had kept watch over the morals of the clerks, had now no authority whatever in the house. and perhaps because many of them still remembered the time when Auntie Tatiana Ivanovna, whose brothers kept a strict hand over her, had been dressed like a simple peasant woman like Agafea, and when Anna Akimovna used to run about the yard near the factory buildings, and everyone used to call her Eniudia. The foreman ate, talked, and kept looking with amazement at Anna Akimovna, how she had grown up and how handsome she had become. But this elegant girl, educated by governesses and teachers, was a stranger to them. They could not understand her, and they instinctively kept closer to Auntie, who called them by their names, continually pressed them to eat and drink, and clinking glasses with them, had already drunk 2 wineglasses of Rowanberry wine with them. Anna Akimovna was always afraid of their thinking her proud, an upstart, or a crow in peacock's feathers. And now, while the foremen were crowding round the food, she did not leave the dining room, but took part in the conversation. She asked Pimenov, her acquaintance of the previous day, "Why have you so many clocks in your room?" "I mend clocks," he answered. "I take the work up between times, on holidays, or when I can't sleep. So if my watch goes wrong, I can bring it to you to be repaired." Anna Akimovna asked, laughing. "To be sure, I will do it with pleasure," said Pimenov, and there was an expression of tender devotion in his face when, not herself knowing why, she unfastened her magnificent watch from its chain and handed it to him. He looked at it in silence and gave it back. "To be sure, I will do it with pleasure," he repeated. "I don't mend watches now. My eyes are weak and the doctors have forbidden me to do fine work, but for you I can make an exception." "Doctors talk nonsense," said the accountant. They all laughed. "Don't you believe them?" he went on, flattered by the laughing. "Last year a tooth flew out of a cylinder and hit old Kalashnikov such a crack on the head that you could see his brains, and the doctor said he would die. But he is alive and working to this day, only he has taken to stammering since that mishap." "Doctors do talk nonsense, they do, but not so much," sighed Auntie. "Pyotr Andreitch, poor dear, lost his sight. Just like you, he used to work day in day out at the factory near the hot furnace and he went blind. The eyes don't like heat, but what are we talking about?" she said, rousing herself. "Come and have a drink. My best wishes for Christmas, my dears. I never drink with anyone else, but I drink with you, sinful woman as I am. Please God." Anna Akimovna fancied that after yesterday, Pimenov despised her as a philanthropist, but was fascinated by her as a woman. She looked at him and thought that he behaved very charmingly and was nicely dressed. It is true that the sleeves of his coat were not quite long enough, and the coat itself seemed short-waisted, and his trousers were not wide and fashionable, but his tie was tied carelessly and with taste and was not as gaudy as the others. And he seemed to be a good-natured man, for he ate submissively whatever Auntie put on his plate. She remembered how black he had been the day before and how sleepy, and the thought of it for some reason touched her. When the men were preparing to go, Anna Akimovna put out her hand to Pimenov. She wanted to ask him to come in sometimes to see her, without ceremony, but she did not know how her tongue would not obey her. And that they might not think she was attracted by Pimenov, she shook hands with his companions, too. Then the boys from the school of which she was a patroness came. They all had their heads closely cropped and all wore gray blouses of the same pattern. The teacher, a tall, beardless young man with patches of red on his face, was visibly agitated as he formed the boys into rows. The boys sang in tune, but with harsh, disagreeable voices. The manager of the factory, Nazarich, a bald, sharp-eyed old believer, could never get on with the teachers. But the one who was now anxiously waving his hands he despised and hated, though he could not have said why. He behaved rudely and condescendingly to the young man, kept back his salary, meddled with the teaching, and had finally tried to dislodge him by appointing, a fortnight before Christmas, as porter to the school, a drunken peasant, a distant relation of his wife's, who disobeyed the teacher and said rude things to him before the boys. Anna Akimovna was aware of all this, but she could be of no help, for she was afraid of Nazarich herself. Now she wanted at least to be very nice to the schoolmaster, to tell him she was very much pleased with him. But when after the singing he began apologizing for something in great confusion, and Auntie began to address him familiarly as she drew him without ceremony to the table, she felt, for some reason, bored and awkward, and giving orders that the children should be given sweets, went upstairs. "In reality, there is something cruel in these Christmas customs," she said a little while afterwards, as it were to herself. looking out of window at the boys, who were flocking from the house to the gates and shivering with cold, putting their coats on as they ran. At Christmas one wants to rest, to sit at home with one's own people, and the poor boys, the teacher, and the clerks and foremen are obliged for some reason to go through the frost, then to offer their greetings, show their respect, be put to confusion. Miss Henke, who was standing at the door of the drawing room and overheard this, said, "It has not come from us, and it will not end with us. Of course, I am not an educated man, Anna Akimovna, but I do understand that the poor must always respect the rich. It is well said, God marks the rogue. In prisons, night refuges, and pothouses you never see any but the poor, while decent people, you may notice, are always rich. It has been said of the rich, deep calls to deep. You always express yourself so tediously and incomprehensibly," said Anna Akimovna, and she walked to the other end of the big drawing room. It was only just past 11. The stillness of the big room, only broken by the singing that floated up from below, made her yawn. The bronzes, the albums, and the pictures on the walls, representing a ship at sea, cows in a meadow, and views of the Rhine, were so absolutely stale that her eyes simply glided over them without observing them. The holiday mood was already growing tedious. As before, Anna Akimovna felt that she was beautiful, good-natured, and wonderful, but now it seemed to her that that was of no use to anyone. It seemed to her that she did not know for whom, and for what she had put on this expensive dress, too. And as always happened on all holidays, she began to be fretted by loneliness, and the persistent thought that her beauty, her health, and her wealth were a mere cheat since she was not wanted, was of no use to anyone, and nobody loved her. She walked through all the rooms, humming and looking out of window. Stopping in the drawing room, she could not resist beginning to talk to Miss Henke. "I don't know what you think of yourself, Misha," she said, and heaved a sigh. "Really, God might punish you for it." "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. Excuse my meddling in your affairs, but it seems you are spoiling your own life out of obstinacy. You'll admit that it is high time you got married, and she is an excellent and deserving girl. You will never find anyone better. She's a beauty, clever, gentle, and devoted. And her appearance, if she belonged to our circle or a higher one, people would be falling in love with her for her red hair alone. See how beautifully her hair goes with her complexion. Oh, goodness. You don't understand anything, and don't know what you want," Anna Akimovna said bitterly, and tears came into her eyes. "Poor girl, I am so sorry for her. I know you want a wife with money, but I have told you already I will give Masha a dowry." Miss Henke could not picture his future spouse in his imagination except as a tall, plump, substantial, pious woman, stepping like a peacock, and for some reason with a long shawl over her shoulders, while Masha was thin, slender, tightly laced, and walked with little steps. And worst of all, she was too fascinating and at times extremely attractive to Miss Henke, and that, in his opinion, was incongruous with matrimony and only in keeping with loose behavior. When Anna Akimovna had promised to give Masha a dowry, he had hesitated for a time. But once a poor student in a brown overcoat over his uniform, coming with a letter for Anna Akimovna, was fascinated by Masha and could not resist embracing her near the hat stand, and she had uttered a faint shriek. Miss Henke, standing on the stairs above, had seen this, and from that time had begun to cherish a feeling of disgust for Masha. A poor student. Who knows, if she had been embraced by a rich student or an officer, the consequences might have been different. "Why don't you wish it?" Anna Akimovna asked. "What more do you want?" Miss Henke was silent and looked at the armchair fixedly, and raised his eyebrows. "Do you love someone else?" Silence. The red-haired Masha came in with letters and visiting cards on a tray. Guessing that they were talking about her, she blushed to tears. "The postmen have come," she muttered. "And there is a clerk called Chekhov waiting below. He says you told him to come today for something." "What insolence," said Anna Akimovna, moved to anger. "I gave him no orders. Tell him to take himself off, say I am not at home." A ring was heard. It was the priests from her parish. They were always shown into the aristocratic part of the house that is, upstairs. After the priests, Nazarich, the manager of the factory, came to pay his visit, and then the factory doctor. Then Miss Henke announced the inspector of the elementary schools. Visitors kept arriving. When there was a moment free, Anna Akimovna sat down in a deep armchair in the drawing room, and shutting her eyes, thought that her loneliness was quite natural because she had not married and never would marry. But that was not her fault. Fate itself had flung her out of the simple working-class surroundings in which, if she could trust her memory, she had felt so snug and at home, into these immense rooms, where she could never think what to do with herself, and could not understand why so many people kept passing before her eyes. What was happening now seemed to her trivial, useless, since it did not, and could not give her happiness for 1 minute. If I could fall in love, she thought, stretching, the very thought of this sent a rush of warmth to her heart. And if I could escape from the factory, she mused, imagining how the weight of those factory buildings, barracks, and schools would roll off her conscience, roll off her mind. Then she remembered her father, and thought if he had lived longer he would certainly have married her to a working man to Paimnov, for instance. He would have told her to marry, and that would have been all about it. And it would have been a good thing. Then the factory would have passed into capable hands. She pictured his curly head, his bold profile, his delicate, ironical lips, and the tremendous strength, in his shoulders, in his arms, in his chest, and the tenderness with which he had looked at her watch that day. Well, she said, it would have been all right. I would have married him. Anna Akimovna, said Miss Henke, coming noiselessly into the drawing room. How you frighten me, she said, trembling all over. What do you want? Anna Akimovna, he said, laying his hand on his heart and raising his eyebrows, you are my mistress and my benefactress, and no one but you can tell me what I ought to do about marriage, for you are as good as a mother to me. But kindly forbid them to laugh and jeer at me downstairs. They won't let me pass without it. How do they jeer at you? They call me Mashenka's Miss Henke. Pooh, what nonsense, cried Anna Akimovna indignantly. How stupid you all are, what a stupid you are, Misha, how sick I am of you, I can't bear the sight of you. Roman 3. Dinner. Just as the year before, the last to pay her visits were Krylin, an actual civil counselor, and Lysevich, a well-known barrister. It was already dark when they arrived. Krylin, a man of 60 with a wide mouth and with gray whiskers close to his ears with a face like a lynx, was wearing a uniform with an Anna ribbon and white trousers. He held Anna Akimovna's hand in both of his for a long while, looked intently in her face, moved his lips, and at last said, drawling upon one note, I used to respect your uncle and your father and enjoyed the privilege of their friendship. Now I feel it an agreeable duty, as you see, to present my Christmas wishes to their honored heiress in spite of my infirmities and the distance I have to come. And I am very glad to see you in good health. The lawyer Lysevich, a tall, handsome fair man with a slight sprinkling of gray on his temples and beard, was distinguished by exceptionally elegant manners. He walked with a swaying step, bowed as it were reluctantly, and shrugged his shoulders as he talked, and all this with an indolent grace, like a spoiled horse fresh from the stable. He was well fed, extremely healthy, and very well off. On one occasion he had won 40,000 rubles, but concealed the fact from his friends. He was fond of good fare, especially cheese, truffles, and grated radish with hemp oil. While in Paris he had eaten, so he said, baked but unwashed guts. He spoke smoothly, fluently, without hesitation, and only occasionally, for the sake of effect, permitted himself to hesitate and snap his fingers as if picking up a word. He had long ceased to believe in anything he had to say in the law courts, or perhaps he did believe in it, but attached no kind of significance to it. It had all so long been familiar, stale, ordinary. He believed in nothing but what was original and unusual. A copybook moral in an original form would move him to tears. Both his notebooks were filled with extraordinary expressions which he had read in various authors, and when he needed to look up any expression, he would search nervously in both books, and usually failed to find it. Anna Akimovna's father had in a good-humored moment ostentatiously appointed him legal advisor in matters concerning the factory, and had assigned him a salary of 12,000 rubles. The legal business of the factory had been confined to 2 or 3 trivial actions for recovering debts, which Lysevich handed to his assistants. Anna Akimovna knew that he had nothing to do at the factory, but she could not dismiss him. She had not the moral courage, and besides, she was used to him. He used to call himself her legal advisor, and his salary, which he invariably sent for on the 1st of the month punctually, he used to call stern prose. Anna Akimovna knew that when, after her father's death, the timber of her forest was sold for railway sleepers, Lysevich had made more than 15,000 out of the transaction and had shared it with Nazarich. When first she found out they had cheated her, she had wept bitterly, but afterwards she had grown used to it. Wishing her a happy Christmas, and kissing both her hands, he looked her up and down and frowned. "You mustn't," he said with genuine disappointment. "I have told you, my dear, you mustn't." "What do you mean, Viktor Nikolaich?" "I have told you mustn't get fat. All your family have an unfortunate tendency to grow fat. You mustn't," he repeated in an imploring voice and kissed her hand. "You are so handsome, you are so splendid. Here, Your Excellency, let me introduce the one woman in the world whom I have ever seriously loved." There is nothing surprising in that. To know Anna Akimovna at your age and not to be in love with her, that would be impossible. "I adore her," the lawyer continued with perfect sincerity, but with his usual indolent grace. "I love her, but not because I am a man and she is a woman. When I am with her, I always feel as though she belongs to some third sex, and I to a fourth, and we float away together into the domain of the subtlest shades, and there we blend into the spectrum." Leconte de Lisle defines such relations better than anyone. He has a superb passage, a marvelous passage. Lysevich rummaged in one notebook, then in the other, and not finding the quotation, subsided. They began talking of the weather, of the opera, of the arrival, expected shortly, of Deuce. Anna Akimovna remembered that the year before Lysevich and, she fancied, Krylin had dined with her, and now when they were getting ready to go away, she began with perfect sincerity pointing out to them in an imploring voice that as they had no more visits to pay, they ought to remain to dinner with her. After some hesitation, the visitors agreed. In addition to the family dinner, consisting of cabbage soup, sucking pig, goose with apples, and so on, a so-called French, or chef's, dinner used to be prepared in the kitchen on great holidays, in case any visitor in the upper story wanted a meal. When they heard the clatter of crockery in the dining room, Lysevich began to betray a noticeable excitement. He rubbed his hands, shrugged his shoulders, screwed up his eyes, and described with feeling what dinners her father and uncle used to give at one time, and a marvelous matelote of turbots the cook here could make. It was not a matelote, but a veritable revelation. He was already gloating over the dinner, already eating it in imagination and enjoying it. When Anna Akimovna took his arm and led him to the dining room, he tossed off a glass of vodka and put a piece of salmon in his mouth. He positively purred with pleasure. He munched loudly, disgustingly, emitting sounds from his nose, while his eyes grew oily and rapacious. The hors d'oeuvres were superb. Among other things, there were fresh white mushrooms stewed in cream and sauce provençale made of fried oysters and crayfish, strongly flavored with some bitter pickles. The dinner, consisting of elaborate holiday dishes, was excellent, and so were the wines. Miss Henke waited at table with enthusiasm. When he laid some new dish on the table and lifted the shining cover, or poured out the wine, he did it with the solemnity of a professor of black magic, and looking at his face and his movements suggesting the first figure of a quadrille, the lawyer thought several times, "What a fool." After the third course, Lysevich said, turning to Anna Akimovna, "The fin de cycle woman I mean when she is young, and of course wealthy must be independent, clever, elegant, intellectual, bold, and a little depraved. Depraved within limits a little, for excess, you know, is wearisome. You ought not to vegetate, my dear. You ought not to live like everyone else, but to get the full savor of life, and a slight flavor of depravity is the sauce of life. Revel among flowers of intoxicating fragrance, breathe the perfume of musk, eat hashish, and best of all, love, love, love. To begin with, in your place I would set up 7 lovers, one for each day of the week, and one I would call Monday, one Tuesday, the third Wednesday, and so on, so that each might know his day." This conversation troubled Anna Akimovna. She ate nothing and only drank a glass of wine. "Let me speak at last," she said. "For myself personally, I can't conceive of love without family life. I am lonely, lonely as the moon in the sky, and a waning moon, too, and whatever you may say, I am convinced, I feel that this waning can only be restored by love in its ordinary sense. It seems to me that such love would define my duties, my work, make clear my conception of life. I want from love peace of soul, tranquility. I want the very opposite of musk, and spiritualism, and fin de cycle. In short, she grew embarrassed, a husband and children." "You want to be married? Well, you can do that too," Lysevich assented. "You ought to have all experiences, marriage and jealousy, and the sweetness of the first infidelity, and even children. But make haste and live make haste, my dear. Time is passing, it won't wait." "Yes, I'll go and get married," she said, looking angrily at his well-fed, satisfied face. "I will marry in the simplest, most ordinary way and be radiant with happiness. And would you believe it, I will marry some plain working man, some mechanic or draftsman. There is no harm in that either. The Duchess Josiana loved Gwynplaine, and that was permissible for her because she was a grand duchess. Everything is permissible for you, too, because you are an exceptional woman. If, my dear, you want to love a Negro or an Arab, don't scruple, send for a Negro. Don't deny yourself anything. You ought to be as bold as your desires, don't fall short of them." "Can it be so hard to understand me?" Anna Akimovna asked with amazement, and her eyes were bright with tears. "Understand, I have an immense business on my hands, 2,000 workmen, for whom I must answer before God. The men who work for me grow blind and deaf. I am afraid to go on like this, I am afraid. I am wretched, and you have the cruelty to talk to me of Negroes, and you smile." Anna Akimovna brought her fist down on the table. "To go on living the life I am living now, or to marry someone as idle and incompetent as myself, would be a crime. I can't go on living like this," she said hotly. "I cannot." "How handsome she is," said Lysovitch, fascinated by her. "My God, how handsome she is, but why are you angry, my dear? Perhaps I am wrong, but surely you don't imagine that if, for the sake of ideas for which I have the deepest respect, you renounce the joys of life and lead a dreary existence, your workmen will be any the better for it, not a scrap. No frivolity, he said decisively. It's essential for you, it's your duty to be frivolous and depraved. Ponder that, my dear, ponder it." Anna Akimovna was glad she had spoken out, and her spirits rose. She was pleased she had spoken so well, and that her ideas were so fine and just, and she was already convinced that if Pimenov, for instance, loved her, she would marry him with pleasure. Miss Henke began to pour out champagne. "You make me angry, Victor Nikolaich," she said, clinking glasses with the lawyer. "It seems to me you give advice and know nothing of life yourself. According to you, if a man be a mechanic or a draftsman, he is bound to be a peasant and an ignoramus. But they are the cleverest people, extraordinary people. Your uncle and father. I knew them and respected them." Krylin said, pausing for emphasis, he had been sitting upright as a post and had been eating steadily the whole time, were people of considerable intelligence and of lofty spiritual qualities. "Oh, to be sure, we know all about their qualities," the lawyer muttered, and asked permission to smoke. When dinner was over, Krylin was led away for a nap. Lysovitch finished his cigar, and, staggering from repletion, followed Anna Akimovna into her study. Cozy corners with photographs and fans on the walls, and the inevitable pink or pale blue lanterns in the middle of the ceiling, he did not like, as the expression of an insipid and unoriginal character. Besides, the memory of certain of his love affairs of which he was now ashamed was associated with such lanterns. Anna Akimovna's study with its bare walls and tasteless furniture pleased him exceedingly. It was snug and comfortable for him to sit on a Turkish divan and look at Anna Akimovna, who usually sat on the rug before the fire, clasping her knees and looking into the fire and thinking of something. And at such moments, it seemed to him that her peasant old believer blood was stirring within her. Every time after dinner when coffee and liqueurs were handed, he grew livelier and began telling her various bits of literary gossip. He spoke with eloquence and inspiration, and was carried away by his own stories, and she listened to him and thought every time that for such enjoyment it was worth paying not only 12,000, but 3 times that sum, and forgave him everything she disliked in him. He sometimes told her the story of some tale or novel he had been reading, and then 2 or 3 hours passed unnoticed like a minute. Now he began rather dolefully in a failing voice with his eyes shut. "It's ages, my dear, since I have read anything," he said when she asked him to tell her something, "though I do sometimes read Jules Verne. I was expecting you to tell me something new." New, Lysovitch muttered sleepily, and he settled himself further back in the corner of the sofa. "None of the new literature, my dear, is any use for you or me. Of course, it is bound to be such as it is, and to refuse to recognize it is to refuse to recognize would mean refusing to recognize the natural order of things, and I do recognize it, but—" Lysovitch seemed to have fallen asleep, but a minute later his voice was heard again. "All the new literature moans and howls like the autumn wind in the chimney. Ah, unhappy wretch, Ah, your life may be likened to a prison. Ah, how damp and dark it is in your prison. Ah, you will certainly come to ruin, and there is no chance of escape for you. That's very fine, but I should prefer a literature that would tell us how to escape from prison. Of all contemporary writers, however, I prefer Maupassant. Lysevich opened his eyes. A fine writer, a perfect writer. Lysevich shifted in his seat. A wonderful artist? A terrible, prodigious, supernatural artist. Lysevich got up from the sofa and raised his right arm. Maupassant, he said rapturously. My dear, read Maupassant. One page of his gives you more than all the riches of the earth. Every line is a new horizon. The softest, tenderest impulses of the soul alternate with violent, tempestuous sensations. Your soul, as though under the weight of 40,000 atmospheres, is transformed into the most insignificant little bit of some great thing of an undefined rosy hue which I fancy, if one could put it on one's tongue, would yield a pungent, voluptuous taste. What a fury of transitions, of motives, of melodies. You rest peacefully on the lilies and the roses, and suddenly a terrible, splendid, irresistible thought swoops down upon you like a locomotive, and bathes you in hot steam and deafens you with its whistle. Read Maupassant, dear girl, I insist on it. Lysevich waved his arms and paced from corner to corner in violent excitement. Yes, it is inconceivable, he pronounced, as though in despair. His last thing overwhelmed me, intoxicated me, but I am afraid you will not care for it. To be carried away by it, you must savor it, slowly suck the juice from each line, drink it in. You must drink it in. After a long introduction, containing many words such as demonic sensuality, a network of the most delicate nerves, simoom, crystal, and so on, he began at last telling the story of the novel. He did not tell the story so whimsically, but told it in minute detail, quoting from memory whole descriptions and conversations. The characters of the novel fascinated him, and to describe them he threw himself into attitudes, changed the expression of his face and voice like a real actor. He laughed with delight at one moment in a deep bass, and at another, on a high, shrill note, clasped his hands and clutched at his head with an expression which suggested that it was just going to burst. Anna Akimovna listened enthralled, though she had already read the novel, and it seemed to her ever so much finer and more subtle in the lawyer's version than in the book itself. He drew her attention to various subtleties and emphasized the felicitous expressions and the profound thoughts, but she saw in it only life, 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 and herself, as though she had been a character in the novel. Her spirits rose, and she too, laughing and clasping her hands, thought that she could not go on living such a life, that there was no need to have a wretched life when one might have a splendid one. She remembered her words and thoughts at dinner, and was proud of them. And when Pimenov suddenly rose up in her imagination, she felt happy and longed for him to love her. When he had finished the story, Lysevich sat down on the sofa, exhausted. How splendid you are, how handsome, he began, a little while afterwards in a faint voice as if he were ill. I am happy near you, dear girl, but why am I 42 instead of 30? Your tastes and mine do not coincide. You ought to be depraved, and I have long passed that phase, and want a love as delicate and immaterial as a ray of sunshine that is, from the point of view of a woman of your age, I am of no earthly use. In his own words, he loved Turgenev, the singer of virginal love and purity, of youth, and of the melancholy Russian landscape. But he loved virginal love, not from knowledge but from hearsay, as something abstract existing outside real life. Now he assured himself that he loved Anna Akimovna platonically, ideally, though he did not know what those words meant. But he felt comfortable, snug, warm. Anna Akimovna seemed to him enchanting, original, and he imagined that the pleasant sensation that was aroused in him by these surroundings was the very thing that was called platonic love. He laid his cheek on her hand, and said in the tone commonly used in coaxing little children, "My precious, why have you punished me? How, when? I have had no Christmas present from you." Anna Akimovna had never heard before of their sending a Christmas box to the lawyer, and now she was at a loss how much to give him. But she must give him something, for he was expecting it, though he looked at her with eyes full of love. "I suppose Nazarich forgot it," she said, "but it is not too late to set it right." She suddenly remembered the 1,500 she had received the day before, which was now lying in the toilet drawer in her bedroom. And when she brought that ungrateful money and gave it to the lawyer, and he put it in his coat pocket with indolent grace. The whole incident passed off charmingly and naturally. The sudden reminder of a Christmas box and this 1500 was not unbecoming in Lysevich. "Merci," he said, and kissed her finger. Krylin came in with blissful, sleepy face, but without his decorations. Lysevich and he stayed a little longer and drank a glass of tea each and began to get ready to go. Anna Akimovna was a little embarrassed. She had utterly forgotten in what department Krylin served and whether she had to give him money or not, and if she had to, whether to give it now or send it afterwards in an envelope. "Where does he serve?" she whispered to Lysevich. "Goodness knows," muttered Lysevich, yawning. She reflected that if Krylin used to visit her father and her uncle and respected them, it was probably not for nothing. Apparently he had been charitable at their expense, serving in some charitable institution. As she said goodbye, she slipped 300 rubles into his hand. He seemed taken aback and looked at her for a minute in silence with his pewtery eyes, but then seemed to understand and said, "The receipt, honored Anna Akimovna, you can only receive on the new year." Lysevich had become utterly limp and heavy, and he staggered when Miss Henka put on his overcoat. As he went downstairs, he looked like a man in the last stage of exhaustion, and it was evident that he would drop asleep as soon as he got into his sledge. "Your Excellency," he said languidly to Krylin, stopping in the middle of the staircase, "has it ever happened to you to experience a feeling as though some unseen force were drawing you out longer and longer? You are drawn out and turn into the finest wire. Subjectively, this finds expression in a curious, voluptuous feeling, which is impossible to compare with anything." Anna Akimovna, standing at the top of the stairs, saw each of them give Miss Henker a note. "Goodbye, come again," she called to them and ran into her bedroom. She quickly threw off her dress, that she was weary of already, put on a dressing gown and ran downstairs. And as she ran downstairs, she laughed and thumped with her feet like a schoolboy. She had a great desire for mischief. Roman 4. Evening. Auntie, in a loose print blouse, Varvarushka and two old women were sitting in the dining room having supper. A big piece of salt meat, a ham and various savories were lying on the table before them, and clouds of steam were rising from the meat, which looked particularly fat and appetizing. Wine was not served on the lower story, but they made up for it with a great number of spirits and homemade liqueurs. Agafyushka, the fat, white-skinned, well-fed cook, was standing with her arms crossed in the doorway and talking to the old women, and the dishes were being handed by the downstairs Masha, a dark girl with a crimson ribbon in her hair. The old women had had enough to eat before the morning was over, and an hour before supper had had tea and buns, and so they were now eating with effort as it were, from a sense of duty. "Oh, my girl," sighed Auntie, as Anna Akimovna ran into the dining room and sat down beside her. "You've frightened me to death." Everyone in the house was pleased when Anna Akimovna was in good spirits and played pranks. This always reminded them that the old men were dead and that the old women had no authority in the house, and anyone could do as he liked without any fear of being sharply called to account for it. Only the two old women glanced askance at Anna Akimovna with amazement. She was humming, and it was a sin to sing at table. "Our mistress, our beauty, our picture," Agafyushka began chanting with sugary sweetness. "Our precious jewel, the people that have come today to look at our queen. Lord, have mercy upon us, generals and officers and gentlemen. I kept looking out of window and counting till I gave it up." "I'd as soon they did not come at all," said Auntie. She looked sadly at her niece and added, "They only waste the time for my poor orphan girl." Anna Akimovna felt hungry, as she had eaten nothing since the morning. They poured her out some very bitter liqueur. She drank it off and tasted the salt meat with mustard and thought it extraordinarily nice. Then the downstairs Masha brought in the turkey, the pickled apples and the gooseberries, and that pleased her too. There was only one thing that was disagreeable. There was a draught of hot air from the tiled stove. It was stiflingly close and everyone's cheeks were burning. After supper the cloth was taken off, and plates of peppermint biscuits, walnuts and raisins were brought in. "You sit down too, no need to stand there," said Auntie to the cook. Agafyushka sighed and sat down to the table. Masha set a wineglass of liqueur before her, too, and Anna Akimovna began to feel as though Agafyushka's white neck were giving out heat like the stove. They were all talking of how difficult it was nowadays to get married, and saying that in old days, if men did not court beauty, they paid attention to money, but now there was no making out what they wanted. And while hunchbacks and cripples used to be left old maids, nowadays men would not have even the beautiful and wealthy. Auntie began to set this down to immorality, and said that people had no fear of God, but she suddenly remembered that Ivan Ivanitch, her brother, and Varvarushka, both people of holy life, had feared God, but all the same had had children on the sly, and had sent them to the foundling asylum. She pulled herself up and changed the conversation, telling them about a suitor she had once had, a factory hand, and how she had loved him, but her brothers had forced her to marry a widower, an icon painter who, thank God, had died 2 years after. The downstairs Masha sat down to the table, too, and told them with a mysterious air that for the last week some unknown man with a black mustache, in a greatcoat with an astrakhan collar, had made his appearance every morning in the yard, had stared at the windows of the big house, and had gone on further to the buildings. The man was all right, nice-looking. All this conversation made Anna Akimovna suddenly long to be married, long intensely, painfully. She felt as though she would give half her life and all her fortune only to know that upstairs there was a man who was closer to her than anyone in the world, that he loved her warmly and was missing her. And the thought of such closeness, ecstatic and inexpressible in words, troubled her soul. And the instinct of youth and health flattered her with lying assurances that the real poetry of life was not over but still to come, and she believed it, and leaning back in her chair, her hair fell down as she did so. She began laughing, and looking at her, the others laughed, too. And it was a long time before this causeless laughter died down in the dining room. She was informed that the stinging beetle had come. This was a pilgrim woman called Pasha or Spiridonovna, a thin little woman of 50, in a black dress with a white kerchief, with keen eyes, sharp nose, and a sharp chin. She had sly, viperish eyes, and she looked as though she could see right through everyone. Her lips were shaped like a heart. Her viperishness and hostility to everyone had earned her the nickname of the stinging beetle. Going into the dining room without looking at anyone, she made for the icons and chanted in a high voice, "Thy holy birth." Then she sang, "The Virgin today gives birth to the Son." Then Christ is born. Then she turned round and bent a piercing gaze upon all of them. "A happy Christmas," she said, and she kissed Anna Akimovna on the shoulder. "It's all I could do to get to you, my kind friends." She kissed Auntie on the shoulder. "I should have come to you this morning, but I went in to some good people to rest on the way." "Stay, Spiridonovna, stay," they said, and I did not notice that evening was coming on. As she did not eat meat, they gave her salmon and caviar. She ate looking from under her eyelids at the company and drank 3 glasses of vodka. When she had finished, she said a prayer and bowed down to Anna Akimovna's feet. They began to play a game of kings, as they had done the year before, and the year before that, and all the servants in both stories crowded in at the doors to watch the game. Anna Akimovna fancied she caught a glimpse once or twice of Miss Henka, with a patronizing smile on his face, among the crowd of peasant men and women. The first to be king was Stinging Beetle, and Anna Akimovna as the soldier paid her tribute. And then Auntie was king and Anna Akimovna was peasant, which excited general delight, and Agafyushka was prince, and was quite abashed with pleasure. Another game was got up at the other end of the table played by the 2 Mashas, Varvarushka, and the sewing-maid Marfa Petrovna, who was waked on purpose to play kings, and whose face looked cross and sleepy. While they were playing, they talked of men, and of how difficult it was to get a good husband nowadays, and which state was to be preferred, that of an old maid or a widow. "You are a handsome, healthy, sturdy lass," said Stinging Beetle to Anna Akimovna, "but I can't make out for whose sake you are holding back. What's to be done if nobody will have me? Or maybe you have taken a vow to remain a maid?" Stinging Beetle went on, as though she did not hear. "Well, that's a good deed. Remain one," she repeated, looking intently and maliciously at her cards. "All right, my dear, remain one. Yes, only maids, these saintly maids, are not all alike." She heaved a sigh and played the king. "Oh no, my girl, they are not all alike. Some really watch over themselves like nuns, and butter would not melt in their mouths. And if such a one does sin in an hour of weakness, she is worried to death, poor thing. So it would be a sin to condemn her. while others will go dressed in black and sew their shroud, and yet love rich old men on the sly. Yes, Ys, my canary birds, some husses will bewitch an old man and rule over him, my doves, rule over him and turn his head. And when they've saved up money and lottery tickets enough, they will bewitch him to his death. Varvarushka's only response to these hints was to heave a sigh and look towards the icons. There was an expression of Christian meekness on her countenance. I know a maid like that, my bitterest enemy, Stinging Beetle went on, looking round at everyone in triumph. She is always sighing, too, and looking at the icons, the she-devil. When she used to rule in a certain old man's house, if one went to her, she would give one a crust, and bid one bow down to the icons while she would sing, "In conception thou dost abide a virgin." On holidays she will give one a bite, and on working days she will reproach one for it. But nowadays I will make merry over her. I will make as merry as I please, my jewel. Varvarushka glanced at the icons again and crossed herself. But no one will have me, Spiridonovna, said Anna Akimovna to change the conversation. What's to be done? It's your own fault. You keep waiting for highly educated gentlemen, but you ought to marry one of your own sort, a merchant. We don't want a merchant, said Auntie, all in a flutter. Queen of Heaven, preserve us. A gentleman will spend your money, but then he will be kind to you, you poor little fool. But a merchant will be so strict that you won't feel at home in your own house. You'll be wanting to fondle him, and he will be counting his money, and when you sit down to meals with him, he'll grudge you every mouthful, though it's your own, the lout. Marry a gentleman. They all talked at once, loudly interrupting one another, and Auntie tapped on the table with the nutcrackers and said, flushed and angry, "We won't have a merchant, we won't have one. If you choose a merchant, I shall go to an almshouse." Sh, hush, cried Stinging Beetle. When all were silent, she screwed up one eye and said, "Do you know what, Anushka, my birdie? There is no need for you to get married really like everyone else. You're rich and free, you are your own mistress. But yet, my child, it doesn't seem the right thing for you to be an old maid. I'll find you, some trumpery and simple-witted man. You'll marry him for appearances and then have your fling, bonny lass. You can hand him 5,000 or 10 maybe, and pack him off where he came from, and you will be mistress in your own house. You can love whom you like, and no one can say anything to you. And then you can love your highly educated gentleman. You'll have a jolly time." Stinging Beetle snapped her fingers and gave a whistle. "It's sinful," said Auntie. "Oh, sinful," laughed Stinging Beetle. "She is educated, she understands. To cut someone's throat or bewitch an old man, that's a sin, that's true. But to love some charming young friend is not a sin at all. And what is there in it, really? There's no sin in it at all. The old pilgrim women have invented all that to make fools of simple folk. I, too, say everywhere it's a sin. I don't know myself why it's a sin." Stinging Beetle emptied her glass and cleared her throat. "Have your fling, bonny lass," this time evidently addressing herself. "For 30 years, wenches, I have thought of nothing but sins and been afraid, but now I see I have wasted my time, I've let it slip by like a ninny. Ah, I have been a fool, she sighed. "A woman's time is short and every day is precious. You are handsome, Anushka, and very rich, but as soon as 35 or 40 strikes for your time is up. Don't listen to anyone, my girl. Live, have your fling till you are 40, and then you will have time to pray forgiveness. There will be plenty of time to bow down and to sew your shroud. A candle to God and a poker to the devil, you can do both at once. Well, how is it to be? Will you make some little man happy?" "I will," laughed Anna Akimovna. "I don't care now, I would marry a working man." "Well, that would do all right. Oh, what a fine fellow you would choose then." Stinging Beetle screwed up her eyes and shook her head. Oh. "I tell her myself," said Auntie. "It's no good waiting for a gentleman, so she had better marry, not a gentleman, but some one humbler. Anyway, we should have a man in the house to look after things. And there are lots of good men. She might have someone out of the factory. They are all sober, steady men." "I should think so," Stinging Beetle agreed. "They are capital fellows. If you like, Aunt, I will make a match for her with Vasily Lebedynsky." "Oh, Vasya's legs are so long," said Auntie seriously. "He is so lanky, he has no looks." There was laughter in the crowd by the door. "Well, Pimenov, would you like to marry Pimenov?" Stinging Beetle asked Anna Akimovna. "Very good, make a match for me with Pimenov." "Really?" "Yes, do," Anna Akimovna said resolutely, and she struck her fist on the table. "On my honor, I will marry him." "Really?" Anna Akimovna suddenly felt ashamed that her cheeks were burning and that everyone was looking at her. She flung the cards together on the table and ran out of the room. As she ran up the stairs and, reaching the upper story, sat down to the piano in the drawing room, a murmur of sound reached her from below like the roar of the sea. Most likely they were talking of her and of Pimenov, and perhaps Stinging Beetle was taking advantage of her absence to insult Varvarushka and was putting no check on her language. The lamp in the big room was the only light burning in the upper story, and it sent a glimmer through the door into the dark drawing room. It was between 9 and 10, not later. Anna Akimovna played a waltz, then another, then a third. She went on playing without stopping. She looked into the dark corner beyond the piano, smiled, and inwardly called to it, and the idea occurred to her that she might drive off to the town to see someone, Lysevich for instance, and tell him what was passing in her heart. She wanted to talk without ceasing, to laugh, to play the fool, but the dark corner was sullenly silent, and all round in all the rooms of the upper story it was still and desolate. She was fond of sentimental songs, but she had a harsh, untrained voice, and so she only played the accompaniment and sang hardly audibly, just above her breath. She sang in a whisper one song after another, for the most part about love, separation, and frustrated hopes, and she imagined how she would hold out her hands to him and say with entreaty, with tears, "Pimenov, take this burden from me." And then, just as though her sins had been forgiven, there would be joy and comfort in her soul, and perhaps a free, happy life would begin. In an anguish of anticipation, she leant over the keys, with a passionate longing for the change in her life to come at once without delay, and was terrified at the thought that her old life would go on for some time longer. Then she played again and sang hardly above her breath, and all was stillness about her. There was no noise coming from downstairs now. They must have gone to bed. It had struck 10 some time before. A long, solitary, wearisome night was approaching. Anna Akimovna walked through all the rooms, lay down for a while on the sofa, and read in her study the letters that had come that evening. There were 12 letters of Christmas greetings and 3 anonymous letters. In one of them, some workman complained in a horrible, almost illegible handwriting that Lenten oil sold in the factory shop was rancid and smelt of paraffin. In another, someone respectfully informed her that over a purchase of iron Nazarich had lately taken a bribe of 1,000 rubles from someone. In a third, she was abused for her inhumanity. The excitement of Christmas was passing off, and to keep it up Anna Akimovna sat down at the piano again and softly played one of the new waltzes. Then she remembered how cleverly and creditably she had spoken at dinner today. She looked round at the dark windows, at the walls with the pictures, at the faint light that came from the big room, and all at once she began suddenly crying, and she felt vexed that she was so lonely, and that she had no one to talk to and consult. To cheer herself, she tried to picture Pimenov in her imagination, but it was unsuccessful. It struck 12. Miss Henke, no longer wearing his swallowtail but in his reefer jacket, came in, and without speaking lighted 2 candles. Then he went out and returned a minute later with a cup of tea on a tray. "What are you laughing at?" she asked, noticing a smile on his face. "I was downstairs and heard the jokes you were making about Pimenov," he said, and put his hand before his laughing mouth. If he were sat down to dinner today with Viktor Nikolaevich and the general, he'd have died of fright. Miss Henke's shoulders were shaking with laughter. "He doesn't know even how to hold his fork, I bet." The footman's laughter and words, his reefer jacket and mustache, gave Anna Akimovna a feeling of uncleanness. She shut her eyes to avoid seeing him, and against her own will, imagined Pimenov dining with Lysevich and Krylin, and his timid, unintellectual figure seemed to her pitiful and helpless, and she felt repelled by it. And only now, for the first time in the whole day, she realized clearly that all she had said and thought about Pimenov and marrying a workman was nonsense, folly, and willfulness. To convince herself of the opposite, to overcome her repulsion, she tried to recall what she had said at dinner, but now she could not see anything in it. Shame at her own thoughts and actions, and the fear that she had said something improper during the day, and disgust at her own lack of spirit, overwhelmed her completely. She took up a candle, and as rapidly as if someone were pursuing her, ran downstairs, woke Spiridonovna, and began assuring her she had been joking. Then she went to her bedroom. Red-haired Masha, who was dozing in an armchair near the bed, jumped up and began shaking up the pillows. Her face was exhausted and sleepy, and her magnificent hair had fallen on one side. "Chekhov came again this evening," she said, yawning, but I did not dare to announce him. He was very drunk. He says he will come again tomorrow." "What does he want with me?" said Anna Akimovna, and she flung her comb on the floor. "I won't see him, I won't." She made up her mind she had no one left in life but this Chekhov, that he would never leave off persecuting her, and would remind her every day how uninteresting and absurd her life was. So all she was fit for was to help the poor. Oh, how stupid it was. She lay down without undressing, and sobbed with shame and depression. What seemed to her most vexatious and stupid of all was that her dreams that day about Pimenov had been right, lofty, honorable. But at the same time, she felt that Lysevich and even Krylin were nearer to her than Pimenov and all the workpeople taken together. She thought that if the long day she had just spent could have been represented in a picture, all that had been bad and vulgares, for instance, the dinner, the lawyer's talk, the game of kings, would have been true, while her dreams and talk about Pimenov would have stood out from the whole as something false, as out of drawing. And she thought, too, that it was too late to dream of happiness, that everything was over for her, and it was impossible to go back to the life when she had slept under the same quilt with her mother, or to devise some new special sort of life. Red-haired Masha was kneeling before the bed, gazing at her in mournful perplexity. Then she, too, began crying and laid her face against her mistress's arm, and without words it was clear why she was so wretched. "We are fools," said Anna Akimovna, laughing and crying. "We are fools, oh, what fools we are." A problem. The strictest measures were taken that the Uskovs' family secret might not leak out and become generally known. Half of the servants were sent off to the theater or the circus, the other half were sitting in the kitchen and not allowed to leave it. Orders were given that no one was to be admitted. The wife of the colonel, her sister, and the governess, though they had been initiated into the secret, kept up a pretense of knowing nothing. They sat in the dining room and did not show themselves in the drawing room or the hall. Sasha Uskov, the young man of 25 who was the cause of all the commotion, had arrived some time before, and by the advice of kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch, his uncle, who was taking his part, he sat meekly in the hall by the door leading to the study, and prepared himself to make an open, candid explanation. The other side of the door, in the study, a family council was being held. The subject under discussion was an exceedingly disagreeable and delicate one. Sasha Uskov had cashed at one of the banks a false promissory note, and it had become due for payment 3 days before, and now his two paternal uncles and Ivan Markovitch, the brother of his dead mother, were deciding the question whether they should pay the money and save the family honor, or wash their hands of it and leave the case to go for trial. To outsiders who have no personal interest in the matter, such questions seem simple. For those who are so unfortunate as to have to decide them in earnest, they are extremely difficult. The uncles had been talking for a long time, but the problem seemed no nearer decision. "My friends," said the uncle who was a colonel, and there was a note of exhaustion and bitterness in his voice. "Who says that family honor is a mere convention? I don't say that at all. I am only warning you against a false view. I am pointing out the possibility of an unpardonable mistake. How can you fail to see it? I am not speaking Chinese, I am speaking Russian." "My dear fellow, we do understand," Ivan Markovitch protested mildly. "How can you understand if you say that I don't believe in family honor? I repeat once more, familj honor falsely understood is a prejudice. Falsely understood. That's what I say. Whatever may be the motives for screening a scoundrel, whoever he may be, and helping him to escape punishment, it is contrary to law and unworthy of a gentleman. It's not saving the family honor, it's civic cowardice. Take the army, for instance. The honor of the army is more precious to us than any other honor, yet we don't screen our guilty members, but condemn them. And does the honor of the army suffer in consequence? Quite the opposite." The other paternal uncle, an official in the treasury, a taciturn, dull-witted and rheumatic man, sat silent, or spoke only of the fact that the Uskov's name would get into the newspapers if the case went for trial. His opinion was that the case ought to be hushed up from the first and not become public property. But apart from publicity in the newspapers, he advanced no other argument in support of this opinion. The maternal uncle, kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch, spoke smoothly, softly, and with a tremor in his voice. He began with saying that youth has its rights and its peculiar temptations. Which of us has not been young and who has not been led astray, To say nothing of ordinary mortals, even great men have not escaped errors and mistakes in their youth. Take, for instance, the biography of great writers. Did not every one of them gamble, drink, and draw down upon himself the anger of right-thinking people in his young days? If Sasha's error bordered upon crime, they must remember that Sasha had received practically no education. He had been expelled from the high school in the 5th class, he had lost his parents in early childhood, and so had been left at the tenderest age without guidance and good, benevolent influences. He was nervous, excitable, had no firm ground under his feet, and above all, he had been unlucky. Even if he were guilty, anyway he deserved indulgence and the sympathy of all compassionate souls. He ought, of course, to be punished, but he was punished as it was by his conscience and the agonies he was enduring now while awaiting the sentence of his relations. The comparison with the army made by the colonel was delightful and did credit to his lofty intelligence. His appeal to their feeling of public duty spoke for the chivalry of his soul, but they must not forget that in each individual the citizen is closely linked with the Christian. "Shall we be false to civic duty?" Ivan Markovitch exclaimed passionately, "if instead of punishing an erring boy we hold out to him a helping hand?" Ivan Markovitch talked further of family honor. He had not the honor to belong to the Uskov family himself, but he knew their distinguished family went back to the 13th century. He did not forget for a minute either that his precious, beloved sister had been the wife of one of the representatives of that name. In short, the family was dear to him for many reasons, and he refused to admit the idea that, for the sake of a paltry 1,500 rubles, a blot should be cast on the escutcheon that was beyond all price. If all the motives he had brought forward were not sufficiently convincing, he, Ivan Markovitch, in conclusion, begged his listeners to ask themselves what was meant by crime. Crime is an immoral act founded upon ill will. But is the will of man free? Philosophy has not yet given a positive answer to that question. Different views were held by the learned. The latest school of Lombroso, for instance, denies the freedom of the will and considers every crime as the product of the purely anatomical peculiarities of the individual. "Ivan Markovitch," said the colonel, in a voice of entreaty, "we are talking seriously about an important matter, and you bring in Lombroso, you clever fellow. Think a little, what are you saying all this for? Can you imagine that all your thunderings and rhetoric will furnish an answer to the question?" Sasha Uskov sat at the door and listened. He felt neither terror, shame, nor depression, but only weariness and inward emptiness. It seemed to him that it made absolutely no difference to him whether they forgave him or not. He had come here to hear his sentence and to explain himself simply because kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch had begged him to do so. He was not afraid of the future. It made no difference to him where he was, here in the hall, in prison, or in Siberia. If Siberia, then let it be Siberia, damn it all. He was sick of life and found it insufferably hard. He was inextricably involved in debt, he had not a farthing in his pocket, his family had become detestable to him, he would have to part from his friends and his women sooner or later, as they had begun to be too contemptuous of his sponging on them. The future looked black. Sasha was indifferent and was only disturbed by one circumstance. The other side of the door they were calling him a scoundrel and a criminal. Every minute he was on the point of jumping up, bursting into the study, and shouting in answer to the detestable metallic voice of the colonel. "You are lying. Criminal is a dreadful word. That is what murderers, thieves, robbers are, in fact, wicked and morally hopeless people. And Sasha was very far from being all that. It was true he owed a great deal and did not pay his debts, but debt is not a crime, and it is unusual for a man not to be in debt. The colonel and Ivan Markovitch were both in debt. What have I done wrong besides? Sasha wondered. He had discounted a forged note, but all the young men he knew did the same. Handrakov and von Burst always forged IOUs from their parents or friends when their allowances were not paid at the regular time, and then when they got their money from home, they redeemed them before they became due. Sasha had done the same, but had not redeemed the IOU because he had not got the money which Handrakov had promised to lend him. He was not to blame, it was the fault of circumstances. It was true that the use of another person's signature was considered reprehensible, but still, it was not a crime but a generally accepted dodge, an ugly formality which injured no one and was quite harmless. For in forging the colonel's signature, Sasha had had no intention of causing anybody damage or loss. "No, it doesn't mean that I am a criminal," thought Sasha, "and it's not in my character to bring myself to commit a crime. I am soft, emotional. When I have the money, I help the poor." Sasha was musing after this fashion, while they went on talking the other side of the door. "But my friends, this is endless," the colonel declared, getting excited. "Suppose we were to forgive him and pay the money. You know he would not give up leading a dissipated life, squandering money, making debts, going to our tailors and ordering suits in our names. Can you guarantee that this will be his last prank? As far as I am concerned, I have no faith whatever in his reforming." The official of the treasury muttered something in reply. After him, Ivan Markovitch began talking blandly and suavely again. The colonel moved his chair impatiently and drowned the other's words with his detestable metallic voice. At last the door opened and Ivan Markovitch came out of the study. There were patches of red on his lean, shaven face. "Come along," he said, taking Sasha by the hand. "Come and speak frankly from your heart, without pride, my dear boy, humbly and from your heart." Sasha went into the study. The official of the treasury was sitting down. The colonel was standing before the table with one hand in his pocket and one knee on a chair. It was smoky and stifling in the study. Sasha did not look at the official or the colonel. He felt suddenly ashamed and uncomfortable. He looked uneasily at Ivan Markovitch and muttered, "I'll pay it, I'll give it back." "What did you expect when you discounted the IO?" he heard a metallic voice. Handrikov promised to lend me the money before now." Sasha could say no more. He went out of the study and sat down again on the chair near the door. He would have been glad to go away altogether at once, but he was choking with hatred and he awfully wanted to remain, to tear the colonel to pieces, to say something rude to him. He sat trying to think of something violent and effective to say to his hated uncle, and at that moment, a woman's figure, shrouded in the twilight, appeared at the drawing-room door. It was the colonel's wife. She beckoned Sasha to her, and wringing her hands said, weeping, "Alexander, I know you don't like me, but listen to me, listen, I beg you. But, my dear, how can this have happened? Why, it's awful, awful. For goodness' sake, beg them, defend yourself, entreat them." Sasha looked at her quivering shoulders, at the big tears that were rolling down her cheeks, heard behind his back the hollow, nervous voices of worried and exhausted people, and shrugged his shoulders. He had not in the least expected that his aristocratic relations would raise such a tempest over a paltry 1,500 rubles. He could not understand her tears, nor the quiver of their voices. An hour later, he heard that the colonel was getting the best of it. The uncles were finally inclining to let the case go for trial. "The matter's settled," said the colonel, sighing. "Enough." After this decision, all the uncles, even the emphatic colonel, became noticeably depressed. A silence followed. "Merciful heavens," sighed Ivan Markovitch, "my poor sister." And he began saying in a subdued voice that most likely his sister, Sasha's mother, was present unseen in the study at that moment. He felt in his soul how the unhappy, saintly woman was weeping, grieving, and begging for her boy. For the sake of her peace beyond the grave, they ought to spare Sasha. The sound of a muffled sob was heard. Ivan Markovitch was weeping and muttering something which it was impossible to catch through the door. The colonel got up and paced from corner to corner. The long conversation began over again. But then the clock in the drawing-room struck 2. The family council was over. To avoid seeing the person who had moved him to such wrath, the colonel went from the study, not into the hall, but into the vestibule. Ivan Markovitch came out into the hall. He was agitated and rubbing his hands joyfully. His tear-stained eyes looked good-humored and his mouth was twisted into a smile. "Capital," he said to Sasha. "Thank God. You can go home, my dear, and sleep tranquilly. We have decided to pay the sum, but on condition that you repent and come with me tomorrow into the country and set to work." A minute later, Ivan Markovitch and Sasha in their greatcoats and caps were going down the stairs. The uncle was muttering something edifying. Sasha did not listen, but felt as though some uneasy weight were gradually slipping off his shoulders. They had forgiven him, he was free. A gust of joy sprang up within him and sent a sweet chill to his heart. He longed to breathe, to move swiftly, to live. Glancing at the street lamps and the black sky, he remembered that von Burst was celebrating his name day that evening at the Bear. And again, a rush of joy flooded his soul. I am going, he decided. But then he remembered he had not a farthing, that the companions he was going to would despise him at once for his empty pockets. He must get hold of some money, come what may. Uncle, lend me 100 rubles, he said to Ivan Markovitch. His uncle, surprised, looked into his face and backed against a lamp post. Give it to me, said Sasha, shifting impatiently from one foot to the other and beginning to pant. Uncle, I entreat you, give me 100 rubles. His face worked, he trembled, and seemed on the point of attacking his uncle. Won't you? He kept asking, seeing that his uncle was still amazed and did not understand. Listen, if you don't, I'll give myself up tomorrow. I won't let you pay the IOU. I'll present another false note tomorrow. Petrified, muttering something incoherent in his horror, Ivan Markovitch took 100-ruble note out of his pocketbook and gave it to Sasha. The young man took it and walked rapidly away from him. Taking a sledge, Sasha grew calmer and felt a rush of joy within him again. The rights of youth of which kind-hearted Ivan Markovitch had spoken at the family council woke up and asserted themselves. Sasha pictured the drinking party before him, and among the bottles, the women, and his friends, the thought flashed through his mind. Now I see that I am a criminal. Yes, I am a criminal. The kiss. At 8 o'clock on the evening of the 20th of May, all the 6 batteries of the N Reserve Artillery Brigade halted for the night in the village of Myastechki on their way to camp. When the general commotion was at its height, while some officers were busily occupied around the guns, while others, gathered together in the square near the church enclosure, were listening to the quartermasters. A man in civilian dress, riding a strange horse, came into sight round the church. The little dun-colored horse with a good neck and a short tail came, moving not straight forward, but as it were sideways, with a sort of dance step, as though it were being lashed about the legs. When he reached the officers, the man on the horse took off his hat and said, His Excellency, Lieutenant General von Rabeck, invites the gentleman to drink tea with him this minute. The horse turned, danced, and retired sideways. The messenger raised his hat once more, and in an instant disappeared with his strange horse behind the church. What the devil does it mean? Grumbled some of the officers, dispersing to their quarters. One is sleepy, and here this von Rabeck with his tea, we know what tea means. The officers of all the 6 batteries remembered vividly an incident of the previous year, when during maneuvers they, together with the officers of a Cossack regiment, were in the same way invited to tea by a count who had an estate in the neighborhood and was a retired army officer. The hospitable and genial count made much of them, fed them, and gave them drink, refused to let them go to their quarters in the village, and made them stay the night. All that, of course, was very nice. Nothing better could be desired. But the worst of it was, the old army officer was so carried away by the pleasure of the young men's company that till sunrise he was telling the officers anecdotes of his glorious past, taking them over the house, showing them expensive pictures, old engravings, rare guns, reading them autograph letters from great people, while the weary and exhausted officers looked and listened, longing for their beds and yawning in their sleeves. When at last their host let them go, it was too late for sleep. Might not this von Rabeck be just such another? Whether he were or not, there was no help for it. The officers changed their uniforms, brushed themselves, and went all together in search of the gentleman's house. In the square by the church, they were told they could get to His Excellency's by the lower path going down behind the church to the river, going along the bank to the garden, and there an avenue would take them to the house, or by the upper way straight from the church by the road which, half a mile from the village, led right up to His Excellency's granaries. The officers decided to go by the upper way. What von Rabeck is it? They wondered on the way. Surely not the one who was in command of the N Cavalry Division at Plevna. No, that was not von Rabeck, but simply Rab and no von. What lovely weather! At the first of the granaries, the road divided in 2. One branch went straight on and vanished in the evening darkness. The other led to the owner's house on the right. The officers turned to the right and began to speak more softly. On both sides of the road stretched stone granaries with red roofs, heavy and sullen-looking, very much like barracks of a district town. Ahead of them gleamed the windows of the manor house. A good omen, gentlemen, said one of the officers. Our setter is the foremost of all. No doubt he scents game ahead of us. Lieutenant Lebitko, who was walking in front, a tall and stalwart fellow, though entirely without mustache. He was over 25. Yet for some reason there was no sign of hair on his round, well-fed face. Renowned in the brigade for his peculiar faculty for divining the presence of women at a distance, turned round and said, "Yes, there must be women here. I feel that by instinct." On the threshold, the officers were met by von Rabeck himself, a comely-looking man of 60 in civilian dress. Shaking hands with his guests, he said that he was very glad and happy to see them, but begged them earnestly for God's sake to excuse him for not asking them to stay the night. 2 sisters with their children, some brothers, and some neighbors had come on a visit to him, so that he had not one spare room left. The general shook hands with everyone, made his apologies, and smiled, but it was evident by his face that he was by no means so delighted as their last year's count, and that he had invited the officers simply because, in his opinion, it was a social obligation to do so. And the officers themselves, as they walked up the softly carpeted stairs, as they listened to him, felt that they had been invited to this house simply because it would have been awkward not to invite them. And at the sight of the footmen, who hastened to light the lamps in the entrance below and in the anteroom above, they began to feel as though they had brought uneasiness and discomfort into the house with them. In a house in which 2 sisters and their children, brothers, and neighbors were gathered together, probably on account of some family festivity or event, how could the presence of 19 unknown officers possibly be welcome? At the entrance to the drawing room, the officers were met by a tall, graceful old lady with black eyebrows and a long face, very much like the Empress Eugenie. Smiling graciously and majestically, she said she was glad and happy to see her guests, and apologized that her husband and she were on this occasion unable to invite messieurs les officiers to stay the night. From her beautiful, majestic smile, which instantly vanished from her face every time she turned away from her guests, it was evident that she had seen numbers of officers in her day, that she was in no humor for them now, and if she invited them to her house and apologized for not doing more, it was only because her breeding and position in society required it of her. When the officers went into the big dining room, there were about a dozen people, men and ladies, young and old, sitting at tea at the end of a long table. A group of men was dimly visible behind their chairs, wrapped in a haze of cigar smoke, and in the midst of them stood a lanky young man with red whiskers, talking loudly, with a lisp, in English. Through a door beyond the group could be seen a light room with pale blue furniture. "Gentlemen, there are so many of you that it is impossible to introduce you all," said the general in a loud voice, trying to sound very cheerful. "Make each other's acquaintance, gentlemen, without any ceremony." The officers, some with very serious and even stern faces, others with forced smiles, and all feeling extremely awkward somehow, made their bows and sat down to tea. The most ill at ease of them all was Ryabovitch, a little officer in spectacles, with sloping shoulders and whiskers like a lynx's. While some of his comrades assumed a serious expression, while others wore forced smiles, his face, his lynx-like whiskers and spectacles seemed to say, "I am the shyest, most modest, and most undistinguished officer in the whole brigade." At first, on going into the room and sitting down to the table, he could not fix his attention on any one face or object. The faces, the dresses, the cut-glass decanters of brandy, the steam from the glasses, the molded cornices all blended in one general impression that inspired in Ryabovitch alarm and a desire to hide his head. Like a lecturer making his first appearance before the public, he saw everything that was before his eyes, but apparently only had a dim understanding of it. Among physiologists, this condition, when the subject sees but does not understand, is called psychical blindness. After a little while, growing accustomed to his surroundings, Ryabovitch saw clearly and began to observe. As a shy man, unused to society, what struck him first was that in which he had always been deficient, namely, the extraordinary boldness of his new acquaintances. Von Rabeck, his wife, 2 elderly ladies, a young lady in a lilac dress, and the young man with the red whiskers, who was, it appeared, a younger son of von Rabeck, very cleverly, as though they had rehearsed it beforehand, took seats between the officers, and at once got up a heated discussion in which the visitors could not help taking part. The lilac young lady hotly asserted that the artillery had a much better time than the cavalry and the infantry, while von Rabeck and the elderly ladies maintained the opposite. A brisk interchange of talk followed. Ryabovich watched the lilac young lady who argued so hotly about what was unfamiliar and utterly uninteresting to her, and watched artificial smiles come and go on her face. Von Rabeck and his family skillfully drew the officers into the discussion, and meanwhile kept a sharp lookout over their glasses and mouths to see whether all of them were drinking, whether all had enough sugar, why someone was not eating cakes or not drinking brandy. And the longer Ryabovich watched and listened, the more he was attracted by this insincere but splendidly disciplined family. After tea, the officers went into the drawing room. Lieutenant Lebitko's instinct had not deceived him. There were a great number of girls and young married ladies. The setter lieutenant was soon standing by a very young, fair girl in a black dress, and bending down to her jauntily, as though leaning on an unseen sword, smiled and shrugged his shoulders coquettishly. He probably talked very interesting nonsense, for the fair girl looked at his well-fed face condescendingly and asked indifferently, "Really?" And from that uninterested "really," the setter, had he been intelligent, might have concluded that she would never call him to heel. The piano struck up, the melancholy strains of a valse floated out of the wide open windows, and everyone, for some reason, remembered that it was spring, a May evening. Everyone was conscious of the fragrance of roses, of lilac, and of the young leaves of the poplar. Ryabovich, in whom the brandy he had drunk made itself felt, under the influence of the music stole a glance towards the window, smiled, and began watching the movements of the women. And it seemed to him that the smell of roses, of poplars, and lilac came not from the garden, but from the ladies' faces and dresses. Von Rabeck's son invited a scraggy-looking young lady to dance and waltzed round the room twice with her. Lebitko, gliding over the parquet floor, flew up to the lilac young lady and whirled her away. Dancing began. Ryabovich stood near the door among those who were not dancing and looked on. He had never once danced in his whole life, and he had never once in his life put his arm round the waist of a respectable woman. He was highly delighted that a man should in the sight of all take a girl he did not know round the waist and offer her his shoulder to put her hand on, but he could not imagine himself in the position of such a man. There were times when he envied the boldness and swagger of his companions and was inwardly wretched. The consciousness that he was timid, that he was round-shouldered and uninteresting, that he had a long waist and lynx-like whiskers, had deeply mortified him. But with years he had grown used to this feeling, and now, looking at his comrades dancing or loudly talking, he no longer envied them, but only felt touched and mournful. When the quadrille began, young von Rabeck came up to those who were not dancing and invited 2 officers to have a game at billiards. The officers accepted and went with him out of the drawing-room. Ryabovich, having nothing to do and wishing to take part in the general movement, slouched after them. From the big drawing-room they went into the little drawing-room, then into a narrow corridor with a glass roof, and thence into a room in which on their entrance 3 sleepy-looking footmen jumped up quickly from the sofa. At last, after passing through a long succession of rooms, young von Rabeck and the officers came into a small room where there was a billiard table. They began to play. Ryabovich, who had never played any game but cards, stood near the billiard table and looked indifferently at the players, while they in unbuttoned coats, with cues in their hands, stepped about, made puns, and kept shouting out unintelligible words. The players took no notice of him, and only now and then one of them, shoving him with his elbow or accidentally touching him with the end of his cue, would turn round and say, "Pardon." Before the first game was over he was weary of it, and began to feel he was not wanted and in the way. He felt disposed to return to the drawing-room, and he went out. On his way back he met with a little adventure. When he had gone halfway he noticed he had taken a wrong turning. He distinctly remembered that he ought to meet 3 sleepy footmen on his way, but he had passed 5 or 6 rooms, and those sleepy figures seemed to have vanished into the earth. Noticing his mistake, he walked back a little way and turned to the right. He found himself in a little dark room which he had not seen on his way to the billiard room. After standing there a little while, he resolutely opened the first door that met his eyes and walked into an absolutely dark room. Straight in front could be seen the crack in the doorway through which there was a gleam of vivid light. From the other side of the door came the muffled sound of a melancholy mazurka. Here, too, as in the drawing-room, the windows were wide open, and there was a smell of poplars, lilac and roses. Ryabovich stood still in hesitation. At that moment, to his surprise, he heard hurried footsteps and the rustling of a dress. A breathless feminine voice whispered at last. And two soft, fragrant, unmistakably feminine arms were clasped about his neck. A warm cheek was pressed to his cheek, and simultaneously there was the sound of a kiss. But at once the bestower of the kiss uttered a faint shriek and skipped back from him, as it seemed to Ryabovich, with aversion. He, too, almost shrieked and rushed towards the gleam of light at the door. When he went back into the drawing room, his heart was beating, and his hands were trembling so noticeably that he made haste to hide them behind his back. At first, he was tormented by shame and dread that the whole drawing room knew that he had just been kissed and embraced by a woman. He shrank into himself and looked uneasily about him, but as he became convinced that people were dancing and talking as calmly as ever, he gave himself up entirely to the new sensation which he had never experienced before in his life. Something strange was happening to him. His neck, round which soft, fragrant arms had so lately been clasped, seemed to him to be anointed with oil. On his left cheek near his mustache where the unknown had kissed him, there was a faint, chilly, tingling sensation as from peppermint drops, and the more he rubbed the place the more distinct was the chilly sensation. All over, from head to foot, he was full of a strange new feeling which grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to dance, to talk, to run into the garden, to laugh aloud. He quite forgot that he was round-shouldered and uninteresting, that he had lynx-like whiskers and an undistinguished appearance. That was how his appearance had been described by some ladies whose conversation he had accidentally overheard. When von Rabeck's wife happened to pass by him, he gave her such a broad and friendly smile that she stood still and looked at him inquiringly. "I like your house immensely," he said, setting his spectacles straight. The general's wife smiled and said that the house had belonged to her father. Then she asked whether his parents were living, whether he had long been in the army, why he was so thin, and so on. After receiving answers to her questions, she went on, and after his conversation with her his smiles were more friendly than ever, and he thought he was surrounded by splendid people. At supper Ryabovich ate mechanically everything offered him, drank, and without listening to anything, tried to understand what had just happened to him. The adventure was of a mysterious and romantic character, but it was not difficult to explain it. No doubt some girl or young married lady had arranged a tryst with someone in the darkroom, had waited a long time, and being nervous and excited had taken Ryabovich for her hero. This was the more probable as Ryabovich had stood still hesitating in the darkroom, so that he, too, had seemed like a person expecting something. This was how Ryabovich explained to himself the kiss he had received. And who is she? He wondered, looking round at the women's faces. She must be young, for elderly ladies don't give rendezvous. That she was a lady, one could tell by the rustle of her dress, her perfume, her voice. His eyes rested on the lilac young lady, and he thought her very attractive. She had beautiful shoulders and arms, a clever face, and a delightful voice. Ryabovich, looking at her, hoped that she and no one else was his unknown. But she laughed somehow artificially and wrinkled up her long nose, which seemed to him to make her look old. Then he turned his eyes upon the fair girl in a black dress. She was younger, simpler, and more genuine, had a charming brow, and drank very daintily out of her wineglass. Ryabovich now hoped that it was she. But soon he began to think her face flat and fixed his eyes upon the one next her. It's difficult to guess, he thought, musing. If one takes the shoulders and arms of the lilac one only, adds the brow of the fair one and the eyes of the one on the left of Lebitko, then. He made a combination of these things in his mind, and so formed the image of the girl who had kissed him, the image that he wanted her to have, but could not find at the table. After supper, replete and exhilarated, the officers began to take leave and say thank you. Von Rabeck and his wife began again, apologizing that they could not ask them to stay the night. "Very, very glad to have met you, gentlemen," said von Rabeck, and this time sincerely, probably because people are far more sincere and good-humored at speeding their parting guests than on meeting them. "Delighted. I hope you will come on your way back. Don't stand on ceremony. Where are you going? Do you want to go by the upper way? No, go across the garden. It's nearer here by the lower way." The officers went out into the garden. After the bright light and the noise, the garden seemed very dark and quiet. They walked in silence all the way to the gate. They were a little drunk, pleased, and in good spirits, but the darkness and silence made them thoughtful for a minute. Probably the same idea occurred to each one of them as to Ryabovich. Would there ever come a time for them when, like von Rabeck, they would have a large house, a family, a garden when they, too, would be able to welcome people, even though insincerely feed them, make them drunk and contented? Going out of the garden gate, they all began talking at once and laughing loudly about nothing. They were walking now along the little path that led down to the river, and then ran along the water's edge, winding round the bushes on the bank, the pools, and the willows that overhung the water. The bank and the path were scarcely visible, and the other bank was entirely plunged in darkness. Stars were reflected here and there on the dark water. They quivered and were broken up on the surface, and from that alone it could be seen that the river was flowing rapidly. It was still. Drowsy curlews cried plaintively on the further bank, and in one of the bushes on the nearest side a nightingale was trilling loudly, taking no notice of the crowd of officers. The officers stood round the bush, touched it, but the nightingale went on singing. "What a fellow," they exclaimed approvingly. "We stand beside him and he takes not a bit of notice. What a rascal." At the end of the way the path went uphill, and skirting the church enclosure turned into the road. Here the officers, tired with walking uphill, sat down and lighted their cigarettes. On the other side of the river a murky red fire came into sight, and having nothing better to do, they spent a long time in discussing whether it was a campfire or a light in a window or something else. Ryabovich, too, looked at the light, and he fancied that the light looked and winked at him, as though it knew about the kiss. On reaching his quarters, Ryabovich undressed as quickly as possible and got into bed. Lebitko and Lieutenant Merzlyakov, a peaceable, silent fellow who was considered in his own circle a highly educated officer, and was always, whenever it was possible, reading the Vyasnik Evropy, which he carried about with him everywhere, were quartered in the same hut with Ryabovich. Lebitko undressed, walked up and down the room for a long while with the air of a man who has not been satisfied, and sent his orderly for beer. Merzlyakov got into bed, put a candle by his pillow, and plunged into reading the Vyasnik Evropy. Who was she? Ryabovich wondered, looking at the smoky ceiling. His neck still felt as though he had been anointed with oil, and there was still the chilly sensation near his mouth as though from peppermint drops. The shoulders and arms of the young lady in lilac, the brow and the truthful eyes of the fair girl in black, waists, dresses, and brooches, floated through his imagination. He tried to fix his attention on these images, but they danced about, broke up, and flickered. When these images vanished altogether from the broad dark background which every man sees when he closes his eyes, he began to hear hurried footsteps, the rustle of skirts, the sound of a kiss, and an intense groundless joy took possession of him. Abandoning himself to this joy, he heard the orderly return and announce that there was no beer. Lebitko was terribly indignant and began pacing up and down again. "Well, isn't he an idiot?" he kept saying, stopping first before Ryabovich and then before Merzlyakov. "What a fool and a dummy a man must be not to get hold of any beer. Isn't he a scoundrel?" "Of course you can't get beer here," said Merzlyakov, not removing his eyes from the Vyasnik Evropy. "Oh, is that your opinion?" Lebitko persisted. "Lord have mercy upon us, if you dropped me on the moon I'd find you beer and women directly. I'll go and find some at once. You may call me an impostor if I don't." He spent a long time in dressing and pulling on his high boots, then finished smoking his cigarette in silence and went out. "Rabeck, Grabeck, Labeck," he muttered, stopping in the outer room. "I don't care to go alone, damn it all. Ryabovich, wouldn't you like to go for a walk, eh?" Receiving no answer, he returned, slowly undressed and got into bed. Merzlyakov sighed, put the Vyasnik Evropy away, and put out the light. Muttered Lebitko, lighting a cigarette in the dark. Ryabovich pulled the bedclothes over his head, curled himself up in bed, and tried to gather together the floating images in his mind and to combine them into one whole. But nothing came of it. He soon fell asleep, and his last thought was that someone had caressed him and made him happy, that something extraordinary, foolish, but joyful and delightful had come into his life. The thought did not leave him even in his sleep. When he woke up, the sensations of oil on his neck and the chill of peppermint about his lips had gone, but joy flooded his heart just as the day before. He looked enthusiastically at the window frames, gilded by the light of the rising sun, and listened to the movement of the passers-by in the street. People were talking loudly close to the window. Lebedetsky, the commander of Ryabovich's battery, who had only just overtaken the brigade, was talking to his sergeant at the top of his voice, being always accustomed to shout. "What else?" shouted the commander. "When they were shoeing yesterday, your high nobility, they drove a nail into Pigeon's hoof. The vet put on clay and vinegar, they are leading him apart now. And also, your honor, Artemiev got drunk yesterday, and the lieutenant ordered him to be put in the limber of a spare gun carriage." The sergeant reported that Karpov had forgotten the new cords for the trumpets and the rings for the tents, and that their honors, the officers, had spent the previous evening visiting General von Rabeck. In the middle of this conversation, the red-bearded face of Lebedetsky appeared in the window. He screwed up his short-sighted eyes, looking at the sleepy faces of the officers, and said good morning to them. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "One of the horses has a sore neck from the new collar," answered Lebitko, yawning. The commander sighed, thought a moment, and said in a loud voice, "I am thinking of going to see Alexandra Yevgrafovna. I must call on her. Well, goodbye, I shall catch you up in the evening." A quarter of an hour later the brigade set off on its way. When it was moving along the road by the granaries, Ryabovich looked at the house on the right. The blinds were down in all the windows. Evidently the household was still asleep. The one who had kissed Ryabovich the day before was asleep, too. He tried to imagine her asleep. The wide-open windows of the bedroom, the green branches peeping in, the morning freshness, the scent of the poplars, lilac and roses, the bed, a chair. And on it the skirts that had rustled the day before, the little slippers, the little watch on the table, all this he pictured to himself clearly and distinctly. But the features of the face, the sweet, sleepy smile, just what was characteristic and important, slipped through his imagination like quicksilver through the fingers. When he had ridden on half a mile, he looked back. The yellow church, the house, and the river were all bathed in light. The river with its bright green banks, with the blue sky reflected in it and glints of silver in the sunshine here and there, was very beautiful. Ryabovich gazed for the last time at Myastetchki, and he felt as sad as though he were parting with something very near and dear to him. And before him on the road lay nothing but long familiar, uninteresting pictures. To right and to left, fields of young rye and buckwheat with rooks hopping about in them. If one looked ahead, one saw dust and the backs of men's heads. If one looked back, one saw the same dust and faces. Foremost of all marched 4 men with sabers. This was the vanguard. Next, behind, the crowd of singers, and behind them the trumpeters on horseback. The vanguard and the chorus of singers, like torchbearers in a funeral procession, often forgot to keep the regulation distance and pushed a long way ahead. Ryabovich was with the first cannon of the 5th battery. He could see all the 4 batteries moving in front of him. For anyone not a military man, this long, tedious procession of a moving brigade seems an intricate and unintelligible muddle. One cannot understand why there are so many people round one cannon, and why it is drawn by so many horses in such a strange network of harness, as though it really were so terrible and heavy. To Ryabovich it was all perfectly comprehensible, and therefore uninteresting. He had known for ever so long why at the head of each battery there rode a stalwart bombardier, and why he was called a bombardier. Immediately behind this bombardier could be seen the horsemen of the first and then of the middle units. Ryabovich knew that the horses on which they rode, those on the left, were called one name, while those on the right were called another. It was extremely uninteresting. Behind the horsemen came 2 shaft horses. On one of them sat a rider with the dust of yesterday on his back and a clumsy and funny-looking piece of wood on his leg. Ryabovich knew the object of this piece of wood and did not think it funny. All the riders waved their whips mechanically and shouted from time to time. The cannon itself was ugly. On the forepart lay sacks of oats covered with canvas, and the cannon itself was hung all over with kettles, soldiers' knapsacks, bags, and looked like some small harmless animal surrounded for some unknown reason by men and horses. To the leeward of it marched 6 men, the gunners, swinging their arms. After the cannon there came again more bombardiers, riders, shaft horses, and behind them another cannon, as ugly and unimpressive as the first. After the second followed a third, a fourth, near the fourth an officer, and so on. There were 6 batteries in all in the brigade, and 4 cannons in each battery. The procession covered half a mile, It ended in a string of wagons near which an extremely attractive creature, the ass, Magyar, brought by a battery commander from Turkey, paced pensively with his long-eared head drooping. Ryabovich looked indifferently before and behind, at the backs of heads and at faces. At any other time he would have been half asleep, but now he was entirely absorbed in his new agreeable thoughts. At first, when the brigade was setting off on the march, he tried to persuade himself that the incident of the kiss could only be interesting as a mysterious little adventure, that it was in reality trivial, and to think of it seriously, to say the least of it, was stupid. But now he bade farewell to logic and gave himself up to dreams. At one moment he imagined himself in von Rabeck's drawing room beside a girl who was like the young lady in lilac and the fair girl in black. Then he would close his eyes and see himself with another, entirely unknown girl whose features were very vague. In his imagination he talked, caressed her, leaned on her shoulder, pictured war, separation, then meeting again, supper with his wife, children. "Brakes on," the word of command rang out every time they went downhill. He, too, shouted "brakes on," and was afraid this shout would disturb his reverie and bring him back to reality. As they passed by some landowner's estate, Ryabovich looked over the fence into the garden. A long avenue, straight as a ruler, strewn with yellow sand and bordered with young birch trees, met his eyes. With the eagerness of a man given up to dreaming, he pictured to himself little feminine feet tripping along yellow sand, and quite unexpectedly had a clear vision in his imagination of the girl who had kissed him, and whom he had succeeded in picturing to himself the evening before at supper. This image remained in his brain and did not desert him again. At midday, there was a shout in the rear, near the string of wagons. "Easy, eyes to the left, officers." The general of the brigade drove by in a carriage with a pair of white horses. He stopped near the second battery and shouted something which no one understood. Several officers, among them Ryabovich, galloped up to them. "Well," asked the general, blinking his red eyes, "are there any sick?" Receiving an answer, the general, a little skinny man, chewed, thought for a moment, and said, addressing one of the officers, "One of your drivers of the third cannon has taken off his leg guard and hung it on the fore part of the cannon, the rascal. Reprimand him." He raised his eyes to Ryabovich and went on. "It seems to me your front strap is too long." Making a few other tedious remarks, the general looked at Lebitko and grinned. "You look very melancholy today, Lieutenant Lebitko," he said. "Are you pining for Madame Lopukov?" "Eh, gentlemen, he is pining for Madame Lopukov." The lady in question was a very stout and tall person who had long passed her 40th year. The general, who had a predilection for solid ladies, whatever their ages, suspected a similar taste in his officers. The officers smiled respectfully. The general, delighted at having said something very amusing and biting, laughed loudly, touched his coachman's back, and saluted. The carriage rolled on. "All I am dreaming about now, which seems to me so impossible and unearthly, is really quite an ordinary thing," thought Ryabovich, looking at the clouds of dust racing after the general's carriage. "It's all very ordinary, and everyone goes through it. That general, for instance, has once been in love. Now he is married and has children. Captain Vader, too, is married and beloved, though the nape of his neck is very red and ugly and he has no waist. Salinanov is coarse and very totter, but he has had a love affair that has ended in marriage. I am the same as everyone else, and I, too, shall have the same experience as everyone else, sooner or later." And the thought that he was an ordinary person, and that his life was ordinary, delighted him and gave him courage. He pictured her and his happiness as he pleased, and put no rein on his imagination. When the brigade reached their halting place in the evening, and the officers were resting in their tents, Ryabovich, Merzlyakov, and Lebitko were sitting round a box having supper. Merzlyakov ate without haste, and, as he munched deliberately, read the Vyasnikov ropy, which he held on his knees. Lebitko talked incessantly and kept filling up his glass with beer, and Ryabovich, whose head was confused from dreaming all day long, drank and said nothing. After 3 glasses, he got a little drunk, felt weak, and had an irresistible desire to impart his new sensations to his comrades. "A strange thing happened to me at those von Rabeck's," he began, trying to put an indifferent and ironical tone into his voice. "You know, I went into the billiard room." He began describing very minutely the incident of the kiss, and a moment later relapsed into silence. In the course of that moment, he had told everything, and it surprised him dreadfully to find how short a time it took him to tell it. He had imagined that he could have been telling the story of the kiss till next morning. Listening to him, Lebitko, who was a great liar and consequently believed no one, looked at him skeptically and laughed. Merzlyakov twitched his eyebrows, and without removing his eyes from the Vyasnik Evropy, said, "That's an odd thing, how strange. Throws herself on a man's neck without addressing him by name. She must be some sort of hysterical neurotic." "Yes, she must," Ryabovich agreed. "A similar thing once happened to me," said Lebitko, assuming a scared expression. "I was going last year to Kovno. I took a second-class ticket. The train was crammed and it was impossible to sleep. I gave the guard half a ruble, he took my luggage and led me to another compartment. I lay down and covered myself with a rug. It was dark, you understand. Suddenly I felt someone touch me on the shoulder and breathe in my face. I made a movement with my hand and felt somebody's elbow. I opened my eyes and only imagine a woman. Black eyes, lips red as a prime salmon, nostrils breathing passionately a bosom like a buffer." "Excuse me," Merzlyakov interrupted calmly. "I understand about the bosom, but how could you see the lips if it was dark?" Lebitko began trying to put himself right and laughing at Merslyakov's unimaginativeness. It made Ryabovich wince. He walked away from the box, got into bed, and vowed never to confide again. Camp life began. The days flowed by, one very much like another. All those days Ryabovich felt, thought, and behaved as though he were in love. Every morning when his orderly handed him water to wash with, and he sluiced his head with cold water, he thought there was something warm and delightful in his life. In the evenings when his comrades began talking of love and women, he would listen and draw up closer. And he wore the expression of a soldier when he hears the description of a battle in which he has taken part. And on the evenings when the officers, out on the spree with the setter Lebitko at their head, made Don Juan excursions to the suburb, and Ryabovich took part in such excursions, he always was sad, felt profoundly guilty, and inwardly begged her forgiveness. In hours of leisure or on sleepless nights, when he felt moved to recall his childhood, his father and mother, everything near and dear in fact, he invariably thought of Myastechki, the strange horse, von Rabeck, his wife who was like the Empress Eugenie, the dark room, the crack of light at the door. On the 31st of August he went back from the camp, not with the whole brigade but with only 2 batteries of it. He was dreaming and excited all the way, as though he were going back to his native place. He had an intense longing to see again the strange horse, the church, the insincere family of the von Rabecks, the dark room. The inner voice, which so often deceives lovers, whispered to him for some reason that he would be sure to see her. And he was tortured by the questions, how he should meet her, what he would talk to her about, whether she had forgotten the kiss. If the worst came to the worst, he thought, even if he did not meet her, it would be a pleasure to him merely to go through the dark room and recall the past. Towards evening there appeared on the horizon the familiar church and white granaries. Ryabovich's heart beat. He did not hear the officer who was riding beside him and saying something to him. He forgot everything and looked eagerly at the river shining in the distance, at the roof of the house, at the dovecote round, which the pigeons were circling in the light of the setting sun. When they reached the church and were listening to the billeting orders, he expected every second that a man on horseback would come round the church enclosure and invite the officers to tea, but the billeting orders were read, the officers were in haste to go on to the village, and the man on horseback did not appear. "Von Rabeck will hear at once from the peasants that we have come and will send for us," thought Ryabovich as he went into the hut, unable to understand why a comrade was lighting a candle and why the orderlies were hurriedly setting samovars. A painful uneasiness took possession of him. He lay down, then got up and looked out of the window to see whether the messenger were coming, but there was no sign of him. He lay down again, but half an hour later he got up, and, unable to restrain his uneasiness, went into the street and strode towards the church. It was dark and deserted in the square near the church. 3 soldiers were standing silent in a row where the road began to go downhill. Seeing Ryabovich, they roused themselves and saluted. He returned the salute and began to go down the familiar path. On the further side of the river, the whole sky was flooded with crimson. The moon was rising. 2 peasant women, talking loudly, were picking cabbage in the kitchen garden. Behind the kitchen garden there were some dark huts. And everything on the near side of the river was just as it had been in May, the path, the bushes, the willows overhanging the water. But there was no sound of the brave nightingale, and no scent of poplar and fresh grass. Reaching the garden, Ryabovich looked in at the gate. The garden was dark and still. He could see nothing but the white stems of the nearest birch trees and a little bit of the avenue, all the rest melted together into a dark blur. Ryabovich looked and listened eagerly, but after waiting for a quarter of an hour without hearing a sound or catching a glimpse of a light, he trudged back. He went down to the river. The general's bathhouse and the bath sheets on the rail of the little bridge showed white before him. He went on to the bridge, stood a little, and quite unnecessarily touched the sheets. They felt rough and cold. He looked down at the water. The river ran rapidly and with a faintly audible gurgle round the piles of the bathhouse. The red moon was reflected near the left bank. Little ripples ran over the reflection, stretching it out, breaking it into bits, and seemed trying to carry it away. How stupid, thought Ryabovich, looking at the running water. How unintelligent it all is. Now that he expected nothing, the incident of the kiss, his impatience, his vague hopes and disappointment, presented themselves in a clear light. It no longer seemed to him strange that he had not seen the general's messenger, and that he would never see the girl who had accidentally kissed him instead of someone else. On the contrary, it would have been strange if he had seen her. The water was running, he knew not where or why, just as it did in May. In May it had flowed into the great river, from the great river into the sea. Then it had risen in vapor, turned into rain, and perhaps the very same water was running now before Ryabovich's eyes again. What for? Why? And the whole world, the whole of life, seemed to Ryabovich an unintelligible, aimless jest. And turning his eyes from the water and looking at the sky, he remembered again how fate in the person of an unknown woman had by chance caressed him. He remembered his summer dreams and fancies, and his life struck him as extraordinarily meager, poverty-stricken, and colorless. When he went back to his hut, he did not find one of his comrades. The orderly informed him that they had all gone to General von Rabeck's, who had sent a messenger on horseback to invite them. For an instant there was a flash of joy in Ryabovich's heart, but he quenched it at once, got into bed, and in his wrath with his fate, as though to spite it, did not go to the general's. Honor on the neck eye. After the wedding, they had not even light refreshments. The happy pair simply drank a glass of champagne, changed into their traveling things, and drove to the station. Instead of a gay wedding ball and supper, instead of music and dancing, they went on a journey to pray at a shrine 150 miles away. Many people commended this, saying that modest Alexeich was a man high up in the service and no longer young, and that a noisy wedding might not have seemed quite suitable. And music is apt to sound dreary when a government official of 52 marries a girl who is only just 18. People said, too, that modest Alexeich, being a man of principle, had arranged this visit to the monastery expressly in order to make his young bride realize that even in marriage he put religion and morality above everything. The happy pair were seen off at the station. The crowd of relations and colleagues in the service stood, with glasses in their hands, waiting for the train to start to shout hurrah. And the bride's father, Pyotr Leontyich, wearing a top hat and the uniform of a teacher, already drunk and very pale, kept craning towards the window, glass in hand, and saying in an imploring voice, "Anyuta, Anya, one word." Anna bent out of the window to him, and he whispered something to her, enveloping her in a stale smell of alcohol, blew into her ear she could make out nothing and made the sign of the cross over her face, her bosom, and her hands. Meanwhile he was breathing in gasps and tears were shining in his eyes. And the schoolboys, Anna's brothers, Petya and Andrusha, pulled at his coat from behind, whispering in confusion, "Father, hush, father, that's enough." When the train started, Anna saw her father run a little way after the train, staggering and spilling his wine, and what a kind, guilty, pitiful face he had. "Hurrah!" he shouted. The happy pair were left alone. Modest Alexeich looked about the compartment, arranged their things on the shelves, and sat down, smiling, opposite his young wife. He was an official of medium height, rather stout and puffy, who looked exceedingly well-nourished, with long whiskers and no mustache. His clean-shaven, round, sharply defined chin looked like the heel of a foot. The most characteristic point in his face was the absence of mustache, the bare, freshly shaven place, which gradually passed into the fat cheeks, quivering like jelly. His deportment was dignified, his movements were deliberate, his manner was soft. "I cannot help remembering now one circumstance," he said, smiling. "When, 5 years ago, Khosrow received the Order of St. Anna of the 2nd grade and went to thank His Excellency expressed himself as follows: 'So now you have 3 Annas, 1 in your buttonhole and 2 on your neck.' And it must be explained that at that time Khosrow's wife, a quarrelsome and frivolous person, had just returned to him, and that her name was Anna. I trust that, when I receive the Anna of the 2nd grade, His Excellency will not have occasion to say the same thing to me." He smiled with his little eyes. And she, too, smiled, troubled at the thought that at any moment this man might kiss her with his thick, damp lips, and that she had no right to prevent his doing so. The soft movements of his fat person frightened her. She felt both fear and disgust. He got up, without haste took off the order from his neck, took off his coat and waistcoat, and put on his dressing gown. "That's better," he said, sitting down beside Anna. Anna remembered what agony the wedding had been, when it had seemed to her that the priest, and the guests, and everyone in church had been looking at her sorrowfully and asking why. Why was she, such a sweet, nice girl, marrying such an elderly, uninteresting gentleman? Only that morning she was delighted that everything had been satisfactorily arranged. But at the time of the wedding, and now in the railway carriage, she felt cheated, guilty, and ridiculous. Here she had married a rich man, and yet she had no money. Her wedding dress had been bought on credit, and when her father and brothers had been saying goodbye, she could see from their faces that they had not a farthing. Would they have any supper that day? And tomorrow? And for some reason, it seemed to her that her father and the boys were sitting tonight hungry without her, and feeling the same misery as they had the day after their mother's funeral. "Oh, how unhappy I am," she thought. "Why am I so unhappy?" With the awkwardness of a man with settled habits, unaccustomed to deal with women, modest Alexeich touched her on the waist and patted her on the shoulder, while she went on thinking about money, about her mother and her mother's death. When her mother died, her father, Pyotr Leontyich, a teacher of drawing and writing in the high school, had taken to drink. Impoverishment had followed, the boys had not had boots or galoshes, their father had been hauled up before the magistrate, the warrant officer had come and made an inventory of the furniture. What a disgrace. Anna had had to look after her drunken father, darn her brother's stockings, go to market, and when she was complimented on her youth, her beauty, and her elegant manners, it seemed to her that everyone was looking at her cheap hat and the holes in her boots that were inked over. And at night there had been tears and a haunting dread that her father would soon, very soon, be dismissed from the school for his weakness, and that he would not survive it, but would die too, like their mother. But ladies of their acquaintance had taken the matter in hand and looked about for a good match for Anna. This modest Alexevich, who was neither young nor good-looking but had money, was soon found. He had 100,000 in the bank and the family estate, which he had let on lease. He was a man of principle and stood well with His Excellency. It would be nothing to him, so they told Anna, to get a note from His Excellency to the directors of the high school, or even to the education commissioner, to prevent Pyotr Leontyich from being dismissed. While she was recalling these details, she suddenly heard strains of music which floated in at the window, together with the sound of voices. The train was stopping at a station. In the crowd beyond the platform, an accordion and a cheap squeaky fiddle were being briskly played, and the sound of a military band came from beyond the villas and the tall birches and poplars that lay bathed in the moonlight. There must have been a dance in the place. Summer visitors and townspeople, who used to come out here by train in fine weather for a breath of fresh air, were parading up and down on the platform. Among them was the wealthy owner of all the summer villas, a tall, stout, dark man called Artenov. He had prominent eyes and looked like an Armenian. He wore a strange costume. His shirt was unbuttoned, showing his chest. He wore high boots with spurs, and a black cloak hung from his shoulders and dragged on the ground like a train. 2 boarhounds followed him, with their sharp noses to the ground. Tears were still shining in Anna's eyes, but she was not thinking now of her mother, nor of money, nor of her marriage. But shaking hands with schoolboys and officers she knew, she laughed gaily and said quickly, "How do you do? How are you?" She went out onto the platform, between the carriages into the moonlight, and stood so that they could all see her in her new splendid dress and hat. "Why are we stopping here?" she asked. "This is a junction. They are waiting for the mail train to pass." Seeing that Artanov was looking at her, she screwed up her eyes coquettishly and began talking aloud in French. And because her voice sounded so pleasant, and because she heard music and the moon was reflected in the pond, and because Artanov, the notorious Don Juan and spoiled child of fortune, was looking at her eagerly and with curiosity, and because everyone was in good spirits, she suddenly felt joyful. And when the train started and the officers of her acquaintance saluted her, she was humming the polka, the strains of which reached her from the military band playing beyond the trees. And she returned to her compartment, feeling as though it had been proved to her, at the station, that she would certainly be happy in spite of everything. The happy pair spent 2 days at the monastery, then went back to town. They lived in a rent-free flat. When Modest Alexeyevich had gone to the office, Anna played the piano, or shed tears of depression, or lay down on a couch and read novels, or looked through fashion papers. At dinner, Modest Alexeyevich ate a great deal and talked about politics, about appointments, transfers, and promotions in the service, about the necessity of hard work, and said that, family life not being a pleasure but a duty, if you took care of the kopecks, the rubles would take care of themselves, and that he put religion and morality before everything else in the world. And holding his knife in his fist as though it were a sword, he would say, "Everyone ought to have his duties." And Anna listened to him, was frightened, and could not eat, and she usually got up from the table hungry. After dinner, her husband lay down for a nap and snored loudly, while Anna went to see her own people. Her father and the boys looked at her in a peculiar way, as though just before she came in they had been blaming her for having married for money a tedious, wearisome man she did not love. Her rustling skirts, her bracelets, and her general air of a married lady offended them and made them uncomfortable. In her presence they felt a little embarrassed and did not know what to talk to her about, but yet they still loved her as before and were not used to having dinner without her. She sat down with them to cabbage soup, porridge, and fried potatoes, smelling of mutton dripping. Pyotr Leontyich filled his glass from the decanter with a trembling hand and drank it off hurriedly, greedily, with repulsion, then poured out a second glass and then a third. Petya and Andrusha, thin, pale boys with big eyes, would take the decanter and say desperately, "You mustn't, father, enough, father." And Anna, too, was troubled and entreated him to drink no more, and he would suddenly fly into a rage and beat the table with his fists. "I won't allow anyone to dictate to me," he would shout. "Wretched boys, wretched girl, I'll turn you all out." But there was a note of weakness, of good nature in his voice, and no one was afraid of him. After dinner he usually dressed in his best. Pale, with a cut on his chin from shaving, craning his thin neck, he would stand for half an hour before the glass, prinking, combing his hair, twisting his black mustache, sprinkling himself with scent, tying his cravat in a bow. Then he would put on his gloves and his top hat and go off to give his private lessons. Or if it was a holiday, he would stay at home and paint, or play the harmonium, which wheezed and growled. He would try to wrest from it pure harmonious sounds and would sing to it, or would storm at the boys. "Wretches, good-for-nothing boys, you have spoiled the instrument." In the evening Anna's husband played cards with his colleagues, who lived under the same roof in the government quarters. The wives of these gentlemen would come in ugly, tastelessly dressed women, as coarse as cooks, and gossip would begin in the flat as tasteless and unattractive as the ladies themselves. Sometimes Modest Alexeyevich would take Anna to the theater. In the intervals, he would never let her stir a step from his side, but walked about arm in arm with her through the corridors and the foyer. When he bowed to someone, he immediately whispered to Anna, a civil counselor, "Visits at His Excellency's," or, "A man of means, has a house of his own." When they passed the buffet, Anna had a great longing for something sweet. She was fond of chocolate and apple cakes, but she had no money and she did not like to ask her husband. He would take a pear, pinch it with his fingers, and ask uncertainly, "How much?" 25 kopecks. "I say," he would reply and put it down. But as it was awkward to leave the buffet without buying anything, he would order some seltzer water and drink the whole bottle himself, and tears would come into his eyes, and Anna hated him at such times. And suddenly flushing crimson, he would say to her rapidly, "Bow to that old lady." "But I don't know her." No matter, that's the wife of the director of the local treasury. Beau, I tell you, he would grumble insistently. Your head won't drop off. Anna bowed and her head certainly did not drop off, but it was agonizing. She did everything her husband wanted her to, and was furious with herself for having let him deceive her like the veriest idiot. She had only married him for his money, and yet she had less money now than before her marriage. In old days, her father would sometimes give her 20 kopecks, but now she had not a farthing. To take money by stealth or ask for it, she could not. She was afraid of her husband, she trembled before him. She felt as though she had been afraid of him for years. In her childhood, the director of the high school had always seemed the most impressive and terrifying force in the world, sweeping down like a thunderstorm or a steam engine ready to crush her. Another similar force of which the whole family talked, and of which they were for some reason afraid, was his excellency. Then there were a dozen others, less formidable, and among them the teachers at the high school, with shaven upper lips, stern, implacable. And now finally, there was modest Alexeich, a man of principle, who even resembled the director in the face. And in Anna's imagination, all these forces blended together into one, and, in the form of a terrible, huge white bear, menaced the weak and erring such as her father. And she was afraid to say anything in opposition to her husband, and gave a forced smile, and tried to make a show of pleasure when she was coarsely caressed and defiled by embraces that excited her terror. Only once Pyotr Leontyich had the temerity to ask for a loan of 50 rubles in order to pay some very irksome debt, but what an agony it had been. "Very good, I'll give it to you," said modest Alexeich after a moment's thought, "but I warn you I won't help you again till you give up drinking. Such a failing is disgraceful in a man in the government service. I must remind you of the well-known fact that many capable people have been ruined by that passion, though they might possibly, with temperance, have risen in time to a very high position." And long-winded phrases followed, inasmuch as, following upon which proposition, in view of the aforesaid contention, and Pyotr Leontyich was in agonies of humiliation and felt an intense craving for alcohol. And when the boys came to visit Anna, generally in broken boots and threadbare trousers, they, too, had to listen to sermons. Every man ought to have his duties, modest Alexeich would say to them. And he did not give them money, but he did give Anna bracelets, rings, and brooches, saying that these things would come in useful for a rainy day. And he often unlocked her drawer and made an inspection to see whether they were all safe.